In the 30th year of the Tianyuan era of the Great Qin dynasty, corresponding to 1902 in the Gregorian calendar, autumn, a remote village nestled at the foot of Changbai Mountain in the northeast. Birds chirped endlessly. As I opened my eyes, it felt like my head had been split open with an axe. Eva, Sophia, get me some water. Why are my clothes off? What's with these raggedish shorts? No one responded. I looked around, and the scene froze me in place. A mud-brick Kong bed, a ceiling patched with old paper, wooden-framed windows without a single pane of glass. The air was thick with the earthy stench of damp soil. Did those girls sell me off to the mountains? Before I could finish the thought, a searing pain stabbed through my skull like needles piercing from every direction. I gritted my teeth as cold sweat immediately soaked my back. As the pain subsided, a flood of foreign memories poured into my mind. It all became clear. This was far worse than being sold into the mountains. I had transmigrated. No, to be precise, I had reincarnated. In my previous life, I was a man from Blue Star, a long-distance runner by training, with the physique of a champion. My father had been a renowned gang boss in the 1990s before retiring from his life of crime. When my parents passed away, I was 30 and had just inherited a fortune worth nearly 9 figures. I packed up and headed to the Far East, where I bought a private hunting ground. Life became an idyllic blur of drinking, hunting, and indulgence, a life fit for gods. But one drunken bender later, I woke up in this strange world. The Great Qin Empire, a vastly different world from anything I remembered. In the late Southern Song dynasty, the Great Qin's founding emperor rose to power, repelling the steppe cavalry with firearms and reclaiming the 16 prefectures of Yinyan. Over 600 years of history followed, during which the dynasty collapsed once but was later restored by a descendant of its founder, inaugurating a colonial era. Though the current emperor had grown inept and had lost much of the overseas territory, this industrialized behemoth was far from being a paper tiger. The empire remained the undisputed hegemon of the central continent. Yet all the supposed foresight of a transmigrator was utterly useless here. My hunting ground, my yacht, my mansion, it's all gone. Most people dream of transmigrating to another world. I didn't, not even a little. I had lived such a cushy life in my past existence, and now I was thrown into the chaos of a steam-powered era. Worse yet, the world was far from peaceful, and the emperor on the throne was notorious for unrest. The most damning part? The me of this life was no ordinary character either. At the age of 18, I had used a hornbow to tear through the outlaws of the North, with over 100 lives taken by my hand. A full-fledged young killing machine. A genuine psychopath. After venting my frustration, I calmed down. What's done is done. There was no going back, and I sure as hell wasn't going to gamble on dying again just for a slim chance of returning to my previous life. The hardest thing for anyone isn't accepting what they've gained. It's accepting what they've lost. Creak. The sound of a door opening pulled me out of my thoughts. Almost instinctively, my hand darted under the pillow. There should have been a hunting knife hidden there. But I came up empty. "You're awake," a woman's voice said as the curtain was lifted. I looked up at her. A single glance, and I froze slightly. The person entering the room was a woman about 25 or 26 years old. Her hair was neatly and gracefully tied up, her skin fair and radiant. She had a delicate oval-shaped face with refined features, especially those captivating fox-like eyes that seemed to pull at one's very soul. Her figure was full and shapely, exuding charm even in a simple coarse blouse that couldn't conceal her natural elegance. I didn't expect to find a woman like her in a secluded mountain village. "And you are?" I asked. She smiled faintly and put the freshly cleaned clothes down on the edge of the calm. "My name is Kai Wanqing. Folks around here just call me Kai Junya. I run a small tavern near the official road at the village entrance." She leaned in to touch my forehead. Her hand was cool to the touch. Using my years of martial arts knowledge, I guess she likely suffered from a bit of cold womb. "No fever. You're built like a mountain tiger, strong and sturdy." As she got closer, a faint aroma of wine lingered in the air. "Your clothes were torn to shreds. I thought about finding some of my late husband's old ones for you, but you're far too robust. They wouldn't fit you. I mended what you had instead. My sewing's nothing special, but it'll do." So she was a widow. "Your name is Chow Huai, correct?" "That's right. but you can just call me Hawaii, Big Sis. The village chief, Linbo, told me about you. You can stay at my place for the time being. Harvest season just passed, and most of the young men in the village are gone. Half of them followed your martial uncle Pai Lushu to Chunjiang province for work, while the other half went with Linbo to Songjiang to sell grain. The ones left here are mostly young girls and married women, so they might find it awkward to take you in. But I'm a widow. I don't mind such things. This piqued my interest. A widow, daring enough to let a stranger stay at her home. That kind of courage is not something you come by every day. Noticing the cautious look on my face, she simply smiled. You must be hungry. I've got water boiling on the stove. Let me whip up something for you. As soon as she left, I began piecing together my current situation. In my previous life, I had a warm and happy family. This life, however, had been far harsher. I was an orphan, born with faint, fragmented memories and capable of recalling them somewhat until I was about 3. I could only assume I was originally from a wealthy family. One particular memory stuck out: being chased, falling into the snow, and eventually being taken in by my godfather. My godfather, Chow Bao-san, was an old hunter from the Solon territories in the northeast and a martial arts master of his era, renowned throughout the northern martial world. They called him Young Keeper of the Tiger's Head, as his skills in US-style freehand fighting were unmatched. He built my foundation with herbal baths and taught me everything there was to know: hand-to-hand combat, archery, hunting, wilderness survival, and even killing. Perhaps because of those reincarnated traces in my soul, I was remarkably talented, physically stronger than anyone around me, and learned most skills with unnatural speed. By the age of 16, I'd already earned a reputation in the northern martial world, surpassing even my godfather in skill. At 6'1" and weighing over 210 pounds of sheer muscle, I was essentially a one-man army in this era. But fate was cruel. The year now was 1901, and martial prowess alone could no longer dictate the tide of fate. The great Qin Empire had fallen into an age of firearms 3 centuries ago. Even the most advanced martial arts became meaningless in the face of bolt-action rifles and the deadly sweep of machine guns. 3 months ago, my godfather and I took on a job to escort rare medicinal herbs south. Here's the translation with American style and phrasing. On the way back from a business trip, we were ambushed. It was my godfather's enemies, colluding with merchants to set traps. Caught in a flurry of guns and blades, we managed to break through with sheer force, fast horses, and powerful bows, eventually fleeing toward the border. By the time we reached Spring River Prefecture, my godfather had reached the end of his strength. He passed away. With the help of my senior brother, Lu Qilin, I buried him. Before he took his last breath, he told me to visit his junior brother, Pai Changshan, in Mang Village of Tong County. Apparently, he'd left something there for me. I made haste on horseback, only to fall into yet another ambush along the way. After dealing with my pursuers, I finally made it to Mang Village, but not without a cost. Exhausted and wounded, I collapsed and became ill. Even the sharpest blade cannot cleave through the tides of an era. Godfather was once called the invincible archer, and yet even he was hunted down by rifles. The age of warriors is over, I sighed. I just wonder what exactly Uncle Pai left for me. Right then, a chime echoed through my mind. Ding! Career system loaded. Legacy from a past life, elite athlete. Converted into legacy gift, starter pack. Duh. Legacy talent unlocked, Iron Will. Current life career unlocked, Hunter. Hunter talent skill unlocked, tracking, level 1. For a moment, I thought I was hallucinating from stress. But then, I noticed the semi-transparent blue panel floating in front of me. Okay, this was getting interesting. A system? After recovering my memories, now I get a system too. I willed the panel to flip, and sure enough, it responded. Legacy talent. Iron Will greatly enhances physical abilities, recovery rate, stamina, and vitality. Current level, 1. Career, Hunter, level 0, EXP, 0/100. Talent skill, Tracking, level 1. Gain experience through hunting. Flawless hunts grant bonus EXP. Level up to unlock career skills. Tracking, level 1. Host gains a hunting radar with a 3 km radius capable of scanning and tracking prey, identifying its size. Note: prey includes humans. Upgrading the skill consumes career points. Career points, 0. I activated the radar and gasped. At the foothills of Changbai Mountain, the area was as abundant as rumored. Even at the base, the radar was littered with countless light points, while the peripheral areas had several mid-sized targets. I had to filter out the tiny prey just to avoid being overwhelmed by the sheer number of signals. For hunters, the hardest part of the job has always been finding the game. Even with all the experience in the world, neither Godfather nor I could guarantee success every time we hunted. Luck often played a part. But now, with this radar, every target in range was laid bare before me. And better yet, it gave me a solution to my most pressing issue: money. All the land, mines, silver, and gold, everything we owned, including the 10 gold bars my senior brother gave me, was lost during the ambush. Now, I'm down to nothing. I was flat broke. Seeking refuge with my martial uncle, I discovered he wasn't in the village. I certainly couldn't rely on a widow to support me for free. Being penniless makes life tough wherever you go. But now, with the system at my side, and my already honed hunting skills, surviving and earning some money shouldn't be a problem. Just then, the curtain of the door was lifted again. Kai Wanqing walked in, carrying a bowl of wheat noodles. The steaming hot soup noodles were topped with 2 poached eggs, and there was even a slice of spicy pickled cabbage on the side, the aroma enticing. I was momentarily caught off guard. While Mang Village might be considered well off, it certainly wasn't wealthy enough for families to afford white noodles and eggs at every meal. This was the steam age, not some futuristic era. This bowl of noodles with eggs was clearly her way of offering her best hospitality. Try a bite and see if it suits your taste. I've got to get back to the tavern. Our family only eats twice a day, but if you're hungry at noon, come find me at the village entrance. I'll be back in the evening to make dinner. She was about to leave when she suddenly slapped her forehead lightly. Oh, I almost forgot. She turned back into the house and came out holding a white horn bow, a quiver of arrows, 3 knives, and a crossbody bag. These are your things. I put them away so my younger sister wouldn't mess with them. Check to see if anything's missing. Her kindness left me feeling a bit guilty. I thought about taking out a single feathered arrow as compensation, but after reconsidering, I put it back. To me, that arrow was a deadly weapon, but to her, it could only bring trouble. She wouldn't be able to use it, and her possessing it might even put her at risk. Better to repay her kindness by hunting for her once I'd recovered. Thank you, big sis, I said. She poured me a cup of water. Uncle Lin and Aunt Lu sent over 300 pounds of sorghum. That covers your rent here. Once you step through this door, you're part of the family. No matter what trouble you've run into outside, you can live here in peace. Why? You're not worried I might be some kind of thief? I asked curiously. She smiled calmly. If you have 6th Uncle Pai's token, it means he vouched for you. While his friends may not all be upstanding citizens, they wouldn't have poor character. Now eat up. There's chili paste in the jar if you want some. She stood up. Really, I need to go now. Business is busy today. Oh, and Hawaii, if you're free, could you help keep an eye on my younger sister? She can show you around the village so you can get your bearings. Sure. Where is she? Probably off running wild somewhere. If I see her, I'll send her back. She swayed out of the room gracefully, and I couldn't help but raise the corner of my mouth into a smirk. This woman wasn't simple. And this village, Mang Village, probably wasn't just some ordinary place, either. The Great Qin dynasty had only begun developing the Northeast within the past few decades. Most of the settlers who moved here were displaced refugees from 4 bordering provinces. Few Southerners made the journey up here. It was far too cold in the winters. Aside from refugees, another type of person often fled to the borderlands, those who had committed crimes or were seeking to evade their enemies. The sparsely populated, expansive region made for an ideal hiding spot. Kai Wanqing's accent sounded like it was from Sichuan, but her name, demeanor, and conduct were nothing like those of a typical rural housewife. She carried herself more like someone with an elite background. Here's a translation adapted to fit American cultural and conversational nuances. Another woman with a story to tell. I mused, picking up the bowl of noodles. I wasn't sure how many days I had been out cold, but I was starving. Before I even brought the noodles to my mouth, I paused with a quiet, huh. From 8,000 miles of fighting, one battle after another, even with my strength, I was worn down to the bone. My body, once as tough as an ox, had reached its limit. That's why I collapsed in the first place. But as I held the bowl now, I felt an unusual vigor, like my energy had been restored. That deep, lingering exhaustion was gone. My strength, it felt greater. Iron essence. It's working. I wonder, I thought aloud, if this newfound strength could live up to what Godfather said, being able to wrestle a tiger barehanded. I took a bite of noodles, the warmth sinking into my stomach, instantly bringing comfort. Before I could go for a second bite, though, footsteps echoed from the courtyard outside. I instinctively put the bowl down, grabbed the 100-pound white oxhorn bow beside me, and fitted a finely carved arrow to the string. The wooden door creaked open. Small, jet-black fingers pushed the tattered curtain aside, and a tiny head peeked in. A little voice called out, curious and sweet. "Are you Uncle Hawaii? Mama said to call you Uncle." "Uncle, you're really good-looking." Standing in the doorway was a little girl in a floral cotton shirt, no older than 5 or 6. Barely over 3 feet tall, her hair was tied into 2 little pigtails sticking up like antennas. The strands were dry and yellowish, probably from a lack of proper nutrition. But her face was adorable, and her big, curious eyes sparkled with intelligence. She'd grow up to break a few hearts, no doubt about that. "You must be Yao Mei. Come on in." "Coming, coming," she chirped, scrambling in with her stubby legs. She climbed straight onto the bed without a shred of shyness. Her eyes darted with interest to the bowl of noodles in my hand, particularly the egg floating on top. I caught the subtle gulp she tried to hide, though. Suddenly, she stretched out her tiny hand, offering something that looked like, well, a burnt, blackened mess. "Uncle here. This is for you. It's super tasty." I took a closer look, but for the life of me, I couldn't tell what it was. "Yao Mei, what is this?" "Roast sparrow," she declared proudly. My heart softened. It reminded me, back in my previous life, when I was a kid, sparrows weren't protected animals yet. Dad used to catch them and roast them for me. They really were delicious, back then. Her cooking, though, could use some work. The poor thing overcooked it to bitterness, but I still polished it off. After all, it was a sweet gift from the kid. When she saw me eat it all, her eyes curved into crescent moons, beaming with pride. I picked up the egg from my noodles. "You gave me roast sparrow, so how about I give you this egg?" "Deal." I clearly heard her quiet gulp again, but her tiny hands waved furiously. "I'm not hungry, Uncle. I already had 3 big meat buns this morning. I'm not hungry at all." Slurp. Before she could finish her sentence, a line of drool had already betrayed her real feelings. Poor kid made even herself crave it. I couldn't help but laugh out loud, placing the egg directly into her mouth. "Eat up, and after you're done, I'll take you out to play." I ladled out half my noodles and the other egg into a bowl for her. It wasn't hard to tell. This wasn't food she got to enjoy often. As for me, well, I had plenty to spare. Everyone was at her house, so how could we let the child just sit there watching? Slurp. "Uncle, this tastes amazing. When can I eat noodles with fried eggs every day?" I patted her little head. "Starting today." "Really?" Her eyes lit up. "Of course. Uncle wouldn't lie to a kid. Can I eat fish too?" "You can." "Wait for me, Uncle." She scrambled down the Kong bed stove and came back a moment later with a fishing rod. "Uncle, let's go catch some fish. I've been craving fish for so long. The last time I had it was during New Year's, and back then I was only this tall. Dogwa's dad is good at fishing. He used to tease me, saying if I married Dogwa, he'd let me eat fish every day." "Uncle, do you know how to fish?" I took the fishing rod with a smile. "Not only can I fish, I can hunt too." "Let's go." "Awesome. Uncle, you're the best." She's just a little kid, but her ability to make you feel valued is next level. For someone so young, she has such high emotional intelligence. Sure, part of it could be her natural smarts, but I bet it's mostly from Kai Wanqing's guidance and influence. Kids might not remember every lesson you try to teach them, but they'll grow up imitating how you treat others. I grabbed my shoulder bag, picked up my bow and the fishing rod, while she carried a wooden bucket and a little fishnet, saying she'd catch shrimp for me. This girl knows everything about Mang Village. The place was originally named Mang, Python, Village because a massive 100-meter-long python was supposedly unearthed here. As people settled in, the name evolved into Mang, Reckless, Village, just a single letter changed, but it speaks volumes about the fierce and bold nature of the locals. The village has about 90 households and close to 500 people. Most of them migrated here from River Wing province's Songqing or Qingzhou province's Huqing, with a couple dozen families coming from North Gali province and the northern steppe. Where there are people, there's always drama. Even such a small place has its factions. On one side are 7 prominent surnames: Lin, Tan, Zhang, Li, Yang, Pai, and Tai. These families are bound by a sworn pact, tight-knit like kin. My martial uncle, Pai Changshan, happens to be one of them. On the other side is the village's wealthy landowner, Diao Mingda. This guy is influential across the entire Tangshan County and owns over 80% of Meng village's fertile land, more than 6,000 acres. Many villagers rely on his land to make a living. There's some underlying tension between the 7 families and the Diao clan, but they keep it civil for the most part, largely because village chief Lin Tianjun commands a great deal of respect. Listening to Yao Mei chatter, we made our way to the Qinggang River at the edge of the village. Before we got far, the rhythmic sound of clanging metal reached us. I looked up to see a flag with the word Smith written on it. "Is that a blacksmith shop?" I asked. "Sure is. It's Grandpa Yang's place. He's amazing. He can forge huge machetes. He said when I'm a little older, he'll give me one for free. Then I'll save up to buy a spear with a red tassel." I couldn't help but laugh. What kind of little girl dreams about machetes and spears? During all this running and escaping, I was down to only 3 arrows in my quiver. Not having more arrows made me feel uneasy. As we approached the smithy, the workshop was adorned with bundles of arrows hanging on the walls. This place sold arrows. Before I could even step through the doorway, a thunderous roar shot out from inside. "Why the hell are you dragging your feet? Are you even hammering with the right strength? Did you not eat? Or are you embroidering flowers? Did a wolf snatch your brain? When there's a woman on the forge, you move faster than anyone. Now swing that hammer another 100 times. If you don't finish today, no dinner for you." It was a sprawling courtyard. In the center stood a short but powerfully built young man, his entire body as tough as a chunk of iron, hammering away with great effort. At the corner, an older man in a sleeveless undershirt, his temper simmering, was carefully sharpening a bone arrowhead. I didn't barge in. Instead, I stood respectfully outside the door and clasped my hands in a polite gesture. "Master, excuse my interruption. Do you sell arrows here?" "Sell? Of course. Bone arrows, 5 for a penny. Sheet iron arrows, 3 for a penny. And iron-tipped arrows, 1 for a penny. Pick what you want." The prices were on the higher side but fair. After all, the Dacian currency was stable, and even the cheapest basic grain in the Tangshan region was 5 li per pound, while craftsmanship like arrows was a different matter altogether. Unfortunately, I didn't have any money on me. Pulling out a feathered arrow from my bag, I asked, "Master, would you take this arrow as a trade or as credit for now?" Before the old man could respond, a small voice interrupted cheerfully, "Uncle, no need. I've got money." My niece pulled out a few crumpled bills from her pocket. Her small face lifted with determination. "Grandpa Yang, give my uncle your best arrows. Forget the red-tasseled spear for now. Just get him the arrows." Without hesitation, she handed over 5 pennies, leaving me stunned. For a child, 5 pennies was a small fortune. Who knew how long she had saved it up for? This little girl was pure-hearted and loyal beyond words. The gruff old man immediately softened when he heard her voice, his stern face melting into warmth. "Ah, it's my little girl. Have you eaten yet? Grandpa's got some fruit here." "Yes, I've eaten already. 2 fried eggs and some noodles," she replied sweetly. Her honeyed words skewed the old man's grin until it seemed it would stretch clean off his face. Then, turning his head, he caught a clearer look at me and let out a surprised grunt. "Huh, thought you were just a passing merchant here to buy arrows. Now that I look closer, are you that apprentice of old Lu's nephew?" My mind raced, recalling the 7 family surnames my niece had mentioned: Lin, Tan, Zhang, Li, Yang, Pai, and Tai. Since she called him Grandpa Yang, then this must be the 5th family leader, Yang Taigang. I respectfully cupped my hands and bowed. "A pleasure to meet you, 5th great-uncle. My name's Chao Huai." Yang Taigang gave me an appraising look, approval in his gaze. Well-mannered, refined, presentable, indeed. "If you're who I think you are, calling me great-uncle is fine." But since we all defer to your godfather as eldest brother, you should call me fifth uncle instead. Fifth uncle, good day, I said with another polite bow. You need arrows? Come with me. He motioned for me to follow. As we walked, I noticed something subtle. He had a slight limp, likely from an old injury left over from past years. He shifted through a pile of arrows and said, pick whatever you like. No need to stand on ceremony. We're family. I didn't put on airs. Instead, I clasped my hands again. Fifth uncle, I'm taking my niece fishing later. I'll make sure to bring you something good afterward. Huh, good lad. The fresh fish from Chingang River is top-notch. This old man can't wait. Haven't tried it for a while. Pick out some yourself. I have other things to do. I selected 5 bone-tipped arrows and 5 with metal tips, leaving the most expensive ones with iron heads untouched. These 2 types of arrows are less powerful, suitable only for small or medium-sized prey. However, Yang Tiegon's craftsmanship was impressive. Each arrow was precise, with meticulously sharpened heads and shafts made of birchwood from the old forest. They weren't on par with my hawk feather arrows, but for anything short of deep mountain expeditions, they'd do just fine. Uncle Wu, I'll be heading out now. All right. When old Lu returns, come by my place for a drink. Holding my little niece's hand, I made my way to Chingang River at the edge of the village. This tributary of the Hunjiang River spanned over 30 meters wide in this area, with Highland Ridge, a branch of the Changbai Mountains, situated across the bank. Even without activating the radar, I could tell the forest over there was teeming with wildlife. A wave of restless excitement struck me. I couldn't wait to venture into the mountains. But my little niece, Yao Meier, was staring earnestly at the river. I chuckled, caught a few grasshoppers as bait. These days, unless you were a landlord, wasting grain to catch fish was unheard of. After baiting the hook, I opened up the radar and involuntarily sucked in a breath of chilly air. The Chingang River might appear calm on the surface, but beneath the water lay dense schools of fish along with quite a few critters, wild rabbits, pheasants, even flashed indicators of flying dragons. The richness of the Northeast's wildlife truly put the southern interior to shame. Uncle, are you sure there are fish here? Yao Meier blinked innocently at me. Of course. Your uncle isn't just some no-good who sets bait and catches nothing. Fishing is a basic skill for hunting. I mastered it when I was your age. Uncle, you're amazing. But what's a no-good? You'll understand once you learn to fish. With that, I found the thickest cluster of fish on the radar and sat down. Yao Meier, so sensible for her age, even hauled over a flat stone for me to sit on. Her considerate behavior was such a far cry from the brats of future generations. Fishing, much like hunting, relies on skill for precision, but the ability to locate prey is not something everyone possesses. Casting the line, I settled in, gently teasing the line every 10 seconds or so. While I was focused, the little one grew bored and wandered off to catch shrimp. She hadn't strayed far when suddenly, the line went taut. Got one. Splash. With strength belying my lanky frame, I hauled the line with a forceful pull. A grass carp, weighing over 6 pounds, emerged from the water, firmly hooked. Hunter experience +5. So fishing really does count as hunting. Though, unfortunately, the experience gain isn't much, nor does it contribute to leveling up my skills. Yao Meier, who'd rushed back, stared with wide, sparkling eyes, her small mouth gaping enough to fit a fist. A fish. Such a big fish. A 6-pound carp, nearly 2 feet long. Back when I lived in modern times, catching one like this would have had any amateur angler boasting to the entire neighborhood for days. But on the radar now, fish like this were practically countless. Yao Meier, let's catch one more for Grandpa Yang to make braised fish when we get home. Yay, braised fish for dinner. Kids have such simple joys. Just give them something tasty, and they're over the moon. I'd just cast the line back into the water when a commotion arose in the distance. A man in his early 20s, dressed in luxurious attire, was approaching the riverbank with several servants in tow. A small table was set up with melons, fruits, snacks, and a few roasted rabbits. The man spotted Yao Mei at a glance. Ripping off a rabbit leg, he strolled over with a grin. Yao Mei, come here. Yao Mei greeted him politely. Fifth Uncle Diao. Good girl. Want some roasted rabbit? She swallowed as her eyes sparkled with interest, nodding her little head. If you want to eat, it's simple, just call me Daddy, and I'll give it to you. Why should I call you daddy? She asked, puzzled. Because I want to bed your mother, Kai Junyang. Ha ha, he roared with laughter. The group of servants nearby burst into uproarious laughter. I stuck my fishing rod into the ground, grabbed my white oxhorn bow, and already had a bone arrow knocked on the string. Bone arrows weren't ideal for hunting big game, but for taking lives, they were more than sufficient. In the countryside, teasing kids with food was common, but cracking lewd jokes like that in front of a child crossed the line. I've grown quite accustomed to taking lives in this lifetime. With a few idle days behind me, my hands were itching for action. Though Yao Mei didn't fully understand what the man said, she instinctively knew it wasn't something good. Her face darkened. Bending down, she grabbed a rock and hurled it, hitting Diao Wu square on the nose from 3 or 4 meters away. Ah! Diao Wu screamed, clutching his bloodied nose. Bad guy? You bastard! Yao Mei shouted in the rich dialect of her hometown. After cursing him out, she turned and bolted away, thoughtfully choosing to run in the opposite direction from me, ensuring trouble wouldn't follow my way. You little brat! Diao Wu swore, rubbing his nose angrily. His eyes turned red as he grabbed a 30-pound hunting bow from a servant, knocked an arrow, and aimed it at the fleeing Yao Mei 20 meters away. By his stance, I could tell he was a skilled archer. If that arrow let fly, Yao Mei wouldn't get away unharmed, even if by some miracle she managed to survive. In that split second, a sharp whoosh echoed from the distance. Crack! An arrow from 50 meters away split Diao Wu's bow in half, the broken string snapping up and leaving a bloody gash across his face. F. Who dares mess with me? Diao Wu spun around, roaring in rage. But as his eyes locked on me, his entire demeanor changed. His body stiffened, a shiver visibly running down his spine. The rage vanished from his eyes, replaced by icy clarity. I stood there like a bear of a man, towering and broad, my expression as cold as midwinter ice. In my hands was a massive white oxhorn bow, something only men of immense strength could manage to draw. Armed with heavy arrows, this beast of a bow could pin a man to the ground, capable of taking down even a tiger in the mountains. The servants, who had been ready to charge at me with their clubs, suddenly stopped in their tracks. They couldn't explain it, but a primal fear gripped them, as if the man before them was a feral tiger ready to leap and tear them apart. If anyone knowledgeable had been present, they would have called it killing intent. Battle-hardened from traveling north, my aura of sheer bloodlust was so dense it felt almost tangible. Yao Mei, come here. Oblivious to how close she had come to death, Yao Mei skipped back happily to my side and stood still, throwing a smug humph toward Diao Wu's direction. With her little head tilted and gaze provocative, her expression screamed, "Come at me if you dare." I narrowed my eyes at Diao Wu and pulled out another finely crafted arrow. Plume arrow. The arrowhead is forged from the finest steel of the Northern Capital Steelworks, the shaft from wood, and the fletching from golden eagle feathers. This arrow costs more than any prey it could take down. It's never used for hunting game, only for taking lives. Specifically, the lives of powerful outlaws. The North's martial world has seen countless notorious figures meet their end beneath my arrow. To strike down a 5-year-old child, such cruelty reveals just how vile this person is. My killing intent surged. Even though Diao Wu had the advantage in numbers, it felt as though he were frozen, unable to move a muscle. He could tell at a glance that his opponent was a master archer. At a distance of 50 meters, should he take even one step, he'd be nailed in place by that plume arrow, nearly as thick as a finger. Just as I was about to draw the bowstring, my niece tugged on my sleeve. "Uncle," the fishing rod moved. Looking down at her innocent, childish face, my murderous intent subsided as I slowly lowered my arrow. No matter what, I couldn't kill a man in front of her. Diao Wu was scum, but there would be another chance to deal with him, someplace quiet, where no one would ever find his body. I tousled her hair before shouting in a thunderous voice, "Scram! Touch this child again, and you're dead." The roar exploded like the growl of a tiger or the rumble of thunder, reverberating in Diao Wu's head so fiercely it made his brain throb. Even my niece covered her ears. Diao Wu, though a practitioner of martial arts, instantly recognized the famed tiger-roaring thunder voice, a skill that only masters of the martial world could achieve. He never expected to encounter such a figure in this remote village. Ecstatically seizing the opportunity to flee, Jiao didn't dare leave a parting threat. Without a word, he turned tail along with his men and ran as fast as they could. After just a few steps, though, we heard a rustling in the riverside brush. Uncle, rabbits. 5 northeastern black rabbits bolted from their hiding spot, with the largest easily weighing 5 pounds. Niece, do you want to eat wild rabbit tonight? I asked. She nodded enthusiastically. Yes. Then let Uncle get a few for you. I set the plume arrow aside and picked up 5 bone-tipped arrows instead. Thwip, 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 thwip. A 5-shot barrage rang out. The rabbits, startled by the earlier tiger-roaring thunder voice, dropped one after the other, each pinned precisely through the head. Every shot found its mark flawlessly. Jiao happened to glance back while running and froze in his tracks, cold sweat pouring down his back. He'd heard tales of the legendary 5-arrow combo, but had never seen it with his own eyes. Reeling from his narrow escape, he was certain of one thing. He would never forget my face. Perfect hunt, wild rabbit. Plus 10 hunter experience, plus 1 profession point. Perfect hunt, wild rabbit. So it turns out hunting gives much more than fishing. I didn't even earn profession points from catching fish. I pulled up my status panel. Profession points, 5. Hunter experience, 55 out of 100. Tracking skill upgrade requirement, 30 points. I wonder how much killing someone would give, I mused aloud. While I was thinking, my niece diligently ran back and forth, gathering up the rabbits. She was fearless, even as I skinned and gutted the animals right in front of her, knowing full well that leaving the blood inside would spoil the meat. Instead of being frightened, she seemed curious, itching to try her hand at it. What an earthy little tomboy. Sending her off to school someday would be such a waste. This child's meant for wandering the martial world. We set to work preparing the rabbits. All right, the fishing rod stuck in the ground was still moving. I reeled it in. Another catch, a 3-pound grass carp. The rod didn't even have a reel, but it was sturdy. The fish struggled for ages and still couldn't shake the hook. I also figured something out. Fishing doesn't activate the perfect hunt skill, nor does it add any profession points. 2 fish and 5 rabbits. I was starting to feel a little burdened. The fish were easy to deal with. I'd keep one for myself and send the other to Yang Taigang. The rabbits, though, were a different story. The largest rabbit, even after gutting, still weighed 5 pounds. Rabbit meat's fine for a taste of the wild, but eating too much isn't very nutritious, nor is it particularly flavorful. I tossed the rabbit guts into the river to feed the fish, skewered the rabbits on a branch, and washed my hands by the water. Hey, little sis, is there a butcher in the village? There is. Uncle Dummau's a butcher. A butcher meant there was a market for game meat. Rabbits could be sold for both their meat and their fine pelts. Sure, prices might be lower in a mountain village, but I wasn't too concerned. If I really wanted to make money, small game like this wasn't the way. I'd already decided to head into the deeper Blackwood Ridge tomorrow. Take your uncle with you, help me sell the rabbits, and in a few days, I'll buy you some candy when we head to town. Yay, candy. Right now, my niece thought I was the best person in the whole world. Happily, she grabbed the fishing rod and led me toward the east side of the village. Before we even reached the courtyard, a strong stench of pig manure hit my nose. Then, I heard it, thunderous snoring. A burly man was sprawled out on a chair, sound asleep. Uncle Dummau, wake up. My uncle caught some rabbits. He's incredible. The butcher woke with a start, rubbing the drool from the corner of his mouth. Groggily, he said, I'm not slaughtering pigs today. Come back for that on the 15th of the lunar month. Uncle Dummau, it's me. His eyes finally cleared. Little sis, what are you doing here? My uncle's selling rabbits so he can buy me candy. Ha ha ha, you little sweet tooth. Your uncle, huh? He looked at me, then laughed heartily and stepped forward with a clasped fist greeting. Brother Huai, I'm Zhang Dabiao. My father's Zhang Feihu, third among the 7 Zhang family brothers. I'm your cousin, Zhang San's nephew. When you first came to Mang Village, I was the one that carried you back here on my shoulders. Memory clicked into place. I'd been near death when I made it to Mang Village, and a sturdy man had indeed piggybacked me in. So it was Brother Dabiao. My apologies for not recognizing you sooner. Ah, no need for apologies. Family doesn't stand on ceremony. Selling rabbits, huh? He glanced at them. Good aim. All headshots, so the pelts are pristine. And the gutting work, better than what I can pull off after nearly 20 years as a butcher. Whoa, you've even got a big fish. It didn't take a master to see quality work, but Zhang Dabiao had been wielding a knife since he was 12. At 30, even he admitted he couldn't clean game as neatly as this. Generous as ever, he said, skinned rabbits, I'll pay 15 cents a pound for the meat and a dime for each pelt. Deal. Brother Dabiao, that's county town pricing. You're offering too much. You're seriously gonna haggle with me, your brother, over this? You just moved here, and it's my job to look after you. Besides, old Lou's son in the next village loves eating rabbit. That rich brat blows through money like it's paper. You won't regret it. Turning it down would mean you're looking down on me as your brother. With the words laid out like that, I had no option but to accept and owe him the favor. 4 skinned rabbits weighed 11 pounds in total, and even though the original price, fur and all, was just 95 cents, Zhang Dabiao insisted on rounding it up to a full dollar, saying it was for me to buy some wine. As I was about to leave, I tried to leave him a grass carp, but he absolutely refused to take it, simply telling me to keep it and reach out if he ever craved fish. As I stepped outside, an uneasy sense of the unusualness of Mang Village crept over me again. There was Kai Wanqing, refined and elegant, Yang Taigang, shrouded in mystery, and now Zhang Dabiao, sharp and intense. His calloused hands weren't from farming or butchering, but likely from wielding weapons. And his casual use of "my father" in conversation didn't align with the background of a rural butcher. His generosity, too, resembled that of a hardy, free-spirited wanderer from the Jianghu rather than a person of humble means. One's background tends to slip out inadvertently, embedding itself in small details of their behavior and words. Don't be fooled. Getting even just $1 for selling rabbits was no small matter. In Mang Village, among the 7 surnames, families who farmed, did manual labor, or hunted rarely saw $20 a year. Tenant farmers and long-term laborers would struggle to make even 10. Zhang Dabiao's extravagance was certainly baffling. Mang Village, it's hiding something, I muttered to myself. I then had my niece, Yao Meier, take the grass carp over to Yang Taigang and return to Kai Wanqing's house. Initially, I planned to buy a few items and visit Sixth Aunt, but a neighbor informed me she had gone to visit relatives and would be back the next day. Back home, I deftly skinned the rabbit I'd kept for us, propped it over a fire, and started roasting it. I saved the rabbit's hide. Once tanned, I planned to turn it into a winter hat for Yao Meier. The poor girl's ears bore old frostbite scars from winters past when she hadn't been properly kept warm. Now that she'd started calling me uncle, it was only right that I gift her something meaningful. Next, I gutted and scaled the grass carp. As the scales fell to the ground, Yao Meier carefully began collecting them. What are you gathering that for? Uncle, you can roast them. They're so yummy, she exclaimed, eyes wide with excitement. Her innocent smile stirred a strange ache in my chest. In my past life, a child her age might not even touch fish meat, and here she was treating fish scales like a delicacy. I flicked the tip of her nose. We'll eat the meat, not the scales. Trust Uncle on this one. Okay, Uncle. Are you thirsty? I'll get you some water. She trotted off on her short legs, bringing back a ladle of water. As for the fish, I didn't dare cook it myself. Fish dishes can be tricky, and culinary finesse wasn't exactly my strength. Word had it that Kai Wanqing was skilled in cooking fish, so I decided not to take any risks. With some spare time on my hands, I chopped wood, refilled the water jars, and kept myself busy around the house. By the time I was done, Kai Wanqing returned, carrying a bundle of tobacco leaves. She froze in surprise upon seeing the rabbit roasting over the fire and the large fish sprawled on the cutting board. This is... Mommy. Yao Meier ran over, her excitement bubbling. Uncle's amazing. He can fish. He even hunts rabbits. And he said he'd buy me sweets. Mommy, can you make fish? Please. Kai Wanqing turned her gaze to me, a flicker of astonishment in her eyes. Big brother, you're back. Yeah, I'm back. Hungry? Let me whip up a meal for you. Her expression remained curious and full of questions. Everyone says that those who live near the mountains rely on its resources, but who would have thought that? Not easy. Every winter, the villagers of Mang Village organize hunting trips in the mountains. The harvest entirely depends on fate, Forget about big game. Even catching a rabbit or a wild pheasant often comes down to pure luck. Fishing? That's nothing more than a pastime for the wealthy landowners. At this moment, as she looked at the much younger man in front of her, her gaze shifted. Turns out he wasn't just a pair of broad shoulders and nothing else. When she walked into the kitchen, she suddenly remembered the tobacco leaf in her hand. Why, I noticed your fingers are stained yellow. You must be a smoker. On the way back, I asked Aunt Lou for some real Northeast tobacco. It's not much, but make do with it. 2 lives, and I've had a smoking habit in both. As both my biological father in my past life and my foster father in this life would say, a man can't manage without a cigarette in hand. Without hesitation, I rolled one up. Sure, tobacco leaves are far inferior to the factory-made cigarettes you find in the city, but having something is still better than having nothing. Dodging Yao Mei, who was looking to get clingy, I stepped out to the courtyard gate and lit the cigarette. Smelling the aroma of the food cooking in the kitchen and the roasted rabbit in the yard, I suddenly thought to myself, this little life of ours, it's not too shabby after all. Dinner's ready. The sun was setting as the dishes were served. Yao Mei eagerly placed bowls and chopsticks on the table over the heated brick bed. We ate in the East Room, which was where Kai Wanqing and her daughter lived. It was the first time I'd stepped into her place, a typical Northeast earthen house, with paper-lined walls and ceiling. On the heated bed was a small cabinet, and the rest of the space was filled with various sized wine jars. The room was simple, with nothing valuable in sight, except for one photo frame that caught my attention. In the black and white photo, Kai Wanqing was holding hands with a teenage girl about 14 or 15 years old, while cradling baby Yao Mei in her arms. Getting a photo taken in these times was no trivial matter. That girl in the photo, Kai Wanqing had never mentioned her before. Why, come eat, she said, dishing out a bowl of millet rice for me. For Yao Mei, tonight was practically a feast. Fermented bean paste, stewed grass carp, a roasted wild rabbit, and stir-fried cabbage. She didn't know which dish to start with. The aroma of the bean paste stew was extraordinary. I had a bite of the fish. Big sister, this cooking of yours is wasted here in the village. You should open a restaurant in the county. She responded with a sly, beautiful smile. Flattering me, aren't you? My real specialty is Sichuan-style poached fish, but I didn't have the right ingredients. Just wait until Mid-Autumn Festival. I'll show you then. I'll hold you to that. Oh, I almost forgot. She got off the heated bed and pulled out a 2-pound sealed jar of wine from the pile of jars. With a meal this good, we can't go without wine. Did you brew this yourself? Just a way to make ends meet. With a pop, she broke the seal of hardened yellow clay. In an instant, the rich fragrance of the wine overpowered the aroma of the food. It was unlike anything I'd encountered before. She poured me a large bowl and even filled one for herself. Why, thank you for looking after Yao Mei all day today. No need to thank me for that. I heard about what happened by the river. Diao Wu is the youngest son of the well-known elder Diao, spoiled and arrogant as he is. He only drew a blade because he must have been really pushed to the edge today. Big sister, thank you for looking out for the little one. I was slightly taken aback. This was something I had specifically asked her not to talk about, worrying she might get anxious. Looks like I underestimated how fast news travels in the countryside. Glancing at the little one sitting there, her mouth smeared with grease as she ate, I chuckled. I feel a connection with this kid. Come on, big sister, let's have a toast. The sound of our cups meeting filled the quiet air. When the liquor hit my tongue, my eyebrows involuntarily shot up. In my previous life, I'd been something of a wealthy man and had tasted more fine liquors than I could count. Even in this life, my foster father had often indulged me with drinks. But this wine made by Kai Wanqing, was beyond any of the baijiu I had ever had. Calling it nectar wouldn't be an exaggeration. There's no way a simple country brewmistress should have this level of skill. I set my cup down. Big sister, your craft is wasted here. If you like it, have some more. I may not promise much, but there's never a shortage of wine. She sidestepped the compliment, and I didn't press further. A woman with stories to tell is like a good drink. No need to rush the first sip, but the aftertaste lingers, deep and full. 2 gin of wine, 1 each between us, and she didn't show any signs of being drunk. Her face was just tinged with a faint blush, making her even more captivating. When dinner was over, I offered to clear the table, but she shot that down instantly. That's not a man's job. Back in my west room, I began organizing my gear. Today's fishing venture had convinced me of the radar's power, so tomorrow, I'd head into the mountains, maybe catch sight of and deal with Diao Wu if I got lucky. This trip wasn't just about catching some big game. I needed to cash in for living expenses and save up enough to buy a gun. My foster father, a martial arts master of the old school, deeply disdained firearms. I had once shared that sentiment. However, since my memories awakened, I couldn't shake a deep sense of unease without one. A gun is a great equalizer. Even the little girl could bring down a master with one in hand. In my last life, my trophy room was stocked with walls upon walls of firearms, and I had even hired old Russian veterans as instructors. I dare say my marksmanship wasn't inferior to my archery. While my skill with a bow had reached its peak, I had to admit, no matter how great an archer is, they can't outmatch a trained frontier soldier of the Great Qin Army. By now, their rifles were standard-issue 5-shot bolt actions, outclassing bows in power and rate of fire. The age of the bow and arrow ended 3 centuries ago. Had I been armed with even a single rifle during the ambush, my foster father might still be alive. No matter how fast a bow fires, it can't outrun the pull of a modern trigger. As I finished prepping my bow and blade, I realized one more thing was missing: a face covering. For most hunters, this wasn't essential, but for me, it absolutely was. It would help conceal my identity in case of disputes and could double as a quick makeshift gas mask to block the forest miasma. After rummaging around, I couldn't find any suitable fabric in the room. I decided to go bother Kai Wanqing for a piece. Stepping outside, I saw her walking toward the house with a large bucket in hand. Steam was rising from the stove. It seemed she was heating water for a bath. I gave her a quick greeting before discreetly stepping out into the courtyard for a stroll. The charming widow was undoubtedly attractive, but at the end of the day, I was still a man, so I needed to keep my distance for propriety's sake. Inside the east room, after bathing both herself and the little one, Kai Wanqing glanced thoughtfully out the window. The night was deep, the moonlight casting a serene glow as a tall figure paced in the courtyard. She couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of him deliberately keeping his distance. "Why, there's still some water in the pot. Why don't you wash up too?" It was 1901, in the rural outskirts of the Dacian era, where electricity was unheard of. As darkness fell, people retired to bed early. Those with spouses busied themselves with marital affairs, while the unmarried simply drifted to sleep alone. Entertainment was scarce. Kai Wanqing, however, didn't turn in early. A single candle flickered in the east room as she knitted a pair of cloth shoes, a project she'd been working on for several days and was nearing completion. Although her hands were busy, her mind wandered. Recalling the words Aunt Six had said when arranging for her to stay at his home, her cheeks flushed slightly. "Big sister, could you spare a piece of coarse cloth? I want to make a face covering." From outside, my voice suddenly broke the quiet, snapping her out of her shy daydreams. "Ah, there are some scraps on the table. Help yourself," she replied. I paused before pushing the door open. Her attire was proper, not leaving much room for awkwardness, but still, alone at night, with just the two of us, there was an undeniable touch of ambiguity in the room. "Is Yaomei asleep?" I asked, pretending to make casual conversation as I rifled through the scraps. Before she could answer, Yaomei shot out from beneath her blankets like a little whirlwind. "I'm not asleep. Uncle, are we going fishing tomorrow?" she chirped, all excitement and zero drowsiness. "Tomorrow, Uncle's going hunting in the mountains. We'll have different meat to eat," I replied. "Yay, I want to come too." "No way, you're too little. Maybe when you're older." "Fine, when I'm older then." Hearing me mention heading into the mountains, a look of concern dawned on Kai Wanqing's face. "Are you planning to go to the Blackridge Forest?" "Yup. Farming isn't really my thing, and the harvest season's already over. Hunting is one of the skills I've got, and it brings in money quickly," I said casually, though I withheld the detail that I could also kill people if necessary. Hawaii, the Blackridge Forest is also known as Dragon Gang Mountain. It stretches over 500 miles and is filled with dense woods. There are mountain tigers, bears, and wolves. You wouldn't believe how many. Even the marksmen from Landlord Diao's manor have met their end there. Why not just hunt near the Dragon Gang River? At least wait until Uncle Lin gets back. He could organize a group of men to accompany you. It's safer that way. Her concern was reasonable. Even the most skilled hunters rarely ventured into the deep woods alone. The forest teemed with creatures adept at ambush: tigers, leopards, and wolf packs, often getting so close you wouldn't even have time to react. Going solo into the depths was practically a death wish without a capable team and trained hunting dogs. But they didn't know I had a mini-map hack. With a 3-kilometer radius of awareness, I could detect a Siberian tiger trying to ambush me and land a killing shot before it even made a move. I smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, big sister. I won't go too deep, just keeping an eye out for elk, wild boars, or roe deer. I'll stay within 3 to 5 miles. She relaxed a little at that. 3 to 5 miles wasn't too far. Within this range, there's plenty of food in the wilderness, so wild animals rarely ventured close to humans unless under extraordinary circumstances. All right, just leave early tomorrow. I'll make you some provisions. Don't stay too long in the forest, and make sure to return before nightfall." All right. I rummaged through the desk under the dim light, and my eyes fell on a piece of white cloth. "If you're not in a rush, I can make it for you after I finish what I'm doing," she offered. "No need. This one's simple. This piece of white fabric will do." "Hey, big sis, what's this for? It looks kinda strange, with these 2 straps attached." The fabric was an irregular rectangle, about the width of a hand and a half. With a quick slack sound, I cut it, just the right size for a face covering. Even the strap length seemed perfect. Kai Wanqing looked up, hearing the noise. She didn't remember having any white fabric scraps, but when she saw it, her face flushed bright red. The light was dim, so I hadn't noticed anything unusual, and I didn't dare stare at a pretty widow too long, especially at night. People might get the wrong idea. Yet at this moment, her delicate face was red as a ripe apple. That's when I realized. While bathing, she must have thrown a few articles of clothing onto the desk, some of which she hadn't worn back yet, and I had unknowingly taken one of them. At first, she probably thought I was doing it on purpose, but after a moment of reflection, she understood. There was no way I could have recognized what it was supposed to be. Despite my usual calm demeanor and imposing stature, I was only 18 in this lifetime. Having grown up in remote mountains and forests, it wasn't unusual for someone like me to have never seen a woman's intimate clothing before. Holding the fabric, I turned to leave. She stayed silent. Logic would suggest that once I left, the awkwardness would dissipate. But right then, her little daughter popped out of bed with a sudden thwomp. "Mama, isn't that your chest wrap?" Silence. Utter, deathly silence. If Kai Wanqing could have dug a hole and buried herself, she would have. Meanwhile, I was frozen in place. Like hell I meant to take advantage of anybody. I swore to the heavens I had no idea. I met plenty of women in my last life, but this chest binder thing? I had never even seen one before, let alone touched one. Nobody wore such things back in those days. "You little rascal, what are you doing up causing trouble in the middle of the night? Go to sleep." Usually as gentle as water, Kai Wanqing suddenly turned into a volcano. Her little one was dumbfounded. "Mama, I'll sleep. Mama, I'm being good. Mama, stop pinching my thigh. It hurts." Hearing the poor child repeatedly crying out, "Mama," hoping to awaken some motherly love, I quietly slipped out of the room without a sound. This place had turned into a lair of southwestern volcanic fury, safer to retreat. It wasn't until I stepped outside that I realized I was still holding the fabric, or rather, the modified face cover. I was stuck. If I didn't return it, I'd look like a creep. But if I went back, well, judging by the shrieks inside, better not. After all, she couldn't hit me if she was already punishing her little girl. Returning to the west wing, I lay down. But no matter how much I tossed and turned, I couldn't fall asleep. There was this faint, indescribable scent in the air. I guess that's just how it is when you're young, full of fire. That night, Kai Wanqing couldn't sleep either. After being widowed for so many years, something seemed to shift within her after tonight's mishap. Before the sun even rose, Kai Wanqing got up. Throwing some corn stalks into a pot to make porridge, she walked over to the rice jar and took out a small bag of flour. Flour, in these times, was a luxury for most households. Inside the bag, however, was only a jean of flour was originally saved for making dumplings during the Mid-Autumn Festival. She kneaded the dough, rolled out the wrappers, and chopped spring onions, all in one swift motion. Then she fired up the stove to make scallion pancakes and, while at it, steamed 5 coarse-grained cornbread buns. She was not only beautiful, but also incredibly efficient. At the crack of dawn, I woke up to the smell of food drifting through the air and the sound of someone bustling in the kitchen outside. When I pushed the door open, Kai Wanqing was busy preparing breakfast. "You're awake? There's warm water in the basin and a folded willow twig. Go freshen up," she said. "Thanks for all your hard work, big sister," I replied. "What hard work? Breakfast will be ready soon," she answered. Neither of us mentioned last night when we met again, as if nothing had happened. But after I left, her face turned red once again. For all her life, apart from her late husband, I was the first man to accidentally glimpse her undergarments. I brushed my teeth with the willow twig and washed my face. Though industrialized Qian had toothbrushes, tooth powders, and even toothpaste, those luxuries were out of reach for the average village folks like us. When I returned to the room, breakfast was ready, and the youngest sister was folding the quilt with impressive speed. Her eyes lit up when Kai Wanqing brought over freshly made scallion pancakes. "Mom, pancakes!" the little one exclaimed. "Pancakes? What pancakes? Go wash your face first. You're eating cornbread buns. These pancakes are for your uncle to take up the mountain," her mom scolded. After dealing with the youngest sister, Kai Wanqing handed me a wooden lunchbox and said, "There are scallion pancakes in here. I also packed the rabbit meat from yesterday. It's for your meal on the mountain." Her considerate nature warmed my heart. Women like her might have been common in this era, but back in my past life, they were one-in-a-million treasures. The little sister bounced onto the Kong. Seeing the mother and daughter about to grab the cornbread buns, I grabbed 2 scallion pancakes and put them in their bowls. "You eat these. I'll have the buns instead. It's been a while since I've last had them." Before Kai Wanqing could protest, I had already taken all 5 cornbread buns. The youngest sister stared longingly at the golden scallion pancake in her bowl, then looked up at her mom. "Mom, just eat it," her mother said. The first bite of the cornbread bun immediately scratched at my throat. In this era, cornbread buns were made with the coarsest grains, a mix that seemed to me like someone ground corn cobs straight into flour. What was livestock feed in my past world was staple food for regular households here. Despite the poor taste, I devoured the 5 buns, a scallion pancake, and washed it all down with 2 large bowls of millet porridge. After the meal, Kai Wanqing, as usual, didn't let me clean the dishes. So I took the chance to return to the West Room to prepare my supplies. First up, weapons. My 100-pound white buffalo horn bow was indispensable. I had plenty of arrows too, though before heading into the mountains, I'd stopped by Yang Tiegong's shop to buy a few iron-tipped arrows. Bone or scrap iron arrows were too fragile for bigger game. I tied up my leg wraps, strapped a hunting knife to my waist, and secured a 30-centimeter infantry spearhead to my lower leg, a trick the old forest hands called a leg spear. If danger struck, you could quickly lift your leg to draw the blade to face a threat. Then I checked my backpack: matches, compass, medical kit, seasonings, water flask, lasso, rope. Everything was accounted for. Suddenly, I slapped my forehead, exclaiming, "Still missing a carrying frame." The carrying frame is used for hauling prey. I never needed one before. Our family had plenty of good horses, and every time I went up the mountain, I'd take 5 or 6 horses or mules with me. But now, I'm so broke I'd almost pee blood. My old account got shut down, and I'm starting from scratch. Just as I was pondering where to find one, a flash caught my eye. There it was, a carrying frame standing quietly in the corner of the West Room. "Why, try on these shoes," Kai Wanqing said, walking in with a pair of black cloth shoes. I glanced down at my leather boots. My big toe was sticking out. These shoes were clearly stitched together by her overnight. "Big sis, thank you. No need to be formal. Try them on." Cloth shoes aren't as practical as leather boots in the mountains, but they're definitely more comfortable. I appreciated her thoughtfulness. Can the carrying frame still be used? Of course. That was made by Uncle Tan's second for Yao Mei's dad. It cost quite a bit of money back then. She wiped off the dust and handed it to me. When I left the house, I went to Yang Tiegong's place to spend a dime on 10 iron-tipped arrows. After that, Kai Wanqing and Yao Mei walked me to the edge of the village. It was at a fork in the road that she stopped. To the west is Liao Prefecture's territory. Up north, across the bridge, is Black Forest Ridge. The mountain path our village dug reaches about 20 miles in. Stick to the trail and check the areas on either side, but do not go too deep and don't stay overnight in the mountains. Even if you don't get anything, come back before dark. Mountain spirits, bears, wolf packs, they're all out there. Let's promise this. Return by dusk. If we don't see you by then, I'll have Aunt Lynn gather people to search for you. Over the years, she hadn't seen many young people venture into the mountains alone, so she was genuinely worried. I grinned and replied, "Got it, big sis. Once I'm in, it's like heading home to me. Wait for me. I'll bring back a big catch." All right, off I go. Bye, Yao Mei. Goodbye, uncle. I headed straight toward Black Forest Ridge. Kai Wanqing only turned back with Yao Mei when I was completely out of sight. Creak, creak. The thousand-layered soles of my black cloth shoes crunched against the fallen leaves as I walked. Crossing the stone bridge, I stared at the dense woods of Black Forest Ridge ahead and felt a wave of excitement wash over me. Autumn in the northeastern woods is like a spilled paint palette. The wind rushes through, and the rustling sound of leaves accompanies you. I hadn't gone far before I heard the thump of pine cones dropping. Following the 3-meter-wide mountain trail upward, I turned on my radar. Within a 3-kilometer radius, small game was abundant, and there were even a few medium-sized ones on the periphery. I didn't bother with the smaller critters. They're fine for a tasty meal, but won't bring in much money, unless it's sable, weasel, or fox. The big game I really wanted this time was a black bear. Every part of it is valuable, and taking one down means we could have a fat, happy year. Plus, they're not as fierce as tigers, solidly built, but a bit clumsy. Fall is the season when they bulk up for hibernation, so they're not hard to come by. And to be honest, I was already dreaming about bear paws. After trekking 6 or 7 miles without spotting any big prey, I wasn't discouraged. Hunting requires patience. Taking a sip of water, I glanced at the radar. I laughed. Speak of the devil, and it shall appear. At the edge of my radar, a large prey had been marked. I couldn't quite make out what it was, but it was undoubtedly substantial in size. I licked my fingers, gauged the wind direction, and descended the mountain path to position myself downwind, moving carefully toward the target. The forest terrain was treacherous, so I treaded cautiously. An average hunter wouldn't dare venture alone into a place like this. After about 2 or 3 miles, I halted. It was moving. I was moving. The straight-line distance between us was now less than 500 meters. Still downwind, I could faintly catch a whiff of something bloody in the air. It was a carnivore, or at least an omnivore at the very least. The prey had stopped moving on my radar. I confirmed there were no other large creatures within a 3-kilometer radius before I inched closer. Those 500 meters took me a full 30 minutes. I couldn't afford to startle it. Finally, a low grunting sound reached my ears. Gently parting the underbrush, I saw it. 50 meters away on a slope stood a wild boar weighing at least 300 pounds, rooting in the dirt for food. It had no tusks. It was a sow. Its coarse black fur bristled like steel needles, some patches so dense they'd matted into felt. The corner of my mouth curled up. It wasn't a bear, but I could accept this. Wild boars weren't as valuable as bears, but were far from worthless. The belly and hide could fetch a good price, not to mention all that meat. A 300-pounder? I could sell it for 30, maybe $40 at least. 50 meters was my optimal shooting range. If I'd been holding a rifle, I could have taken the shot from 100 meters. Slowly, I drew an iron-tipped arrow but didn't string my bow just yet. The boar was facing away from me, and with the added incline, a single arrow might not be lethal. If I failed to kill it, I could end up chasing it tirelessly across the mountain. Minute by minute passed. The boar seemed to be finishing up, ready to move to another patch of mushrooms. That was my chance. Draw the bow. Knock the arrow. Pull it back to full draw. The boar's body turned, presenting me with a profile. Every movement of it felt slow, almost as if time itself had come to a halt. Twang. The iron-tipped arrow pierced through its left ear, the force so great that the tip poked out slightly from the right ear. It didn't have time to squeal. The massive black boar collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud, as if its batteries had been ripped out. Even the toughest hide can't protect the inch that leads directly to the brain. Wild boars are thick-skinned and tough. Some in the deep woods are even known as armored boars. But no matter how resilient a carbon-based life form is, it has weaknesses: ears, eyes, under the tail. Especially the ear hole. which gives direct access to the brain. A severe hit means instant death. Of course, it's no easy task. Most hunters wouldn't dare claim they could hit such vital spots with certainty, especially with a bow. More often than not, hunters rely on dogs to take down boars. But me? I'm skilled enough, confident enough, to pull it off solo. Still, following the code of seasoned hunters, I loosely notched another arrow as I approached to deliver a finisher. That's just what you do. No matter how confident you are, you always make sure, or you risk paying for it yourself. However, my radar already showed it was dead, so the backup was unnecessary. Perfect hunt of a large prey. Hunter experience plus 50. Profession points plus 5. Experience points sufficient for level up. Level up successful. Hunter. Level up. Unlocked new skill. Eagle Eye level 1. Eagle Eye significantly boosts all shooting abilities, covering guns, crossbows, throwing knives, and projectiles. Special ability, Wind Listening, allowing the user to determine a target's position based on sound. Skill points, 10. Current skills, Tracking, level 1, Eagle Eye, level 1. Hiking into the mountains and immediately stumbling onto a big catch. Plus leveling up? Yeah, I was feeling pretty good. The shooting enhancements hadn't kicked in fully yet, but once I calmed myself, every tiny movement within 50 meters, be it the rustle of grass or the flutter of leaves, was crystal clear to me. This kind of skill? Perfect for both hunting and dealing with enemies. I drew my iron-headed arrow. It was a bit worn, but still decent enough for a backup. After binding the boar's hind legs with rope and hanging it upside down from a sturdy tree, I let the blood flow out before gutting it. The intestines? Those went up on the tree as per tradition, a way to honor the mountain spirits in exchange for their blessing. Now, honoring spirits aside, from a hunter's perspective, intestines spoil quickly, stink up your gear, and are a pain to carry. Best to leave them. I kept the heart, liver, and kidneys but side-eyed the stomach. Not a single scar or boil on it. No use selling that for much. Once the blood was drained, I scattered the leftover innards in the vicinity for warding off evil spirits. Truth was, it might buy me some time against scavengers. Finally, I hoisted the boar onto my back rack. Blood and guts removed. It weighed less than 300 pounds. Not exactly light, but manageable enough for me. One boar was more than enough. If I killed another, I wouldn't be able to carry it down alone. By the time I rounded up help from the village, what'd be left? Just bones, thanks to the mountain predators. Now that I've got this hauled, it's time to think about my next purchase, a gun, and maybe look into getting a horse. Even a mule would do. Humming a little tune, I made my way down the trail. I hadn't gone more than a couple hundred steps before I caught on. Didn't need a radar to know. I'd attracted some hangers-on. Now, hangers-on aren't actual ghosts. I may have reincarnated with memories of my past life, but I skipped the trip across the afterlife's famed Bridge of Forgetfulness. Around here, though, that's just what we call predators tracking hunters for an easy meal. These creatures aren't stupid. Why bother chasing your own kill when you can steal someone else's prize? Freshly hunted meat always tastes better too. 2 gray wolves, each the size of a large domestic dog, had been tailing me from about 200 meters away. Drawn by the boar's blood scent, they were eyeing it like the feast of a lifetime. The only catch: the boar was strapped to me, a tall and imposing 2-legged beast, and that alone made them hesitate. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted them. A faint smirk played on my lips. My hand rested casually on my knife as I kept walking, unconcerned. Radar showed the area was clear of other wolves within 3 kilometers. No pack here, just 2 daring scouts. And since they weren't howling to summon backup, it seemed they were hoping to hog the spoils for themselves. Wolves, alone or in pairs. Please, as long as they weren't swarming, they were no real threat. When I was 13, I'd taken down a wild wolf barehanded without a scratch to show for it. That was the moment my godfather acknowledged me as a proper hunter. These 2 trailed me for another few hundred meters. Eventually, figuring I was alone, they judged their odds again. Despite my apparent vulnerabilities, something about me screamed danger. Their instincts whispered that if they made a move, one or both of them wouldn't make it out alive. After a few moments of indecision, they turned back, slinking off into the bushes. Maybe there was already some leftover carcass nearby, enough for a quick meal. As for me, too risky. They'd return later with backup if it still felt worth it. Smart choice, I thought to myself. They should. Lucky me. This time, I didn't have the strength or capacity, or it'd be my turn to clean up after them. Wolf pelts are worth way more than wild boar hides. Never kill just for the sake of killing. For food, for money, fine. But raising a blade for the pleasure of slaughter? That's against my foster father's teachings. Along the way, there were plenty of pheasants, hares, even a flying dragon. I didn't bother with any of them. One wild boar's enough to eat and sell. No greed, no senseless killing. About 2 miles from leaving the mountains, I suddenly came to a stop. A soft fluttering sound. 30 meters ahead, something glimmered bright and white. It was a snow-white fox. Absolutely flawless. Its fur was pure brilliance, a prize above prizes in the fur trade. White foxes, red foxes, they're exceptional even among the best-conditioned pelts. This one, priceless. What a lucky find. Land a big buyer, and you'd name your price, moderately guessing, equal to 10 300-pound wild boars. She was a beauty, too, with sly, foxy eyes, a delicate oval face, and a charm that almost kept me from lifting my hand. For any ordinary hunter, they'd be stringing an arrow already. But me? I've seen money, lots of it. White foxes are rare, sure, but they're also seen as auspicious. I hesitated. Just then, the little white fox stood on her hind legs, put her front paws together, and bowed with a yipping sound. That adorable gesture completely washed away any killing intent in me, and I burst into laughter. You're hungry, little one. I sliced off some boar liver and tossed it her way. Meat like that is delicacy for a carnivore. But she ignored it, instead trotting closer to bow once more. What's this? Not after food. You think I'm an emperor or a general now? I stepped forward a few paces, and she didn't flinch or flee. My hand reached out, and she gently tugged at my pant leg, motioning for me to follow. This little fox had a request for me. The radar showed no immediate danger, and the 2 wolves were long gone. Curious about her intelligence, I followed. Sure enough, not far off, the painful cries of another creature filled the air. It was another fox. A bright, fiery red one, crying out on the ground with a paw stuck in a tree hollow, unable to pull free. I'd seen and spent a lot of money in my time. Yet, in that moment, I still felt something, desire. A snow fox and a fire fox, both impeccable treasures. Yip, yip. The white fox stood upright again and bowed, tugging at my heart yet again. Darn it. Luck's on your side, both of you. Remember this. Not all humans are trustworthy. Few are like me. I moved toward the red fox. The moment I crouched, it bared its teeth and growled. Before I could react, the white fox swatted her paw on the red one's head, even miming a bite. Only then did the red fox let out a softened cry, resistance melting from its eyes. It seemed to understand I wasn't here to harm them. I pulled a knife and stabbed around the tree hollow, shaving off bark and chips. With some space freed, the red fox sprang loose in one swift motion. Standing side by side, both little foxes bowed to me before darting off into the forest. No wonder northeastern hunters often refuse to touch the 5 saints: foxes, weasels, hedgehogs, snakes, or mice. There's some truth to it. Principles and taboos, I follow them, but not rigidly. My foster father once taught me the ultimate truth. Rules are made by people, but the strong don't fear them. We live but once, so why not live freely? These 2 little guys got lucky. It just so happened I was in a good mood and had something to spare. Otherwise, who knows what their fate would have been. Saving the fox wasn't something I dwelled on. I'd barely taken a few steps when I heard more squealing sounds behind me. What the hell? I turned around, startled. There came the little white fox, running toward me with something golden in its mouth. Clink. When it reached me, it dropped the shiny object at my feet. I picked it up and was stunned. It was a gold medallion with a small hole at the top, clearly meant to be worn around the neck. It was carved with a lifelike figure of Guan. If not for the tooth marks, it could have passed as an exquisite piece of art. The moment I touched it, I could tell it was solid gold. The craftsmanship was extraordinary, something worthy of even the finest artisans in Luocheng, Yinyang, or Jinling. The Great Qian operated on a gold standard, where 2 gold notes could be exchanged for a gram of gold. This medallion weighed around 30, maybe 40 grams. To common folks, That was a fortune, though, admittedly, it was worth far less than the pelts of these two foxes. Still, it's a universal truth. The heart is never satisfied, not just for humans, but for foxes too. Seeing their sense of gratitude lifted my spirits. Sometimes, animals are more worth befriending than people. When you're kind to them, they remember. Some people, on the other hand, just take your kindness for granted like they're entitled to it. I sliced off 2 more pieces of pig liver and fed them. This time, the little white fox didn't refuse and ate with gusto. Petting its smooth fur, I couldn't help but wonder. Sure, foxes are known to be clever, but how would it instinctively know that humans value gold? I didn't buy it. They'd probably seen people trading gold for goods before, which is how they learned its value. Even so, it was quite impressive. After all, foxes aren't considered the smartest among animals. Once they were full, the little white fox rubbed against my pant leg a few times. The red fox followed suit, mimicking its companion. These two fluffy, adorable creatures. I really wanted to take them home, but being under someone else's roof, I decided against it. If something comes up, just call for me. If anyone bullies you, come find me, but don't forget to bring some gold next time. Now off you go. There are wolves nearby. Reluctantly, they disappeared into the underbrush. Holding the medallion, I decided there was no rush to sell the wild boar I'd caught. For starters, hauling it into town would attract too much attention. And besides, I had another task to handle in Mang village, visiting the mountain gate. The mountain gate belonged to my uncle master, Pai Chongshun. He wasn't home, but his wife, known as Sixth Aunt, was. You don't enter a temple without paying respects, and you don't walk into someone's home without introducing yourself. I had come seeking refuge, so I couldn't show up empty-handed. I had my reasons, of course. For now, there was no returning to the Heartlands. Our enemies who were after me and my foster father were still out there. Going back would be suicide. I needed to settle down in Mang village for a while. Building a good relationship with my uncle master's family was crucial. After all, my food ration was pooled together by Sixth Aunt and the village chief. It was only right to repay that kindness. Relationships with others have to be nurtured. Only taking without giving, no matter how deep the bond, is bound to wear it thin over time. Trust is built through mutual effort, just as it's earned through reciprocity. If you're stingy and miserly, you'll naturally find yourself alone. An outgoing friend. The decision was made. Part of the wild boar would stay for Kai Wanqing and myself to enjoy, while the rest would be given to Aunt Lu as a kind gesture. Selling the gold medal would be enough to cover the cost of a gun, and as for buying a horse, that would wait until the next time I venture into the mountains for a hunt. This trip had filled me with confidence. These mountains felt no different than my own backyard. By the time I came out of the mountains, it was already past noon. At the entrance of Mang village, a little doll-like girl with chubby cheeks was holding a sheet of oiled paper, staring eagerly into the distance. Ever since I went into the mountains, little Yao Mei had been waiting here. All the people coming and going weren't me, leaving her crestfallen. Uncle, hurry up and come home. If you don't come back soon, Yao Mei won't be able to resist eating the treat. She was salivating, staring at the food wrapped in the oiled paper. As she stood there, a tall shadow appeared on the horizon, heading her way. Uncle, she ran toward me on her stubby little legs. As she was about to throw herself into my arms, I quickly stopped her. Don't hug me. Uncle's filthy. My clothes were covered in dust, and I had quite a bit of wild boar blood splattered on me. Hunting is hardly a clean or graceful job. I crouched down, and she carefully peeled back the oiled paper. Uncle, eat this. Mama already had some. Yao Mei saved it for you. It was a piece of walnut pastry, missing a corner. Likely Kai Wanqing had tasted it. Where did this come from? I asked. Aunt Chu Jun brought it back from the city. Uncle, eat it. Yao Mei, you eat it. Uncle doesn't really like these. Uncle likes them. If Uncle doesn't eat it, Yao Mei won't eat it either. I couldn't win against her stubbornness, so I broke off a small piece and popped it in my mouth. The walnut pastry was sweet, but this kind gesture was even sweeter. Her eyes bent into joyful crescents as she beamed at me. Just as I was about to savor the treat, she caught sight of the wild boar on my back. A pig. A big pig. Such a big pig. I tapped her nose playfully. Tonight, we're having pork. Let's head to the river and clean it up. Yay! As I carried the wild boar into the village, I quickly became the talk of Mang village. Yao Mei thought it wasn't exciting enough and made sure to boost the drama along the way. Look at this big pig. My uncle hunted it. Dagwa, my uncle knows how to hunt. Can your dad do that? Umph. Most villagers didn't know me. They had only vaguely heard that Kaijio's family had a relative visiting, supposedly someone sickly. No one expected I'd step out of the mountains with a massive wild boar slung over my back. When we reached the river, I skillfully began skinning the boar, carefully scraping off the fat and residual meat. Both the hide and meat were for gifting purposes. Our uncle, a leather craftsman, would surely appreciate this fine boar hide. Just as I was about to cut up the meat, a boy about my age approached from a distance. You must be a relative of Sister Gio's, right? Before I could get a good look, Yao Mei, still munching on her walnut pastry, chirped, Uncle Xiaoyi. One glance at the boy, and I silently praised him. What a handsome young man. The boy Yao Mei called Uncle Xiao. He stood about 5 feet 7 inches, with a lean and balanced build, and a rare, somewhat androgynous beauty, fair skin and lips as if painted with rouge. Back in my previous life, he'd easily have made it big as a male fashion influencer specializing in women's wear. But as for the boy's family background, it didn't look great. Short hair, wearing a coarse cloth outfit patched all over, and a pair of straw sandals so worn they might as well have been bare feet. I clasped my hands in a greeting. Greetings, brother. I am Chao Huai. Brother Chao, I'm Yin Xiaoi. I'm from Mang village as well, barely scraping by as a hunter, he replied. I glanced at his waist, a homemade hunting crossbow and a hunting knife. Standard hunter gear. Little sis tugged on my sleeve. Uncle Xiaoyi is so nice to me. He always gives me the sparrows he catches, and he even gave me a rabbit once. That's because little sis is so lovable, Yin Xiaoyi chuckled. Anyone else? Forget it. His eyes landed on the skinned wild boar lying nearby, filled with envy. Brother Chao, you're really skilled. To go into the mountains alone and drag out such a big boar. Need help butchering it? I'll lend a hand. I smiled, already guessing his intentions. In villages where hunters live, there's often an unspoken rule. If someone sees another land a big catch, they lend a hand, and the host sharing a portion in return is just expected. You could call it taking advantage, or you could call it neighborly goodwill. It depends on how the host feels about it. I didn't mind. I'd heard he treated little sis kindly, so I didn't sweat it over a few pounds of meat. Sure, I'd appreciate it, brother. He drew his knife and got to work straightforwardly. No funny business. He was an honest guy. My knife skills were sharp, and he was also well practiced. We had the 300-pound boar butchered in about 10 minutes. Little sis, have you had lunch yet? I asked. Uncle, we don't have lunch. We only eat 2 meals a day, she replied. I turned to Yin Xiaoyi. Brother Xiaoyi, I'm hungry too. Why don't we have something simple to eat? Oh, no need for me. I'll head back once we're done here. No rush. Help me carve a few wooden skewers, longer and thinner. He didn't refuse once there was work to do. As he whittled the skewers, I diced the pork into cubes, lit a campfire, and threaded 4 pounds of meat onto 3 of the skewers to roast. Sizzle. The moment the oil dripped from the meat and hit the flames, I heard 2 stomachs growling. One belonged to little sis, the other to Yin Xiaoyi. When I glanced at him, he quickly looked away, though the aroma was clearly driving him crazy as he swallowed hard. I opened my bag and pulled out some spices, salt, sugar, cumin, chili powder. I had it all. I sprinkled them on in order, purposefully saving 1 skewer without any chili for little sis. The unique smell left Xiaoyi transfixed. He'd had roasted meat before, but never this fragrant. The skewers turned golden and glossy. Xiaoyi hurriedly pulled out a few wooden bowls he had with him. I handed 1 skewer to little sis. Take this to your mom. I'll go. I'm faster. Xiaoyi grabbed the skewer and bolted toward the tavern. Not long after, he came running back, this time with a bottle of sorghum liquor in hand. The tavern mistress asked me to bring this. Well then, meat and booze were set. Time to eat. I reheated some scallion pancakes from the morning. After a bit of back and forth, Xiaoyi finally hesitated no longer and cautiously popped a piece of meat into his mouth. Wild boar meat is usually tough, but he nearly swallowed his tongue trying to savor it. He took a bite. A mouthful of meat, a bite of flatbread, a swig of liquor. Soon, 3 pounds of grilled skewers disappeared as Yao Meier's belly puffed up noticeably. The only regret? The sorghum liquor was mediocre, not nearly as good as the fine batch from Kai Wanching's place last night. Once the meal was over, Yin Shaoyi tidied up neatly and even helped me tie the pork onto my rack. I'd already prepared a 3-pound slab of pork belly. In times like this, fat was more valuable than gold. Fatty meat was prized, while lean meat went for much less. Brother, thanks for today. Take this meat. Even a hungry soldier deserves fair treatment. He had helped and run errands. I understood the courtesy. Yin Shaoyi swallowed hard as his eyes lingered on the meat. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he quickly waved it off. No, it's all right, Brother Chow. I already ate nearly a pound of your roasted meat. I'm full. I can't take this. Don't be shy. Wait, hey. Where are you running off to? I assumed he was just being courteous. But no, the man turned tail and bolted without a second glance. I stood there dumbfounded until he was completely out of sight, and only then couldn't hold back a laugh. That guy is something. Come on, Yao Mayor. Let's head home and cook up some pork. Yay, pork stew at home. First, I stopped by Kai Wanching's tavern. There weren't any customers at the time, and she was flipping through her ledger. When she saw me enter, she smiled. Shaoyi said you caught a big wild boar. I didn't believe him. How'd you carve it up? I plopped a pig leg, 2 pounds of pork belly, 3 pounds of tenderloin, and the heart, liver, and kidneys onto the table. Obviously carved it up for eating. Keep these, and I'll bring the rest to Aunt Lou. Has she made it back? Oh, wow. She looked stunned. This was a good haul. A wild boar like this could fetch dozens of dollars if sold in town. Just giving it away? But the animal was my prize, and Aunt Lou was my master's widow. It wasn't her place to argue. She's back. She got in early this morning. Oh, by the way, Shaoyi bought a bottle of liquor when he dropped off the roast meat. He bought the liquor? This rascal told me you gave it to him. Not me. He threw down some cash and ran out the door. Helped out, refused my meat, and even paid for the liquor. What's he about? Kai Wanqing paused thoughtfully. Why, if Shaoyi helps out in the future, just feed him a good meal. That's all he'll accept. He won't take anything else. Among the 7 local clans, the Pai family was the wealthiest. Beyond the Lin family's oldest son and the Tai family's youngest, none were as well off as Pai Chongshan. From a distance, I could already spot their estate. A property spanning over an acre, with 5 large tiled houses, granaries, storage rooms, a horse stable, and a leather workshop, all complete. Outside the fence, faint traces of tanned leather wafted in the air while figures moved around in the yard. 2 men were training younger boys on stance and spear work. When they turned to glance at me, their sharp, hawk-like gazes landed on me. Instantly, I could tell those 2 men, about my age, had blood on their hands, more than one life, at least. Is Aunt Lou here? I'm Chow Huai. A woman, around her 50s and on the shorter side, came out through the door. It's you, Huai, my dear nephew. Sha Gang, are you blind? Didn't you see a guest? Open the door. Got it, Aunt. A scolded man responded, running to open the door. Coming, brother. I walked into the courtyard with nearly 200 pounds of wild boar, bones and all, slung over my back, along with its hide. Sha Yulan, Aunt Longshuan's wife, was short in stature but moved with commanding energy and spoke with a bold, resonant voice. She squeezed my arm. I saw you once when you were 3, and look at you now, all grown up. Such a shame your father, Big Brother Chow, didn't get to enjoy the good times for long before he passed. Oh, enough of that. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Dehua, slaughter a chicken. Shayong, butcher a sheep. Today we're hosting my dear nephew. Aunt, please don't bother. Sister-in-law at Junyang's already has food ready. I came to bring you some wild boar meat. That's when she noticed the massive boar. Nephew, what's this? Since I came here looking to rely on you and uncle, I didn't come empty-handed. I hunted this wild boar in the mountains today to offer it as a token of respect to you. You went alone? Yep, didn't venture too far in. Good heavens, child, do you think you're invincible? With all the wild beasts in the mountains, what if something had happened to you? How would I explain that to Big Brother Chow? Her eyes were filled with both worry and reproach. Standing nearby, Sha Gang and Sha Yong were stunned. Both of them were experienced hunters and knew all too well the dangers of going into the mountains alone. The kicker? Sha Gang noticed the injury on the boar's head, a clean arrow wound through its ear. That shot. It had to have come from a bow with at least a 100-pound draw weight. Take it back. There's no way we can finish this much. And from now on, don't you dare bring gifts when you visit, or I'll get upset. Aunt, I've already kept what I'll be eating myself. The rest is for you. Don't turn down your nephew's goodwill. If you don't eat it, you can always share it with the uncle's families. After all, me being here is already an imposition on everyone. It finally dawned on her. This wasn't just about the meat. I was helping Uncle Longshun manage relationships with the other relatives. You're just like your godfather, thoughtful, dutiful, and considerate. Well then, your aunt will accept it. Sha Yong took the boar meat and hide, while Sha Yulan gave Sha Gang a meaningful look and led me to sit at the stone table in the courtyard. The eldest daughter-in-law brought out some brown sugar water and mountain delicacies. After some small talk, she came back with a basket. Sha Gang carried out a freshly cleaned rooster, and Sha Yong went full-on extra, leading out an entire sheep. I couldn't pretend not to notice what was going on. Aunt, what's all this for? She gave me a stern look. Mountain rules. Never send someone away empty-handed after receiving a gift. You brought wild boar meat for your aunt, so your aunt gives you this. What, do you think it's too little? I couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. This return gift was anything but light. Sure, the Pai family was wealthy, but not without limits. The eggs and rooster were one thing, but a whole sheep? That was a major asset for the household, and I saw the eldest daughter-in-law's reluctant expression clear as day. Aunt, I'll gladly accept the eggs and chicken, but the sheep is too much. My dear nephew thinks it's not enough, huh? Sha Yong, bring the cow. Whoa, Aunt, that's not what I meant. Even if you give me the sheep, I have nowhere to keep it. And if I butcher it, I won't have a place to store the meat. How about this? I'll bring you back a copper hot pot next time. Can I come to your place if I get hungry? If you don't agree, I'll take off running, and you won't catch me anyway. Sha Yulan chuckled. You cheeky kid, all right. Auntie Lu will save some lamb for you until the new year. If you don't come, I'll slaughter it and send it to you myself. With that, I left her yard carrying a big rooster and a basket of 100 eggs. As she was seeing me off, she sent her family away. It was clear she had something to say. I thought it might be something serious, but instead, she squinted her eyes and smiled, saying, So, nephew, what do you think about that girl, Kai Junyang? Oh, what? I was completely taken aback. Don't be too picky, child. Sure, Junyang is a widow and has a child, but her daughter's a girl. You won't have to worry about her in the future. Aside from those two things, Junyang's personality, looks, and figure, a woman like her doesn't come along often. Not within 10 villages, not even the whole county of Tongshan. You fled in from the Central Plains. Teaming up with her to get through life would be perfect. That's when I realized why they'd placed me in Kai Wanqing's house. It all made sense now. Clearly, Kai Wanqing knew too, and she didn't seem against it. I just hadn't thought about it like that before. Seeing my silence, Sha Yulan pressed on. Even I, as a woman, envy Junyang's figure. It's perfect for childbearing. You better act fast while you're both young and have a few strapping boys. Auntie Lu will help you raise them. Watching her increasingly enthusiastic rambling, and fearing she might go as far as picking out baby names, I quickly said, Got it, Auntie Lu. I'll take care of it. Good, take it seriously. Oh, one more thing. If you catch any game, just keep it for yourself or sell it. Don't keep bringing it to me. The village has a lot of people, and plenty of them get jealous. All right, understood. I'll head back now. I walked away, but even from a distance, I could hear her shouting from her doorway, Nephew, don't forget what I said about Junyang. Chin up, don't let us down. If anyone messes with you, let me know, and I'll take care of them. Got it, Auntie Lu. Her enthusiasm practically made me flee. I really couldn't handle her matchmaking enthusiasm. After I left, her two nephews approached her. Auntie, is that the godson of old Master Chow? That's right, he's family. Make sure to look out for him. If anyone gives him trouble, beat them up. Do it ruthlessly. Got it. Even if you beat them to death, Auntie will take care of it. Hey, Auntie, who's better at hunting? Old Master Chow or uncle-in-law? Sha Yulan scoffed. In the hunting world, there might be a #1 hunter. But your old Master Chow isn't just #1. He is the sky itself. Same with martial arts. There might be a #1, but your old Master Chow is still the sky. The legendary tiger-striped deputy, Chow Baosan, had been in hiding for 18 years. Yet, the legend of his prowess lived on. As for your uncle-in-law, He was the least talented in his sect, not even close to your old Master Chow. Over at the tavern, Kai Wanqing kept glancing at the sky, feeling inexplicably restless. She had never found herself waiting quite like this before, closing up the shop and heading home, as if something in that modest, somewhat shabby house was pulling at her soul. If not for the obligation of meeting someone, she probably would have closed up even earlier. Hey, Sister Qingtan. A young woman carrying a basket walked in. She looked about 22 or 23, with a soft, delicate beauty. Her features were refined, her oval-shaped face free from the ruggedness you might expect from a village woman, smooth and tender. When she spoke, her gentle, lilting tone paired with her watery, expressive eyes made her seem deserving of protection, tugging at the heartstrings of even casual acquaintances. Xiaoli, it's you. Kai Wanqing greeted warmly, stepping forward. Dai Xiaoli placed the basket on the counter. Sister Qingtan, here's the yarn you asked for. Grinning mischievously, she hooked her arm around Kai Wanqing's. I just made new sweaters for you and Little Meyer last year, so why the sudden need for more yarn? Oh, I know. It's for that guest staying at your place, isn't it? Kai Wanqing's cheeks flushed a delicate pink. She playfully swatted Dai Xiaoli's arm, not too hard, but not too soft either. You talk nonsense again, and I'll tear that mouth of yours right off. It was meant as a joke, but Dai Xiaoli suddenly let out a small cry. Ouch. Startled, Kai Wanqing's expression shifted, and she quickly pulled back Xiaoli's sleeve. Her pale, slender forearm revealed bruises of varying shades, along with streaks left by what could only be a whip. Did he hit you again? Kai Wanqing's voice wavered, tension replacing her earlier playfulness. Dai Xiaoli forced a thin smile and pulled her sleeve back down. It's nothing. I'm used to it. I'll come help you when you start knitting the sweaters. It'll go faster if we work together. Kai Wanqing let out a helpless sigh. Dai Xiaoli's story was all too familiar, a tale of shared hardship. Once, she had lived in the county town of Tongshan, belonging to a well-off family. But her father's gambling and addiction to opium had led to their downfall. Desperate, they sold Xiaoli for the meager price of 50 yuan to marry a hunter from Mang village, a broad-shouldered man in his 30s. At first, life with him wasn't unbearable. He was, after all, one of the best hunters in the surrounding villages. Coming back empty-handed from the mountains was a scenario that seemed beneath him. In the hierarchy of Mang village, only the crooked taxmen and a few old money families fared better. But the man had a weakness for alcohol, and when he drank, he grew mean, his fists too quick to fall. Over the last year or two, his addiction to opium worsened, dragging the family further into disrepair. Now, everything depended on their dwindling savings and Xiaoli's backbreaking labor as she took on odd jobs around the village. All Kai Wanqing could offer were words of comfort, but if they were to compare hardships, her own life wasn't any brighter. I'll grab the money for you, Kai Wanqing offered, walking towards the register. No need for money this time. Just give me some wine. Kai Wanqing sighed again, her chest heavy with pity, and slid a bottle of sorghum wine into the basket. After exchanging a few more words, they parted ways, Xiaoli disappearing into the evening. Kai Wanqing locked up the shop and headed home herself. When she stepped into the courtyard, her nose was immediately greeted by a delicious aroma. Little Meyer was running around, giggling and shrieking with joy as she dashed around the yard. I was crouched near a makeshift stove, feeding small sticks of firewood into the flames. On top of the stove, a clay pot simmered with chicken and mushrooms. The chicken was one of the free-ranging ones from Sha Yulan's place, and the mushrooms were sun-dried hazelnut mushrooms from her storehouse. This simple, unembellished recipe was something I hadn't tasted in years. As Kai Wanqing stood there watching the scene, the sight of me half focused on managing the fire while occasionally teasing the little girl overwhelmed her with an unexpected sense of warmth. It's the little details that show someone's true nature. We hadn't been acquainted for very long, but somehow, she found my presence reassuring, solid, even. Whether it was how I treated her or little Meyer, there was an underlying sense of respect woven into my every gesture. And during these times, showing respect toward women and children was no small feat. The barbecue sent back by someone reminded her vividly. The last time someone cared for her like this was probably 10 years ago. Mama, Uncle brought a big rooster. We're having chicken tonight. Got it. Now go play and don't bother your uncle. I stepped up and said, "Sis, I've stewed some chicken. Why don't you whip up a couple more dishes? I only know how to roast wild boar." "All right, you rest up. I'll boil water for you to wash up," she replied. Kai Wanqing's cooking skills, I genuinely admired them. Before my chicken stew was even done, she'd already made 3 dishes: sautéed pork heart, liver, and kidney, stir-fried cabbage with pork loin, and a fried egg. Once she was done, she glanced at the wild boar stomach I brought back. "Want me to clean this up for you? No ulcers on it. It's good to sell in town or even at the county market. You could easily get $5 for it." Wild boar stomachs are highly sought after in the Great Qian herbal market. Good for health and treating stomach issues. Definitely worth a decent price. "No need, sis," I said. "Clean it up, and we'll make a cold dish with it tomorrow." She gave a faint, amused smile. Just from the fact that I would give away wild boar as gifts or use its stomach for a dish, she could tell. This guy has definitely seen real money before, though he might be down on his luck for now. But with the way he's going, it's only a matter of time before he bounces back. That dinner was practically a holiday for my youngest sister. She even knew how to savor the good days for an extended time. After all, she'd seen Kai Wanqing lower the remaining ingredients into the cold well for storage, and there was a huge boar leg at home being hung to cure. Squinting with satisfaction as she ate, she seemed to like me even more. Kids, after all, can easily tell who treats them well. After dinner, Kai Wanqing cleared the table and even came to my room to prepare the bed. By now, she was starting to feel a bit embarrassed. After all, the ingredients I'd brought back had far exceeded what normal rent would cover. The least she could do was to look out for me in daily life. The next morning, she woke up early as usual to cook. When she heard I was heading to the city, she froze for a moment, thought it over, then pulled a tin box out from the bed cabinet. She extracted a few paper bills and handed them to me. "Take this yuan with you. It's a 40-li trip from Mang village to the county town. When you get to Yuanbao town, there's a train station. Take the train there. These days, the roads aren't safe. There are wild animals, bandits, and even desperate outlaws. The train's a lot safer. Choo-choo, chugga-chugga-chugga." The steam engine, like a giant steel beast, puffed white smoke as it slowly pulled into the platform. Once the train came to a complete stop, I stubbed out my cigarette, slung my bow, and got off the train with my basket. This wasn't my first time on a train, but ever since regaining my awakened memories, this old-style train felt incredibly slow. 60 kilometers per hour was already its upper limit, and most of the time it didn't even reach that speed. As soon as I got off, I was greeted by the bustling atmosphere of a town far livelier than a mountain village. Tangshan County's train station was absolutely packed, resembling the chaotic rush of postmodern spring festival travel. Thinking about it, it wasn't surprising. This county was located in Songjiang Province, connected to Liao Prefecture in northern Korea, and sat on a major railway artery. It had every reason to be busy, with a permanent population of 200,000 daily. A bustling county town in the northeast, one of the busiest spots in the region, with a mobile population of 40 to 50,000. I was here this time to sell a gold medallion gifted with a small white fox. Sure, I could sell it in Yuanbao town, but there weren't any gold shops there, only the black market, and black markets always cut prices, thriving off the information gap. On the other hand, the gold shops in Tangshan County never asked about the source of the gold. As long as it was real, they'd pay full price. That's the benefit of the frontier days here in the Northeast. The laws of Great Qian might be in effect, but they weren't enforced with much rigor. The Han River splits this county in two. To the left is the industrial zone with factories for timber, leather, textiles, and canned goods. The right side of the river is for trade, living, and entertainment. The gold shop I was headed to was in Yongxingfang on the right bank. Not just a place to sell gold, but also home to gun shops, the Juanpi workshop, and the largest fur and horse trading markets in the entire Songjiang province. Great Qian, after so many years of colonization, truly accumulated its wealth. The streets here were paved with smooth blue stone, water trucks rolled by to keep down the dust, and sanitation workers quickly cleaned up any horse manure. It was such a modern cityscape, I couldn't help but take a second look. Extra. Opera diva Yu Hudi performs in Chunjiang City. Tickets for her debut performance are over 10,000. A paper boy was animatedly shouting on a street corner. I had originally planned to buy a paper to check out the latest news, but a nearby carriage driver beat me to the boy. "Hey, kid, switch that. What's the new headline?" he called. The boy raised his voice. "Extra. The Northern Bandit Black Whirlwind strikes again. 75 kilograms of gold robbed from the Neon Moriaka Corporation. Over 150,000 gold notes stolen." Suddenly, no one cared about the entertainment headline. At the mention of Black Whirlwind, the streets immediately bustled with people gathering 3 layers deep to hear more. I smiled knowingly. There's no way I'd be able to snag a paper now. As for these bandits who operated under the name Black Whirlwind, you had to hand it to them. Pulling off a heist worth 150,000 gold notes? That's a whopper of a case. I turned my attention back to the business at hand and headed toward the gold shops. I picked the most imposing, luxurious storefront on the entire street, Dong's Jewelry Emporium. If anywhere could get me a good price for that medallion, it'd be here. Shop policies to undercut customers? Not a problem. Worst case scenario, I'd improvise a little and take on the role of a bandit myself. The store wasn't very busy. 2 wealthy ladies were browsing the jewelry display, while a well-dressed man in his 40s was examining some gold pieces. The man's attire was typical of a middle-class Great Qian tycoon, though to me, it simply looked like a Western-style suit from my previous life. When our eyes met, he greeted me with a small smile and a polite nod. I didn't think much of it until my involuntary glance rested on his hands that had, without a doubt, spent years handling firearms. A proper gunman's hands. "What can I get for you, sir?" "All our pieces are crafted by master artisans," the shop attendant asked warmly, despite my tattered clothing. "I'm here to sell gold." In the buyback section, an elderly goldsmith, probably in his 60s, took the medallion from me. At first, he didn't seem too interested, but his expression immediately shifted as soon as he examined the intricate engravings. After testing its purity, he twirled his goat-like beard thoughtfully. "Sir, the gold is genuine, that's certain, but I can't set a price for this. The craftsmanship is exquisite. If we price it as jewelry, we'd lose money. If we price it simply as gold, you'd be losing out. Shall I call the manager to negotiate with you? This is my first pot of gold. Naturally, the more I can sell for, the better." I nodded. It wasn't long before the shopkeeper appeared. "An honored guest graces our door. Forgive me for not greeting you sooner. I'm Dong Kuan, the manager of this jewelry shop." He looked to be in his 40s, plump and prosperous in appearance, dressed in fine clothing, his hairstyle slightly combed back. A shrewd glint passed through his eyes from time to time, the kind of sharpness honed from years in the business world. He picked up the gold piece, inspecting it carefully, clicking his tongue in admiration. "Craftsmanship like this is unparalleled. Old Jean, how heavy is it?" 35 grams, subtracting the loss from smelting and crafting. We'll cover those expenses. Let's call it 40 grams even. Sir, gold in Great Qian is priced at 2 coins per gram outside of the black market and consistent elsewhere too. For this gold piece, how about 80 coins? I squinted slightly. Plenty of merchants play hardball and lowball, but one who intentionally offers more? That's a rare sight. I'm no paper money. Not everyone likes me. If something seems off, there's always more to the story. But I'm skilled and confident, so such things don't worry me. As the saying goes, if you don't grab a freebie when it's offered, you're a fool. Manager Dong. In that case, I'll happily take your offer. Please, it's nothing. The cashier quickly handed over 8 fresh 10-coin bills, their ink still carrying a faint, fresh scent like newly minted currency. Would you care to count them? No need. Take care. I was about to leave when Dong Kuan suddenly stopped me. I narrowed my eyes. Manager Dong, is there something else? Just that one gesture of narrowing my eyes sent a chill down Dong Kuan's spine. Even old Jean and the other staff couldn't help but glance over. Though the shop was warm and inviting, an unexplainable coldness seemed to arise. My voice wasn't loud, but it was cold, sharp as if it could spill blood. Dong Kuan had surely encountered such expressions before, but rarely paired with such raw presence. Those with a bearing like this are either fierce generals or infamous criminals, and certainly not someone as young as me. Swallowing his nerves, he awkwardly withdrew his hand. Please don't misunderstand. I'd like to propose a matter of fortune for you. Fortune, could I invite you to the back room to discuss it? As he spoke, I activated my radar, not just for observing beasts but for people too. Including Dong Kuan, there were 7 people in the shop, and no one was in the back room. Besides, Dong Kuan clearly wasn't someone who practiced martial arts. I had nothing to fear. All right, lead the way. In the back room, a worker brought out fine tea and snacks, none of which I touched. Dong Kuan sighed inwardly. This man isn't ordinary. He's well versed in the ways of the world. May I have the honor of knowing your name? Get to the point. You're a businessman. Pleasantries aren't necessary. Haha. Judging by your attire, you're a hunter, yes? This gold piece has tiny bite marks from a small beast, so I assume it came from your adventures in the wild. Yes, I found it on Lone Peak Mountain in the Lord's Ridge. I casually threw out misleading details. Black Forest Ridge and the Lord's Ridge are both mountain ranges in Tangshan territory, but they're polar opposites. One remark, and I'd sent his assumptions spinning far off track. Dong Kuan smirked ever so slightly, thinking to himself, so young, still easy to fool. Yet he kept his polite smile intact. Have you ever heard of the great thief of the Central Pass, the flying bat, Kumo? The corner of my mouth twitched imperceptibly, my gaze turning strange. Of course, this Kumo is a notorious thief in the northern regions. About last year, he pulled off a string of 18 high-profile burglaries in Baidu, stealing treasures beyond measure. But most importantly, he also made off with a map to the Dragon King's treasure. The 18 families banded together to hunt him down, only to lose his trail in Tangshan County. Sir, if I may speak frankly, that golden plaque you have? It's stolen goods from back then. Kumo's whereabouts must lie in Laoi Ridge. If you can track down the treasure he's hidden, especially that treasure map, I'll pay you a hefty sum. Even just a clue would do. I listened intently, at least I looked intent. Inside, though, I was on the verge of laughing out loud. The Dragon King's treasure is no fabrication. About 20 years ago, there was a devastating flood along the Huai River. The imperial court was in disarray, relief efforts were feeble, and famine triggered waves of uprisings, including the most savage of them all, led by the White Dragon King of the White Dragon sect. At its peak, his army was just shy of storming Yenyang in the northern capital. But within a year, his forces were crushed, and he was killed in battle. Rumor has it that before raising his army, the White Dragon King amassed a fortune in treasures and hid them in 8 different locations. Collect all 8 treasure maps to claim 8 different caches of treasure, and it's said that uniting the 8 reveals an earth-shattering secret. Over the years, people have acquired pieces of the map, but no one has ever uncovered the treasure. On the surface, Dong Kuan's story checks out. It's like a business deal. Securing goodwill or buying a lead on the treasure sounds like an investment. But there's one massive flaw in his tale, the so-called flying bat Kumo. I know him personally. He's my house servant. When I was 15, my foster father and I had our wallet stolen while staying at an inn. I chased the thief from Shishan province all the way to the western regions, through spring and into winter. The thief was Kumo. After giving him a good beating, he ended up as my servant. As for the time period Dong Kuan is talking about, Kumo was on my estate taking care of my dogs. He didn't have the time or opportunity to be robbing houses in Baidu. What really gave Dong Kuan away was this. His primary concern wasn't the treasure map, nor was it Kumo himself. What he truly cared about were the jewels and riches. Clearly, he was trying to con me. Having figured out his game, I nodded and said, I'll keep you posted if I find any leads. Sir, I'll see you out. Dong Kuan was nothing but enthusiastic, personally escorting me all the way to the gates before finally turning back. Once I returned to the inn, old Jean approached me. Boss, should we send someone to tail him? Not a chance. That young man is seasoned and sharp. If he weren't so young, I wouldn't have gotten a word out of him. We might manage in the city, but the moment we leave, he'll catch on, and he won't hesitate to kill. And what about the treasure search? He'll take the bait. Men die for wealth. The fact that he's willing to sell the golden plaque shows he's desperate for cash. Dong Kuan paused in thought, then called over old Jean and Xiao Sunday. Old Jean, head to the telegraph office immediately and send a coded message to the lady of the house. Young master has been found. Xiao Sun, start organizing the search party for Laoi Ridge. Leave no stone unturned. Our entire family's fortune depends on the young master. After the two left, Dong Kuan let out a weary sigh. Young master, where are you? The family is falling apart. Dong Kun wasn't under any illusions about the dire straits they were in. You know, I'm the kind of person who can't be underestimated. Not everyone measures up. The moment I walked out of Dong's jewelry store, I spotted two figures lingering at the edge of the alley. One of them was the middle-aged man in fine clothes I'd seen playing with a gun inside the store. He pointed at me and spoke. Brother Hao San, you used to be a soldier in the frontier army. Your marksmanship is phenomenal. If you're willing to join our gang, the boss would be more than happy to welcome you. But there's a rule for joining. Everyone has to offer a token of loyalty. That man over there, he's yours. Take care of him outside the city in Wild Boar Forest. Kill him, and you'll be one of us. Life with us comes with rewards, good wine, good company, and a chance to make real wealth. As I turned the corner, I caught their reflection in a shop window. Two shadows creeping along, whispering as they followed. A faint smirk tugged at my lips. Dong the shopkeeper, huh? Not exactly an honest man. I'd already noticed I had a tail when I stepped out of the store. Glancing through the window's reflection, I got a decent look at the two men following me. One in coarsely woven clothes with a rifle slung over his shoulder and a mule in tow. The other about 10 meters back, leading a horse. This second guy, dressed in fancy attire, seemed to match the man from the store, though I couldn't tell if he was armed. I didn't pay them much mind. If they had any sense, they'd avoid making a scene in broad daylight. Even though Tongshan County didn't have station troops, it still had local militias and a police bureau. Trying to stir up trouble here would be risky business. I weaved through several winding streets before finally arriving at the Baidu firearms shop. In the Qin dynasty, firearms weren't outright banned. Places like the outer western regions, the northeast, grasslands, and the remote southwest weren't subject to strict gun laws. These areas were either near borders or sparsely populated, where banning guns would do more harm than good. Even within Central Territory, there were limits, but powerful individuals could easily get what they wanted. Honestly, in times like these, banning guns barely meant anything. Regulation was a joke, and most ordinary folks couldn't afford them anyway. Judging by the store's name, it was clearly tied to the Baidu Arsenal, one of the royal family's prized arms manufacturers. Together with Shindu Arsenal and Nandu Arsenal, they produced over 60% of the nation's weapons, all of it under imperial control. I stepped inside, only to be greeted by nothing. No one even bothered to acknowledge me. Behind the counter, a teenage clerk was busy cracking sunflower seeds while reading a comic book. By the window, a man in his 40s casually brewed tea. The most absurd detail was the sign posted on the wall, "No shooting the customers." For a split second, I wondered if I had somehow walked into a supply cooperative from my past life. The clerk didn't even look up and lazily said, "Prices are marked below. Pick what you want, but don't touch if you're not buying. If it misfires and blows your brains out, that's on you. Not my problem." I couldn't help but chuckle. A royal business indeed, arrogant as hell. The shop was lined with racks of firearms, along with bayonets, hunting knives, machetes, and even bows and arrows. But everything was mass-produced, factory-line items that held no appeal to me. Most of the guns were hunting rifles, single-barrel, double-barrel, or older models like matchlocks and flintlocks, both front and breech-loading. These relics were even less impressive, outdated by Qin's modern bolt-action rifles. Still, since I was here, I decided to pick out a decent double-barrel shotgun, something chambered for 12-gauge shells, versatile enough for birdshot, buckshot, or slugs. The power is greater than a bow and arrow, but the range is nothing to brag about. Hitting a target at 20 or 30 meters is already impressive. As I reached out, the shop assistant screeched, "Hey, you think you can touch it without buying? How do you know I won't buy it?" I raised an eyebrow. "Are you asking for a beating?" He spat out some melon seed husks and slammed the book he was holding. He started moving toward me, despite my imposing stature. I smiled. If I couldn't buy a gun, I could always take a gun. Before he got closer, a middle-aged man brewing tea nearby interrupted. "Little monkey, don't be so reckless. Uncle, this guy needs a lesson." Little monkey snarled, but froze in place. "This gentleman here stands firm on his feet and wields a bow that can handle 100 pounds of tension. You go there, and he could beat you to death. But I've got a gun. Get out of here." Little monkey glared at me, frustrated, but reluctantly returned to the counter. The middle-aged man approached and cupped his hands in a polite gesture. Customer, please forgive him. I'm the shopkeeper, Hong Fong. That kid's been spoiled by me. Feel free to browse. There's a shooting range out back if you want to test anything. Shooting test requires a $1 deposit, no refunds if you don't buy. Little monkey chirped mockingly again. Can you even afford a dime, looking as broke as you do? Shut your mouth, Hong Fong snapped, his face darkening. Little monkey clammed up immediately. He couldn't have been older than 15 or 16. With Hong Fong smoothing things over, I let it slide. I picked up a double-barrel shotgun and immediately frowned. It was polished to look shiny, but was clearly an old gun. The parts were heavily worn, yet they wanted $60 for it. A price high enough to buy a good meal. What a bloody ripoff. Shopkeeper Hong, you're really pricing this old gun like it's gold? The design is so simple. A new gun from the Baidu Armory only costs $5 to make. Even with the cost of shipping it up here, it's not worth 60. Hong Fong chuckled. Ah, the customer knows their stuff. That's the factory price. Yes, but this is a royal business. There aren't many licensed gun shops in the whole Northeast. You think it's expensive? I think it's expensive. But cheaper prices mean smaller commissions for me. If you don't like this one, we've got flintlock rifles over there, 20 or 30 bucks a piece. I didn't like the double barrel. No way would I consider a flintlock. Using one of those was practically asking to be outgunned. With a sigh, I picked one of the better conditioned double barrels and grabbed 2 boxes of ammo, heading to the counter. You're not testing it, customer? Hong Fong narrowed his eyes. Not in the mood. He caught on to my disappointment right away. Just as I was about to pay, he pressed down on the counter, stopping me. Customer, are you serious about buying this gun? What do you mean? If you're serious about buying, then I'm serious about selling. I have a batch of .45 caliber breech-loading quick shooters. Perhaps you'd be interested? .45 caliber? Foreign guns, huh? Ever since my memories awakened, I'd pieced together a likely truth. The great Qin dynasty's founding emperor was probably a transmigrator. He may even have had a system. Otherwise, who could have turned the tide during the late Southern Song dynasty, when things were so dire? Even if the founder had been extraordinarily talented, that matchlock rifle unit designed to counter nomadic horse cavalry didn't just pop out of nowhere. I'd seen some of the firearms originally used by the great Qin dynasty. The rope gun, that was something from the 16th century, a pinnacle of its time, dependent on an entire chain of industrial infrastructure. Back then, in addition to firearms, our founding emperor also wielded the red cannon. It was absurdly advanced. This world has an air of familiarity everywhere. Standardized units like meters, centimeters, millimeters, kilograms, and grams are widely used here, along with both lunar and Gregorian calendars, all credited as inventions of the great Qin Empire. As for measurements like .45, those are foreign standards. In the firearms market here, saying something like .x refers to foreign guns, and x millimeters indicates great Qin manufactured weapons. The moment I opened my mouth and said foreign gun, Hong Fong immediately knew he'd found the right person. Sir, care to take a look at the real deal? Sure. I was genuinely intrigued now. At its height, the great Qin Empire was the so-called empire on which the sun never sets, with colonies spanning every corner of the globe except for Western Europe. Today, however, it's in decline, owing to 2 reasons: the current emperor's reckless meddling and the rapid technological advancements made by the Western European nations as they climb their industrialization trees. When it comes to military weaponry, those foreign firearms are not far behind our great Qin standards. Inside the private storeroom, the smell of gun oil was thick in the air. Row after row of long wooden crates were stacked high. Hong Fong opened one with pride and remarked, "Smuggled breech-loading rifles from the Silver Eagle Nation in North Fuzhou, North America. Powerful, excellent range, and cheap too." Sweeping my gaze over the box, I froze on the spot. The young assistant on the side smirked in arrogance. Country bumpkin. Seen something like this before? Just tell me, does that beauty open your eyes? My voice even trembled as I turned to Hong. Shopkeeper Hong, what's the model of this rifle? His eyes flicked slyly, and then he replied, Springfield M1884 trapdoor rifle, crafted at Springfield Armory in the Silver Eagle Nation. Are you kidding me? I couldn't help but curse aloud, not because he was bluffing, but because this rifle absolutely should not exist. In my previous life, I had an entire collection of antique rifles, ranging from bolt action to trapdoor, lever action, and flintlocks. The one he claimed was an M1884 was actually an M1865. The two look similar but are leagues apart in quality. The M1865 was a conversion from muzzleloaders with a .58 caliber bore. In contrast, the M1884 was the near ultimate evolution of the design, emerging well after the clearing out of old stock. The moment a transmigrator appears, the butterfly effect kicks in. In the original timeline, the Silver Eagle Nation should have been the industrial superpower of the planet. But in this world, they were locked down in the eastern parts of North Fuzhou, suppressed by the native Indian Empire they once massacred into near extinction. In such a twist of events, the Springfield trapdoor rifle should not exist here, not to mention appearing exactly identical to what I knew from my past life. At that moment, I regretted not being pushed harder by my adoptive father to study more. The history of this world? My knowledge of it comes only in fragments, pieced together from the tales of its storytellers. I couldn't even give you a clear narrative of the world's trajectory. But there's no point losing control over it. It only takes a moment to recalibrate. No matter how strange things get, could they ever be stranger than the system running in my own mind? Sir, is something wrong? Hong Feng asked. No, I shook my head. But shopkeeper Hong, you're a little sneaky, aren't you? Passing off converted. Trying to scrape it out with your fingers until you're dead in the water. Hong Feng paused, then laughed nervously. Turns out you're not just a gun enthusiast. You're practically a walking encyclopedia. I won't waste your time. I'll have someone swap them for brass rounds. A few moments later, Xiao Ho hustled over with the proper rounds, muttering under his breath. We'll see if you can actually hit something with all that fancy talk. I smirked, but didn't reply. Sliding one of the brass .45-70 rounds into the chamber, I steadied the M1868 on my shoulder, set my sights on the furthest of the dangling clay pots, and fired. Bang! One clean shot, and the pot shattered into dust. The recoil pushed back hard against my shoulder, not a beginner's weapon by any means. Before the dust settled, I cocked the rifle, loaded another round, and took out the second pot with equal precision. By the third shot, I could hear Xiao Ho swallow nervously behind me. 5 shots. 5 pots gone. Each smash echoing in the yard like a declaration, not just of the rifle's power, but of my own intent. I turned, casually handing the rifle back to Hong Feng. His usual cocky smirk had been replaced with grudging respect. Damn, he muttered, shaking his head. I knew you knew your way around guns, but I didn't think you'd have sniper-quality aim too. Who are you, really? I didn't answer. People like Hong Feng like to guess, and I figured letting him wonder would work to my advantage more than anything I said. Instead, I simply reached into my pocket, produced $30, and dropped it on the counter. This rifle'll do just fine, I said, tucking the brass rounds into my bag. Pleasure doing business with you. As I walked out, Xiao Ho called after me, his earlier bravado completely gone. If you, need anything else, just let us know, he stammered, voice carrying a mix of awe and regret. I didn't look back. My mind was already racing ahead, strategizing the next steps. With this rifle in hand, the game had changed entirely. Guns weren't just tools. They were power, leverage. And if my aim stayed true, one rifle might just be enough to tip the scales across the region. In the grand scheme of things, $30 was a small price for such a big opportunity. Completely screwed. A gun with no bullets is no better than a stick. This problem? Only brass ammo can fix it. In a war in some country in a past life, an entire army was wiped out because casings got jammed in the chamber. That's the fatal flaw of hinged breech firearms. Little Monkey and Hong Feng were stunned. After a moment, Hong Feng slapped his thigh and said, no wonder the longtime customers always complained about this gun. The root of the problem is here. My friend, I'll throw in 100 brass rounds for you next time. After Mid-Autumn Festival, I'll even have a new shipment in, Russian Mosin Nagants and a batch of pistols. Having handled the Springfield earlier, I remained composed. Hearing about the famed Mosin Nagant from my past life's memory, I merely let out the faintest smile. I pulled back the hinged breech, loaded in a round, locked it, and raised the rifle to aim at an earthen jar 100 meters away. It was about the size of a fist, but from here, it looked like a tiny dot. As soon as I raised the gun, Hong Feng's heart skipped a beat. This guy's a pro, on par with elite troops. I only had eyes for the target. In that moment, time seemed to slow. The earthen jar began to magnify in my view, as though my own eyes were equipped with a scope, Hawkeye vision. Bang! Crash! Smoke billowed up, and the jar shattered into pieces. With a click, the hinged breech popped open, ejecting the smoking shell casing. Impressive shot. Hong Feng gave me a thumbs up. Probably a lucky fluke, little monkey muttered with a pout. I ignored him, loaded another round, bang. Crash. I shattered a second jar. Eject, load, fire. The third and fourth followed in quick succession. The two of them were dumbfounded. Breaking one jar might have been luck, but breaking four? That was pure skill. Not to mention how absurdly fast I was firing. On the fifth and final jar, I decided to show off a little. It wasn't the jar I aimed at this time, but the thin string holding it up. 100 meters away, it was practically invisible to the naked eye. But I could see it clear as day. Bang! Ping! The jar didn't shatter. Instead, it dropped cleanly to the ground as the string snapped. Hong Feng was completely stunned. He had seen skilled marksmen before, sure, but hitting a string from 100 meters? This was in a league of its own. It reminded him of a famous scene from the novel Romance of the Three Kingdoms, where Lu Bu shot an arrow to cut the halberd tied at the gate. This was no less impressive. Sir, your marksmanship, you could hit a willow leaf at 100 paces. That was insane. Little Monkey performed an exaggerated slide on his knees and bowed before me. Big bro, I'm begging you, please teach me how to shoot. Please. I'm serious. Amused by his sudden change of attitude, I smiled and asked, do you know how to clean a gun? Of course. Then clean this one for me. He practically sprinted off with the gun, furiously polishing it like his life depended on it. In the back room, Hong Feng personally brewed some tea. After exchanging names, I told him my alias was Chao San. He sighed deeply. Brother Chao San, with skills like yours, you shouldn't be living secluded in the mountains. I've always been straightforward, too much so for a life out there. That's fair. Everyone has their own path. But with marksmanship like that, even as a hunter, you'd be extraordinary. Who knows? Maybe one day I'll hear of a legendary king of hunters. Exchanging pleasantries was one thing, but both of us had our own hidden agendas. Our first meeting, and I had my story, just as Hong Feng surely had his own. I settled the tab. A Springfield rifle cost $30, and Hong Feng threw in 2 free bullet belts, 3 leather ammo pouches, and a gun cleaning kit. I also purchased 300 rounds of .45-70 pure copper bullets. Guns were expensive, and ammo wasn't cheap either. Each round cost 3 cents, which could otherwise buy 6 pounds of sweet potatoes or 2 pounds of rice. The young guy, Little Monkey, brought the polished gun over, gave me an awkward grin, and said, Brother, I was rude earlier. I really love shooting, but can never hit the mark. Will you teach me? He looked like a little fanboy. I chuckled. You want to learn how to shoot? Yeah. Kid, first you've got to learn how to be a good person before you can handle any skills. Once you figure out how to carry yourself the right way, I'll teach you everything I know. I promise. Hong Feng saw me to the door, muttering, First learn to be a person, then learn to handle things. This man is no ordinary guy. The more he looked at me, the more mysterious I must have seemed to him. Little Monkey, on the other hand, was full of admiration. That's the mark of a true gentleman, he said. Re-eyeing, the shop's phone rang. Little Monkey almost grabbed it roughly, but stopped short as my words came to mind. For once, he answered politely, Hello, North Capital Gunsmiths. How may I help you? After listening to the caller for a few seconds, his face changed abruptly. He ran over to Hong Feng and whispered something. Uncle, something's happened. Hong Feng's expression grew tense. Quick, prepare the horses. Leaving the gun store, I headed straight to Juntian Square's horse market. Selling my gold medal had fetched me $80. Buying the gun and ammo had spent close to 40, leaving me with around 40 left. That wasn't enough to buy a reliable war horse or even a proper riding horse, but I figured I could at least afford a mule. My biggest issue right now was transport. No matter how strong I was, I could only carry one hunted animal at a time on foot. A beast of burden pulling a sled would multiply my transportation capacity several times over. But when I reached the market, I was stunned. A few days ago, a mysterious group had swept through and bought up every last mule, leaving not even a single donkey behind. The cheapest war horses, workhorses, or riding horses were priced at $100. Too steep for me. In these times, owning a horse was akin to owning a car in the future, except it cost even more. Unable to afford a horse, I turned back toward Yongsheng Square to pick up some supplies. Whenever I had cash on hand, I didn't believe in skimping unnecessarily. Passing by a three-story building, a waft of perfume blew my way. I looked up to see 20 or 30 scantily dressed women standing on the second and third floor balconies, arms, chests, and legs openly on display. It was enough to make my blood race. One of the women, her cleavage half exposed, called down in a sweet voice, "Hey there, handsome, why not come up and have some fun?" A quick glance at the signboard confirmed that it was a brothel. I smiled awkwardly. Another time, maybe. To be honest, I did have a twinge of regret. 18 years into this new life, and I had never stepped foot into a brothel or listened to music in a pleasure house. Back then, I hadn't been aware of such things. Now, I simply couldn't afford it. If I were ever flush with cash, I'd definitely have to investigate one of these infamous dens of debauchery. But for now, money was tight. First, you think about buying a horse before learning how to ride it, right? With thoughts of criticizing brothels and horse riding mingling in my head, I stepped into the largest fabric shop in Tongshan, Su Embroidery Pavilion. Before I could even step through the door, a woman with a graceful figure dressed in riding gear rushed out in a hurry. Thankfully, I dodged quickly enough to avoid bumping into her. Following her were four burly men in their 40s, their stride oozing a military vibe. They likely had lives on their hands, given their lethal aura. The woman climbed into a luxurious carriage, but just before she got in, my sharp hearing caught her whisper to one of the men beside her, "Go to the estate, fetch the guns, and wait for my orders. These old geezers have truly gone mad." Her voice was barely audible. I only gave the carriage a curious glance before stepping into the shop. The commercial atmosphere in Deqian was robust. Aside from royal enterprises, shopkeepers across the board offered excellent service, and big store attendants were particularly discerning. Though I was dressed in tattered clothes, the white oxhorn bow in my quiver was no ordinary item, and the attendant could tell right away I was a hunter. In these times, skilled hunters didn't stay poor for long. With some luck, finding bear bile or deer antlers, they could strike it rich overnight. The attendant was enthusiastic, and I spent just 2 coins on a khaki canvas jacket and a pair of matching canvas trousers. I wanted to buy a pair of leather boots too. Cloth shoes were comfortable, sure, but they wore out too fast in the mountains. Unfortunately, Su Embroidery Pavilion's leather boots were subpar and didn't come in my size. I made a mental note to get a good hide next time and have custom boots made, then left the shop. On my way out, they even threw in a Fangyong hat for free, traditional Deqian headgear, now so styled it resembled a modern bucket hat, perfect for outdoor hunting. Then began my grand shopping spree. Having lived 2 lives, I'd never experienced real hardship. Starting over now, I needed to treat myself well. At the grain and oil store, I stocked up on staples: 20 pounds of flour, 50 pounds of rice, and 10 pounds of soybean oil. My palate is picky, and I couldn't stand the sorghum rice and cornmeal that Kai Wanqing's household ate. At the general store, toothbrush, towel, tooth powder, matches, and toilet paper. I picked up an extra set for Kai Wanqing and her daughter too. They've been very kind to me. Just that morning, she handed me a silver dollar before I went out, which wasn't easy to save in this era. At the department store, canned fruit, canned meat, pastries, cookies, and candy. Passing by a spice stall, I grabbed a handful too. I still had her homemade Sichuan-style boiled fish on my mind. At the tobacco and liquor shop, I didn't need alcohol. Kai Wanqing's brews were unrivaled. But cigarettes, I had to buy some. I couldn't bear the harsh local tobacco. Good Deqian brand cigarettes weren't cheap. A pack with filters cost 20 cents. I've always been a bit of a big spender, so I didn't hold back. I grabbed 2 cartons of Heavenly Pool, said to be the finest cigarettes in the Northeast. At 20 cents a pack, they cost about as much as a day's worth of coarse grain for one person. Feeling like I'd bought enough, I decided to catch the midday train back to Yuanbao town. As I was heading towards the station, I suddenly heard a vendor's cry. Beef. Freshly butchered Chiha beef. Chiha cities. In Crane River Province, there's a farming and ranching hub known as one of the 6 major ranches of the Great Qian. Their beef is supplied directly to the royal court. My appetite was piqued, so I leaned in and asked, "How much per pound?" The butcher laughed. "Young man, fresh slaughtered chihi beef, special deal. 2 cents a pound, no matter the cut." 2 cents for genuine chihi beef wasn't overpriced. These days, pork is the priciest of all domesticated meats, with top-grade belly going for 3 cents a pound. Beef and lamb are comparatively cheaper since fewer people eat them. Ordinary beef is about 1 cent per pound, and less for scraps. But one glance at the meat, and I couldn't help but chuckle. You're passing off local cattle meat as chihi beef? You're asking for trouble if someone flips your stall over. Real chihi beef has distinct marbling. This was plainly from a local yellow cattle. Still, the meat wasn't bad. At least it wasn't from an old cow. The seller, caught red-handed, flushed crimson. He looked like he was about to get confrontational, but caught sight of the rifle on my back. His expression quickly shifted, and he offered a sheepish grin. "Good eye, brother. How about 1.3 cents instead? Cut me 20 pounds. I want brisket, short ribs, and hindquarters." "You got it." A deal he thought was lost sprang back to life, and his knife began to fly. With over 100 pounds of goods strapped to my back, I made my way to the train station, occasionally glancing over my shoulder. Those two had been tailing me for a while now. My lips curled into a disdainful smirk. As I headed toward the station, one of them, Hao San, looked visibly uneasy. "Black brother, what now? Do we keep following? Once he boards the train, it's a no-go. Can't make a move in there. Plus, no place for the horse, and the train's got guards posted." Hao San wasn't hesitant to kill. Life meant little to him. He'd once served as a sharpshooter in the Great Qian's Northwestern Border Army. Back during the war with the Ottoman Empire in the Western Territories, he'd taken down over 20 enemies. If he hadn't been court-martialed for smuggling armaments, he'd be a battalion commander by now. But as dangerous as he was, even he wouldn't dare pull off a hit on a train. The trains in Great Qian were often targeted for robberies, so they were heavily guarded with armed escorts, not to mention the cavalry patrols along the rail lines. If the riders got a hold of you, it's game over. Plus, his prized mule was with him, not the kind of animal he'd ever abandon just because he had no place to stow it on board. Old Black was equally conflicted. He had his eyes on me for good reason. I was well stocked, with cash to boot, and I'd just purchased a gun. Prime targets like me didn't come along every day. Just as they were at a stalemate, an employee in a navy blue uniform stepped up onto a platform and shouted for all to hear. "No more waiting. The train's been held up near one-line Sky Canyon. The midday route's canceled. Go on home, everyone." The railways of Great Qian might be advanced for the times, but they still weren't running round the clock. Tangshan County only saw 3 trains a day, 8 a.m., 1 p.m., and 7 p.m., and delays were all too common. The crowd groaned in frustration, but Hao San and Old Black were grinning from ear to ear. A delay? That was an opportunity. I heard the news too. It was just past noon. Tangshan to Mang Village was 40 miles, easily walkable. No point waiting for the evening train. After downing a bowl of noodles outside the city gate, I muttered to myself, "Looks like someone's going to hand me a horse after all." The midday sun bore down fiercely, and the official road was almost empty. With my hat pulling low and 100 pounds on my back, I set off. Like nothing happened, but I didn't slack off on the way. Springfield rifle in hand, radar fully on the entire time. 2 dots trailed a mile behind, still maintaining some distance between them. Further back, there seemed to be a convoy. Didn't appear to be working with those two. Thieves got their rules. Takes more than one person to make it worth bringing out this kind of group. 10 miles in, there was a stretch of pine forest spanning 3 or 4 miles, the scent thick in the air. A stone marker at the entrance read, "Wild Boar Forest." A perfect spot for robbery and murder, I muttered. The official road cut through the forest, flanked by towering pines over 60 feet tall and waist-high shrubs. The ideal place for an ambush. 2 more miles, and I stopped, turning around. Hao San, trailing 300 or so meters behind, froze for a moment. I could see he wasn't confident about that range. He acted nonchalant and kept coming, but his hand went to his rifle strap. One shrug of his shoulder, and the rifle slung on his back would be ready. At 200 meters, I could see his face clearly. I raised my rifle slightly, clutched it across my chest, and called out in a clear voice. "A lone flower in the Jianghu, brothers from all around. We're all family on the road. Not blood, but we share what we have. Friend, name yourself. If you're really in a pinch, here's $10 to see you through. A little help, man to man. That's the unwritten rule of the outlaws. When I turned around earlier, it became clear. One guy's casually strolling down the main road. No attempts to cover or conceal himself. The other ditched his horse and snuck into the forest. Classic setup, one to make the move, the other standing by as backup. My words weren't random, but traditional code among the outlaws. If the other party played by the rules, this job would be off the table. Everyone in the Brotherhood leaves a little leeway. After all, you never know when paths will cross again. Truly, I would have left the $10, maybe earned a bit of goodwill too. San froze, puzzled. He wasn't officially sworn into the bandits yet and didn't understand the lingo. Unsure how to respond, he just trudged forward, silently. Only a few more dozen meters, and he'd be within sure range for a clean shot. I glanced at an old pine tree on the roadside. The real watcher was hiding there. San was a rookie, but that one in the shadows? Surely part of the outlaw world, and no doubt fluent in the code. My words were for his ears. The underbrush remained utterly still, not a single response. Guess I'd run into someone who ignored the rules. If so, no point holding back. I tilted my muzzle downward, about to raise it. San must have sensed the brewing hostility too. He stopped and readied his rifle. When someone offers a throwing down the gauntlet challenge like this, the tradition is straightforward. No dodging, no tricks. Fight it out, fair and square. We both had our weapons braced, but neither quite aimed yet, for the convoy behind San had just picked up speed. The jingling of brass bells rang out, a lavish horse-drawn carriage coming into view. 12 mounted guards rode fore and aft, each rugged and well past 40. Fierce expressions. Their weapons said everything. Dacian standard-issue Tiger, Might 1890 bolt-action rifles, and German-made Mauser C96 pistols strapped to their waists. Armed to the teeth, truly. Their guns pointed downward but were ready to fire in an instant. That stance alone was a piece of Jianghu code. Muzzles down meant no hostile intent. Whatever beef we had, best let it wait. We moved out after everything was settled. The opposing side understood the protocol. I didn't fire. San didn't know the convoy's specific signals, but even he understood this wasn't the time to shoot. Both of us, skilled marksmen, knew that pulling the trigger now would only lead to chaos and a full-on shootout. The breeze swirled leaves in the air as the convoy advanced slowly. They approached San first, then brushed past me, the vehicles mere inches away. When they were about 100 meters away, the curtain on one of the cars lifted slightly. A pale, delicate hand raised a pair of binoculars, glanced in our direction, and then lowered them. Su Pao Tu, Cannonhead Su. Who do you think will live, and who will die between these two? Bang! Before the words had even fully settled, the crack of a gunshot echoed in the distance. The woman immediately raised her binoculars again. The moment she saw what had happened, her eyes lit up with excitement. What incredible marksmanship! Stop the car. Screech. The sound of a match being struck broke the silence as I lit a cigarette with a filter, casually exhaling a puff of smoke. Ejecting the spent cartridge, I reloaded my gun and began walking forward slowly. About 150 meters out, San lay flat on the ground, eyes wide open, a clean bullet hole in his forehead. Even as he died, he couldn't comprehend how someone could draw their gun so fast and shoot with such precision. When the convoy reached a safe distance, San instinctively went to lower his gun. But before he could make a single move, I fired. One shot was all it took to end him. Just like that, this renowned frontier soldier from Daiqian fell flat, dying where he stood. As I walked toward him, my focus shifted to the dense bush behind him, standing nearly 2 meters tall. Emerging from it was the unmistakable glint of a gun barrel, a revolver. This person was lying in wait, primed for an ambush, planning to shoot me while I got closer to loot San's body. Because in this line of work, looting bodies is simply procedure, especially when San still had that sturdy mule of his. A mule so fearless it didn't even flinch at the sound of gunfire. Hiding behind the bush, Lao He, Old He, felt his heart pounding in his chest. He had never witnessed such sharpshooting before. Not even the leaders of his gang, those bandit big shots they call Pao Tu, or gunners, could pull this off. In reality, If someone around these parts had that skill, their name would be legendary, akin to one of the mythical 8 great cannon heads of the Northeast. There was no point in trying to face me head-on. He wouldn't win. Running was also futile. You can't outrun a bullet. His only chance was to kill me first. Closer, just a little closer. He whispered, clutching the revolver tightly, his prayers desperate. His gun, a new revolver, could reach 50 meters, but his shooting skills weren't accurate at that distance. He needed me to move in, closer to within 20 or 30 meters, or at the very least, inside 20. Just as he willed me to step forward, I stopped. His pupils dilated instantly. I had already raised my gun and was aiming straight at his hiding spot. Oh no! Bang! He instinctively tried to run, but it was too late. The bullet struck him square in the shoulder, forcing him to drop his revolver to the ground. Enduring the pain, he turned to flee. Bang! He crumpled to the ground as if shoved harshly from behind. Pain radiated through his entire body. He knew he wasn't dead, but quickly realized he couldn't move. That second shot had shattered his spine. Clink! I ejected another shell and glanced at the convoy. They hadn't left, nor did they appear hostile. I ignored them and walked toward the bush. Hearing my footsteps approach, Lao He began to shout out in panic. The Northwest lone flower of Xintian. We're all brothers of the Greenwood. Have mercy. You're a man of our world. Show some compassion, please. I kicked him over with one swift motion. Which gang are you with? From Duliang Mountain. Big Boss Flying Blade Hong is my leader. Spare me, old Hai. I swear there will be a hefty reward. I messed up today, and I admit it. I sneered coldly. So you're one of those lackeys trying to recruit people? I thought you were sent by the Dong jewelry firm. The thug's black eyes darted quickly, and he tried to play along. Old Hai, there is something about them. They gave me a gold bar to take you out. It's still at my place. Spare me, and I. Before he could finish, I stomped down hard on his chest. That one blow was enough. He was dead on the spot. Just from these two guys' moves, I'd already figured out that this had nothing to do with the Dong jewelry firm. His second sentence was nothing but a lie under pressure. That moment he tried to roll with my bluff, I had my answer. And once I had it, there was no reason he needed to stay alive. As for this so-called Duliang Mountain or Flying Blade Hong, never heard of them. Clearly not anyone significant in the underworld. I picked up the revolver he dropped. A quick look, and I identified it right away. Colt single-action army revolver from the Silver Eagle Nation, an M1873 model. Not exactly the kind of gun that should exist in this world. Single-action, meaning you have to cock the hammer for every shot. Not modern by any means, but reliable, with decent stopping power. Perfectly fine for close-quarter defense. This one, a premium piece, polished stainless steel frame, walnut grip, absolutely gorgeous. I unstrapped its holster, fastened it at my hip, and slid the revolver into place. I searched his body and found quite a haul. A 10-gram gold ring, a pure silver belt buckle, a wad of golden banknotes, and the real jackpot, a silver pocket watch. I'd been looking to buy a watch back at the department store, but even the cheapest copper ones were over $50, daylight robbery. On top of that, he had over 100.45 caliber bullets compatible with the revolver. His greatest asset, though, was tied up not too far away, a pitch-black Mongolian horse. Even from afar, I could tell it was a war horse. Close up, I grinned. 4 years old, in its prime, and a mare, which means she could breed foals in the future. A horse like this would sell for no less than $150 at the Mountain Pass horse market. She wasn't skittish either, even sticking her tongue out to lick my hand. I patted her neck, untied the reins, and led her away. Then I moved on to search Hao-san. A broke loser through and through. Aside from a measly 5 cents, he had nothing. Well, almost nothing. There was his prized rifle, a Tiger Power 1840 breechloader, the standard army issue from the last era of the Qin dynasty. About on par with my Springfield in firepower, perfectly compatible with its ammo, maybe even slightly better in performance. Too bad the rifling was nearly worn out. It could only serve as a backup weapon. Ammunition-wise, pitiful. Including the single round chambered, just 5 bullets. Hao-san's priciest possession wasn't on him, but grazing nearby. A mule. And what a mule it was. My eyes lit up the moment I saw it. A 4-year-old stallion, standing a towering 1.7 meters at the shoulder. A full 5 centimeters taller than the black mare I'd just found. Most mules don't grow that big, so this one must have had excellent breeding stock, likely from a large draft horse. 2 animals in one haul. Not a bad day. I am very happy. Placing the packed basket onto the mule's back, I glanced at Hao San, then looked off into the distance where Lao He was lying. My thoughts turned, and I decided to drag Hao San first to the side of the road under a large willow tree. Then, I went back to Lao He. As soon as my hand touched his clothing, I let out a surprised huh. It seemed like there was a hidden compartment stitched inside. There was something in it. With a forceful tug, I revealed the hidden pocket. Inside, I pulled out a piece of animal hide and unfolded it. It was marked with a stretch of mountains and an old, dilapidated temple. The piece wasn't large, and I couldn't tell the exact location, but I recognized what this was. Hidden this well, so it's a treasure map. I wonder, does it lead to gold veins or old ginseng patches? Gold veins mean mining deposits, coal, iron, gold, while old ginseng patches refer to pits left by ginseng gatherers, marked with clues. These could regrow ginseng in the future. Both are valuable secrets passed down among the mountain wanderers of northeast China. For Lao He, just a petty bandit, to have something like this, it was most likely one of these two. With his limited skill set, he wouldn't be capable of finding anything like a grand, mythical treasure map. Still, even with a map, I couldn't pinpoint the location right away. A real treasure map isn't like a video game. Just having the map doesn't automatically mark the spot. You need insider oral knowledge to get the general direction for reference. Whether this fortune could become a reality would depend entirely on luck. I stashed the seemingly ordinary map away, not realizing that this small scrap of animal hide would one day almost flip the entire underground world of northern China upside down. After that, I dragged both bodies under the willow tree. Using my knife, I sliced off a piece of bark and began to carve words into it. From the luxurious carriage in the distance, the woman watching was captivated, first stunned by my precise marksmanship, then by my sharp instincts and ruthlessness in killing Lao He, and lastly by what I was doing now. After a moment's thought, she took out a small dagger, Su Pao Tu. Yes, miss. Take this small divine blade and deliver it to that young man. Find out his name and establish friendly ties. While you're there, see what he's writing. Su Pao Tu handed his rifle to a companion and walked over on foot. Just as my carving was finished, he arrived. Peering down, he burst out laughing. In the 30th year of Tianyuan of the Great Qin Dynasty, executed 2 infamous Liangshan bandits in the wild boar forest. Rewards available to those who verify the bodies. Written by Chao San. Looks like you're trying to make a name for yourself, aren't you, young brother? I clasped my hands in an arch salute. Apologies for the cheek, elder brother, but people ought to know my capabilities. He returned the clasped-handed greeting. From that small gesture, I could tell this man had years of experience traveling this treacherous path of the Jianghu. Anything your younger brother can help you with? Not at the moment. My employer, however, was impressed with your remarkable skills and would like to connect with you. She has pressing matters and cannot come in person, so she sent me to deliver this small divine blade as a token of goodwill. My employer's name is Su Hongxiu, the founder of the Su Embroidery Pavilion. Should you find yourself in trouble, bring this blade to any Su embroidery location in the Northeast, and we will provide our full support. The name Su Embroidery Pavilion was unfamiliar to me in the Central Plains, but judging by Su Pao Tu's tone, in the Northeast, his influence would indeed be substantial. I took the dagger, examined it, about the length of a palm, with a simple sheath, sharp enough to cut through iron as if it were mud. I sheathed the dagger, cupped my fists, and said, "Thank you, Miss Su, for the gift. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to seek my help. Don't mention it. May I ask, what is your name, young man?" "My family name is Chao, given name San. Brother Chao San, farewell." The convoy moved forward. Not long after, Su Hongxiu asked, "Su Cannonhead, what is that young man up to?" "Building his reputation." "Oh, seems like Tongshan County might be witnessing the rise of a notable figure." Su Cannonhead sighed. "Miss, it's not just Tongshan. From Songjiang to the entire Northeast, a legend might emerge from this. This man calls himself Chao San. It's clearly an alias. Someone of such skill wouldn't be unknown in the mainland. He's a dragon crossing the river. Always the number 3, Because his hands make precise circles. This isn't a simple alias. Intriguing. Meanwhile, I was silently sizing her up as well. A merchant from a wealthy family, but adept in the ways of the Jianghu. This woman's no ordinary person. I didn't come to Tongshan to live in anonymity. My foster father, Chao Baosan, raised me as his own. Although he died with nothing left to give, I still hold the traitor from his martial sect responsible for his death. Revenge requires resources and manpower. The truly skillful can't be hired with money. I need to make a name for myself here in the northeast Jianghu, forging ties with influential figures. Accepting this fine dagger signifies I'm willing to establish a friendship. If she ever needs help in the future, I'll be there. Whether it deepens or not depends on what happens next. But I can't use my real name. My reputation in the mainland is too big. If I use my actual name to rise here, it might shake the foundations of the entire Jianghu in the northeast. Tongshan isn't that large. Eventually, paths will cross. I mounted my large black horse, grabbed the mule's reins, and headed towards Wang Village. In Tongshan County's Four Seas Inn, in the upper room, the first leader of Du Liang Mountain, Flying Dagger Hong, was flipping through a small, thread-bound novel. The three characters on the cover read, Golden Plum Vase. Nearing 40, his demeanor appeared scholarly. No one could have guessed he was a fearsome bandit. Where's Old Hay? Why's he not back yet? Su Cannonhead, Chun Biao, checked his watch. It's been a while. Just as he was about to send someone to investigate, a young man in luxurious clothing burst into the room. First, the word first leader barely left his lips before Flying Dagger Hong's glare silenced him. This time, he brought over 30 men disguised as a merchant convoy on a mission to outsmart and rob Yongxing Street's gold shop by tunneling underground. Hao San was an expert in construction and tunnel digging, making him essential. But technical skills alone weren't enough. He needed to prove his loyalty. Today was the day for him to pledge allegiance with the incense ceremony. Yet, both he and Old Hay had been gone for too long. The glared at youth lowered his voice immediately. Boss, Old Hay and Hao San are dead. Someone saw two woodcutters carrying their bodies to the police station. The chief even rewarded one of them $5. Flying Dagger Hong's eyes widened. Two woodcutters killed Old Hay and A. Border guards with amazing skills? That's the kind of strength you'd expect from a lumberjack. No, it wasn't them. It was someone called Chao San. He killed him, dumped the body by the roadside, and didn't even bother to collect the reward. Chao San, Flying Knife Hong, was momentarily stunned. Never heard of him. Suddenly, he remembered something. What about the map Old Black was carrying? Gone. When they brought the bodies back, the two of them had nothing but their clothes and leaves on them. Their money, guns, and horses were all taken, probably by that Chao San. Flying Knife Hong broke into a cold sweat immediately. This is bad. The Alliance leader is definitely going to have me crippled this time. Clip-clop, clip-clop. I rode into Mang Village on my big black horse, leading a mule behind me. For the second time, after bringing in a wild boar yesterday, I became the talk of the whole village. Everyone stared at me in amazement. Since when was hunting wild boars this profitable? Or had this young man dug up a ginseng root or found gold up in the mountains? I paid no mind to their stares. Through 2 lifetimes, I had grown used to being the center of attention. At this moment, I was fully immersed in studying the newly unlocked system feature. Elite Marksman, reward, plus 20 EXP, plus 2 skill points. Hunter Marksman, reward, plus 10 EXP, plus 1 skill point. Prerequisites met. New professional class unlocked. Marksman, skill points, 13. Profession 2, Marksman, level 0. Talent skill, Deadeye, upgrade cost, 100 points. Deadeye, guaranteed critical hit within a 500-meter range. Cooldown, 24 hours. Note, weapon must have a maximum range of over 500 meters. Back in the Wild Boar Forest, the system had already prompted me about unlocking this new class. Another free talent skill, ridiculously overpowered. 100% accuracy on a critical shot within 500 meters? This Kaza-level shooting ability definitely lives up to the name Deadeye. It's practically a cheat code. Normally, hitting a target at 500 meters with a rifle isn't impossible, but during this era, sharpshooters with that kind of ability are extremely rare. Even with talent, you'd still need a scope. Otherwise, you couldn't even see the target at that distance. And no one would dare guarantee a perfect hit. Hitting the target and never missing are two entirely different concepts. With this skill, forget hunting. Even if I wanted to assassinate the Emperor of Deqian, I'd stand a chance. Both of my modified black powder shotguns have effective ranges exceeding 1,000 meters. After hitting the city jackpot earlier, I was in high spirits. To celebrate, I decided we'd have dumplings tonight, because in these times, dumpling meals were basically equivalent to celebrating the new year. Before I even reached the tavern, I saw a cloud of dust and heard shouting and fighting. Well, how about that? Yao Mayer was leading a group of about 10 kids, all 4 or 5 years old, chasing down another group of 5 or 6 older boys, who were probably 6 or 7. Yao Mayer was the fiercest of them all, wielding a half-meter-long cornstalk like a warrior, smacking the opposing kids until they cried for mercy. I stood there stunned. The organizational skills of a 5-year-old? When she noticed me, pride gleamed in her eyes. She tilted her little head, grinned widely, and started sprinting over with her arms open. "Uncle!" I jumped off the horse and picked her up. "Look at you, you little rascal. Your face is all dirty like a little cat." She giggled. "They bullied me, said I don't have a dad, so I hit them. Little sister did the right thing. We don't bully others, but we also don't let anyone bully us." She pulled out a tea egg wrapped in yellow paper from her pocket. It was from Aunt Chu Jun, specially saved for me. Even her mom couldn't bring herself to eat it. I laughed, pinching her cheek. "Let your mom heat it up for you to eat later. Today we're having dumplings." Her eyes crinkled into a big smile. She likes one thing about me the most. I always keep my promises. Unlike her mom, who always says she'll save her New Year money, and then it vanishes like smoke. I pulled a craft paper package from the basket and handed it to her. She opened it and was absolutely stunned. Inside was a colorful assortment of candies. "Candy." She hugged my neck and gave me a big kiss. The other kids around us looked on greedily, swallowing hard. She hesitated for a moment before whispering, "Uncle, can I share some with them? I'll eat less myself." I was taken aback. Young kids usually guard their treats like treasure, especially candy, which is like their lifeblood. Even though I bought the candy, I hadn't expected her to be so generous. "You sure about this?" "Not really," she admitted. "But they all call me Big Sister. If I have something good, we should share it. If I keep all the good stuff to myself, they won't listen to me anymore. By giving out some candy, they'll follow me even more. And their little brothers and sisters will listen to me too." I was completely floored. The wisdom of sharing wealth to gather people. A truth that some adults can't grasp their entire lives. She had figured out at 5 years old. "The candy is yours, so it's up to you how you want to share it." She was overjoyed, handing one piece of candy to each child. A dozen or so sniffly kids all chorused, "Thank you, Big Sister." She put on her serious face and said, "And my uncle, too." "Thank you, Uncle," the kids echoed. This kid was practically born to run a gang. A whole little crew was already forming, loyal from the start. I lifted her onto the horse. She was fearless, even daring to shout that she wanted to learn how to ride. When we arrived at the tavern, she ran to the counter, clutching the candy. "Mom, eat some candy. Auntie Shaoli, you too." It wasn't until then that I noticed Kai Wanqing sitting there knitting with another young woman. One quick glance at Shaoli Dai, and I was stunned. Her beauty was no less striking than Kai Wanqing's, but her aura was entirely different. While Kai Wanqing had an aloof look that softened into warmth when she wanted, making her hard outside but tender inside, Shaoli Dai was the delicate and fragile type. She had watery, deer-like eyes that instantly evoked a protective instinct in anyone who saw her. When Kai Wanqing saw me enter, she smiled at first but then froze briefly, noticing my new clothes and the rifle slung on my back. It wasn't cheap to own either in these times. She put down her knitting. "You're back. Do you know how to wrap dumplings?" "Of course I do. It's not like it's some kind of holiday." Why am I suddenly craving dumplings? Must be the appetite kicking in. Fortunately, I just bought some beef. Dai Shali kept sneaking glances at me. With my appearance and build, even for a married woman like her, it made her cheeks flush a little. But what she envied even more was my personality. Good looks, able to provide, and gentle to top it off. Men like that were what countless women dreamt of. "Sister Junyang, you go home and make the dumplings first. I'll wash the shop for you." "Well, all right then." Kai Wanqing handed her a bottle of sorghum liquor. Take this home, Sister Junyang. With a look from Kai Wanqing, Dai Xiaoli stopped speaking, her eyes welling up with gratitude. The bottle of liquor meant she probably wouldn't be beaten anytime soon. This wasn't just any liquor. It was Kai Wanqing's special brew, a 3-year-aged knockout mix. Kai Wanqing and her sister followed me out of the store. The moment they saw the horses and mule by the entrance, they were stunned. Wait, did you rob a bank in town, Huai? I laughed as I led the horse away. The banks in the county aren't worth robbing. If I were to rob one, I'd aim for a provincial one. These were given to me as a gift. My casual tone made her not press further, but as her eyes drifted down, she caught sight of the blood stains near my shoes. She nodded slightly and said, I'll heat some water for you when we get back. We've got a wooden tub at home. You can wash up. Traveling back brings bad luck sometimes. I'll scrub your shoes too. Her words gave me pause, and I looked down to notice the faint traces of blood as well. I smirked, but didn't say a thing. This woman, her observations were sharp, and her heart was even kinder. Once we got home, she didn't seem to pay mind to the rice or flour I'd brought back. Instead, it was the canned goods, biscuits, pastries, candy, and toiletries that left her in a daze. Staring at the sweets in my younger sister's arms, you could tell her heart ached. Prices in Deqian were polarizing. Grain and salt were cheap, but sugar and industrial goods weren't. The pound of sugar my little sister held in her arms, even at its cheapest, cost 50 cents, which was enough to buy 100 pounds of coarse grain. I handed her a toothbrush and toothpaste, and a tinge of embarrassment flashed across her face. Why, with how you're treating us, I should be giving you money for meals at this point. I chuckled. Big sister, I've got picky tastes and only eat good stuff. Can't have myself eating while you and the little one just watch, can I? One day, if I truly can't afford food, just give me a bowl, and we'll call it even. No need for formalities between us. She let out a helpless sigh, but kept the kindness firmly in her heart. To feed and take care of them, I don't bat an eye. In my past life, I supported 10 housemaids. None of them were as stunning as Kai Wanqing, yet they all cost far more. With my skills, taking care of a widow isn't a big deal. Heck, I could afford to care for 10 widows, even every single widow in Mang Village if needed. I handed a box of white jade pastries and 2 jars of canned yellow peaches to my little sister. Run these over to Aunt Lou for me. And don't you go sneaking a bite on the way. It's your uncle who bought them. I genuinely didn't dare to deliver gifts to Sha Yulan's place myself. That feisty old lady would think nothing of tying up a cow for me to take back in return. Got it. My younger sister dashed off eagerly. Big sister, I'll head off first. Cleaning the gun. I'll help you later. I can do it myself. Afterward, I'll lie down for a bit. Call me when the food's ready. I've already cleaned the pork stomach. We'll make cold pork stomach salad tonight. I headed into the West Room to clean the gun. I'd used it today and even took a life. Both the Springfield and the Tiger rifle fire black powder rounds. After firing, residual powder accumulates in the chamber, and with those breech loaders, if you don't clean them regularly, they'll misfire for sure. Just as I finished, an upbeat and pleasant voice sounded from outside the door. Big Sis Junyang, wine maiden, is Brother Chow around? Kai Wanqing, who was kneading dough, stepped outside with a smile. In the courtyard stood a sweet girl dressed in a blue school uniform with her hair in twin ponytails. Ah, it's Chu Jun. You're here, Wanqing greeted warmly. My mom asked me to bring over this basket of lion's mane mushrooms for you and Brother Chow to enjoy. Kai Wanqing immediately understood. These were meant for me. Most likely, Sha Yulan had already distributed the wild boar meat, ensuring the goodwill landed in my hands. I stepped outside and couldn't help but marvel at Chu Jun's sweet appearance. Standing at about 1.7 meters tall, she had a slender figure, large, bright eyes framed by fluttering lashes, and skin so fair it was almost radiant. Who says there are no sweet girls in the Northeast? This young lady was sweet in looks and words alike. Big sis, who's this? I asked. She's Chu Jun, the youngest daughter of Uncle Lin. She's a year younger than you, 17 this year. She's studying at the county's medical high school and will head to the provincial medical university next year. Not only sweet, but also young. Nice to meet you, Chu Jun. I didn't expect Uncle Lin's daughter to be such a scholar. Brother, I'm not a scholar. I don't even know if I can pass the entrance exam, she said with a shy smile. Kai Wanqing hugged her affectionately. Chu Jun here has earned straight A's. She'll definitely get in. Soon our Wang village will have its own esteemed medical expert. Despite her age, Chu Jun couldn't help but blush under all the praise, beaming with joy. She quickly waved off my offer to stay for lunch and said, "No need, Brother Chow. Actually, I came with another task. I'm here to deliver your residency papers." On my dad's way out, he selected 2 homestead plots for you. If you're free, can you come check them out with me? Residency papers? Now that caught my attention. Though the Qin dynasty doesn't restrict movement, being without official residency can be a hassle. Getting registered can be simple. Just someone like the village chief or a local leader vouching for you, and a place willing to accept you. However, it's often hard. Without close connections, few are willing to vouch since it involves liability. Having the papers settled would save me a lot of trouble. As for the homestead, well, that was no small matter either. I couldn't stay at Kai Wanqing's forever, and even if I did someday make her mine, this adobe house was far too cramped. All right, little sister, give me a moment to grab a few things, and we'll go. Back in the West Room, I grabbed my rifle, holstered my revolver, stuffed some bullets into my pocket, and put on my Fanyong hat before heading out. Chu Jun blinked her big eyes at me and said, "Brother, there aren't any wild beasts in the village. You don't need a gun. Maybe I'll spot a pheasant or two for soup or dumplings." I quipped carelessly, fully aware my rifles were overkill for such a small target. But in truth, I never left my weapons behind. Wang village might be peaceful now, but caution has kept me alive so far. Danger can come knocking when you least expect it. But with a gun in hand, I'm almost invincible. You're amazing, big brother. Out of all the hunters in the village, no one else could haul back such a big wild boar alone. The little girl's eyes sparkled with admiration, clearly impressed by my strength. As we made our way, Lin Chujuan's good reputation was evident. Everyone we passed greeted her warmly. Some even teased her, asking if I was her boyfriend, making her blush furiously. But despite her embarrassment, she couldn't help but sneak glances at me. She attended the county's medical middle school, one of the top schools in Tangshan. In Qian's educational system, there's elementary school, basic and compulsory, followed by middle school, which is divided into academic and vocational tracks, and then university. Her school was vocational. In this day and age, even if you couldn't get into college, graduating from a vocational school meant you could at least secure a decent livelihood. Becoming a worker was considered a high-paying job. With her grades, she'd have no trouble becoming a nurse or a township doctor. There were plenty of boys at her school, most from well-off families. But for some reason, when she compared them to me, those clean-cut, polished boys just didn't catch her eye. She couldn't quite explain it. She just found my rugged masculinity more attractive. We arrived at a plot of farmland. I noticed about an acre of vegetable fields, dark, fertile soil with trenches between rows and the remnants of rotting leaves scattered about. The area was surrounded by 7 brick tile houses. No need to ask. I already knew this must belong to the 7 households family. In all of Mang village, aside from the licentiate Diao, only the 7 households and a few others had brick tile homes. "Big brother, this is a potential housing site," Lin Chujun explained. "It used to be a vegetable plot for a few uncles. It wouldn't need leveling, so you could start building by next spring. But it is small, just barely over an acre. Land is vast in the northeast, so an acre was considered small, given that, here, an acre was actually the larger northeastern unit, measuring over 1,000 square meters. I could clearly tell this was a favor from Lin Tianjin. This piece of fertile land, perfect for growing produce, was no small gift. Just handing it over like that showed his generosity. "How about another plot? Is there another one nearby? Let's take a look," I said. She led me east of the village, not far from Kai Wanqing's house. Not long after, an endless stretch of farmland sprawled out before us, easily thousands of acres. Running along the edge of the fields was a man-made drainage ditch, dividing the village from the farmland like an invisible border between kingdoms. "That's the land owned by that greedy old landlord Diao," she said, her voice tinged with resentment. "Most of it used to belong to my family and a few uncles. He tricked them out of it." Though her expression became fierce as she spoke about him, her demeanor was still endearingly cute. But I detected another undercurrent here. The 7 households of this Mang village weren't exactly pushovers themselves. If Jiao was able to take land from them, it spoke volumes about his cunning and ruthlessness. Thinking back to what I'd seen of Jiao Wu, I could understand. To amass wealth in these times, you had to be cutthroat. Without a taste for bloodshed, claiming land and building a fortune was near impossible. She pointed to a 6-acre patch of overgrown meadow. This would be the other potential building site, she said. The land was covered in wild grasses, fescue, blue wildry, and clover. Not many families in the village keep horses, so it's been left and used for a while. My eyes lit up. 6. More than an acre. A good size for building a decent estate. Enough space for raising dogs, horses, and maybe even a bear. Plus, it's the perfect time to harvest the pasture grass. My family already owns a horse and a mule. I crouched down and grabbed a handful of soil. Rich, fertile land. Why hasn't anyone cultivated it? After all, folks in the countryside rely heavily on farming. When there's not enough land, they clear the wilds. It's hard work, but once the land is cleared, it can stay in the family for generations. Lin Chujun frowned slightly. It's all because of that scoundrel, old bastard Diao. Hearing this name again, I couldn't help but chuckle. However, Lin Chujun went on to tell me an old story. Brother, this grassland used to be over 20 acres, stretching all the way to that farmland over there. 7 years ago, a family of 7, fleeing hardship, settled here. They spent 2 years clearing 13 acres of wild land. The autumn they finished the work, before they could harvest a thing, their house caught fire, and all 7 of them perished in the flames. The youngest was only 5. My father reckons it was old bastard Diao's doing. After the fire, that scoundrel helped bury them, then claimed the 13 acres for himself. Ever since then, no one's dared to cultivate near his property. My dad didn't want trouble, so he left this land untouched. I was stunned. 13 acres of land. Was it really worth annihilating an entire family? This old bastard, Jiao, must truly be heartless. Brother, don't choose this one. Jiao's trouble, Lin Chujun urged in her soft voice. But in that moment, I suddenly understood what was happening. This wasn't just about picking a piece of land. Lin Tianjung was testing my mettle. If I picked the vegetable plot, it would show I feared old bastard Jiao, and it would imply that my reputation back in the interior was just smoke and mirrors, relying on the backing of Chao Baosan. Weak. But if I picked this grassland, it would prove I wasn't afraid. My choice would directly influence how Lin Tianjing treated me in the future. If I was seen as all talk, he'd only regard me as nothing more than a junior, a nobody. Having figured it out, I couldn't afford to let myself be underestimated. 2 lifetimes in, my pride meant everything. Besides, I genuinely liked this grassland. By next summer, with a fully built estate, raising dogs, horses, and if lucky, maybe even a bear, this place would be perfect. Sis, I want this one. I like it here. Brother, this land is dangerous. Don't worry. I'm more dangerous than old bastard Diao. She didn't quite understand what I meant and tried urging me again, but eventually gave up. Still, I could tell she was thinking to herself, with Brother Chao's build, maybe Jiao wouldn't dare mess with him. She pulled out the registration papers and land titles. The household registration was like a modern residency book, already filled in with a fake name, Chao San. There were 2 land titles as well, one for the vegetable plot and one for the grassland, complete with stamps from Mang Village and Yuanbao Town, along with Lin Tianjing's signature. All that was left was for me to sign and leave my fingerprint. She had everything prepared. Taking the papers, I officially became a resident of Mang Village from that moment onward. Sis, it's getting late. Come to my place for dinner. No, thanks. Dinner's already made at home, and I have to organize my schoolwork. I'm heading back to school tomorrow. Let me walk you home then. I'll treat you to a meal in the county next time. Let's head to the county town. Chu Jun is inviting you over. She just opened an authentic Shandong cuisine restaurant, and wow, it's delicious. We had barely taken a few steps when a familiar figure approached, a slender, fair-faced young man with rosy lips, carrying 2 rabbits and a pheasant tied to his waist. Brother Chao, Sister Chu Jun. Yin Xiaoi greeted us with a cheerful smile as he jogged over. Not bad. Looks like a good catch. I remarked. Yeah, went out to check my traps today. Lucky, I guess, he said, scratching his head bashfully. Hunters have their tiers. Not everyone bags big game like I do. Most rely on trapping rabbits or wild chickens. Checking traps or running the traps is all about seeing if anything got snared overnight. Are you keeping these or selling them? I'm selling them to Brother Dabio's family. Do you want one, Brother Chow? I'll take the pheasant. 2 dimes for it. Back in my previous life, pheasants were a protected species, but now they're not worth much. A pound goes for only 8 cents, and this bird is barely worth 10 in total. I'm actually offering a high price. If you want it, just take it. No need to pay, Xiaoyi insisted. No, that's not how it works. Here's the deal. Since I didn't bring my wallet, you can drop the pheasant off at Sister Junyang's house. Tell her my money pouch is in my backpack, and she can give you the cash. I need to take Chu Jun home. Xiaoyi hesitated, but then quickly nodded in agreement after a moment of thought. Before he left, I called out to him, Xiaoyi, what do you usually work on these days? Just hunting and wandering around nearby. I've got a job for you. Interested? I pointed toward some pasture land. You know how to cut grass? Of course. I'll pay you 2 dimes a day to mow this field. It's for winter feed for the horses. Take your time. There's no rush. Payment once it's done. 2 dimes a day? Xiaoyi froze. Even Chu Jun looked astonished. Her school teachers were earning 15 yuan a month, a coveted high salary. 2 dimes a day would buy 40 pounds of coarse grains. Chu Jun felt something was off, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. Brother Chow, you don't need to pay me. Just feed me, and I'll get started tomorrow. No, listen to me. 2 dimes a day, or I'll hire someone else. Seeing my firm stance, Xiaoyi had no choice but to agree. He headed home to deliver the pheasant, while I escorted Chu Jun back. On the way, she seemed like she wanted to say something, but held back since we weren't that close yet. After dropping her off, I politely declined an invitation to dine at her house and returned to Kai Wanqing's place. The moment I walked in, I asked, Big sis, did you give Xiaoyi the money? Kai Wanqing, who was rolling dough, paused mid-motion. What money? Xiaoyi just dropped off 2 rabbits and a pheasant and left. He said you caught them and wanted them brought back. Following her pointing finger, I spotted the rabbits and the pheasant neatly placed in the yard. Not only had Xiaoyi dropped them off, but he'd also taken care of the processing. Both rabbit skins were cleaned and hung out to dry. This kid has some character. I chuckled as I headed to the stable. Kai Wanqing's family had an old and used stable where I kept the horses and mules I had brought back. I was planning to lead them out to graze. She glanced at the trough and froze on the spot. The horse and mule were happily munching on corn kernels, devouring them with gusto. Corn kernels are a real feast for livestock. She herself eats sorghum rice and corn stalks, yet she fed the animals with plain corn kernels. This woman, truly generous. I've already fed the horses. Take them for a walk later. Kai Wanqing came out, adding some water. There's a patch of grassland not far from the house. If I have time, I'll help you gather some forage grass there. No need to buy feed. What we have at home is enough for them. I saw that grassland. That's where our homestead will eventually be. Don't worry about the forage. I'll have Xiaoyi handle it tomorrow. He charges 20 cents a day. At first, she was concerned, just like Lin Chujun, fearing trouble from Old Man Diao, the sly landlord. But after a moment's thought, she realized her worries were unnecessary. With Chow Huai's abilities, it wasn't certain who'd outsmart whom. This distinction between a mature woman and a young girl was evident. She saw things more clearly. Still, she quickly noticed that the wages being offered were rather high. Tying that to the fact that I'd asked about money when I arrived, she started to piece things together. Why, you're trying to give that boy a hand, aren't you? I nodded. I need someone I can rely on by my side. Xiao Yi is thoughtful, but his character and temperament are solid. He's helped us out several times now. It's clear he wants something, most likely to learn how to hunt. Despite his overthinking, he's a decent person, and I don't mind him. Whether or not I really pull him up, though, depends. We'll see. Kai Wanqing understood. This, we'll see, meant that I was using this forage-cutting task to assess whether Xiao Yi could handle it, as a way to gauge his true character. It's only when interests are involved that a person's genuine nature reveals itself. If he were someone solely motivated by money, he might intentionally drag it out to prolong the job. In times like these, finding a fool who pays well isn't easy. If Xiaoyi really pulled a stunt like that, he wouldn't have much of a future with me. He'd have to stay on the sidelines from then on. Realizing this, the way she looked at me changed. We were close in age, only about a year's difference. Yet my skill in managing people was far from ordinary. It reminded her of something her father used to say. Some people are just natural-born leaders, destined to guide others. Why, I know you mean well. Xiao Yi is a good kid, filial too, but his family isn't easy to deal with. It was only then I understood why she had said earlier, just feed Xiao Yi. Don't give him anything extra. Xiao Yi's father, known as Old Man Yin the Stingy, was infamous for his frugality. Xiao Yi was originally the only child, but he lost his mother at the age of 5. Old Man Yin remarried, and the new wife brought along her own son, who was 3 years older than Xiao Yi. 3 years later, she also gave birth to another child, which made Xiao Yi the middle child. Rumor had it that the youngest son wasn't even Old Man Yan's biological child. People said Old Man Yan couldn't have more children due to certain health issues. Otherwise, how could Xiao Yi have been an only child back then? In an era where families typically had loads of children due to lack of other forms of nighttime entertainment, the Yin family standing out with just one child was telling. After the mother's passing, and without any proof, tongues began to wag when the youngest son started growing up looking less and less like Old Man Yin. Having children with such uncertainties in the air, Mom remarried, and from the age of 8, Yin Xiaoyi started working. He never had the chance to attend school. Over the years, every penny he earned from hunting, farming, and foraging went straight to his family, all 4 of them feeding off him like leeches. I chuckled. Seems like, in the Yin family, Yin Xiaoyi is the only outsider. No wonder people say he's pitiful. Even if you gave him money, he wouldn't be able to spend it on himself. All right, I get it. I'll make some dragon broth and use it in the dumpling filling in a bit. I jotted down Kai Wanqing's words in my mind. To her, Yin Xiaoyi was just pitiable. But to me, he was the perfect candidate for a loyal, unyielding underling. He wanted to learn real skills, probably hoping to improve his life. Someone like that just needs proper motivation to focus. Before the sun had set, the first batch of beef dumplings was ready. As soon as I lifted the lid of the steamer, a rich aroma hit my nose. That taste was something I deeply missed. Back in my previous life, before I turned 12, I lived in the countryside. My grandmother used to make beef dumplings like this, steaming them in a wood-fired stove with corn husks at the bottom. One bite, and they'd burst with flavorful broth. After she passed, I never got to taste anything quite like it again. Just then, I remembered something. Big sis, let's send a bowl to Sister Shaoli. She's been minding the shop and might not have had time for a proper meal. All right, I'll fix her a serving and have Yao Mei take it over. Kai Wanqing responded, her gaze full of gratitude. It wasn't as if she couldn't spare that bowl, but it was my food. The ingredients and meat were all things I'd bought. She already felt bad enough for her and her daughter eating my share, let alone giving some to others. My thoughtfulness clearly meant a lot to her. Over at the tavern, Dai Xiaoli was surprised to see Yao Mei bring the dumplings. Sharp as she was, she immediately knew it must have been my idea. She couldn't resist taking a bite, and tears began to roll down her face, not out of hunger, but from being deeply moved. For all these years, besides Kai Wanqing, I was the only person who had shown her genuine respect. Yet, after just one dumpling, she didn't dare eat more. If her husband knew she enjoyed something alone, he'd lash out for sure. Still, with these dumplings and a little 3-year brew, she felt she might survive a few more days without getting beaten. While lost in thought, a group of villagers walked into the tavern. Sister Xiaoli, is the wine lady home? She's gone back to make dinner. What do you need? The lead villager didn't answer directly, but instead asked, that relative of hers, is he back? Yeah, he's back. What? We've got business. Good stuff. As the group walked away, Dai Xiaoli frowned slightly. They were known ruffians in the village. Whatever they wanted with Chao Huai, it couldn't be for anything decent. They're probably trying to drag him into gambling, she muttered. I need to warn the wine lady. Make sure Huai doesn't get too involved with that lot. Back at the Kai house, the Kong table was set, with Kai Wanqing placing a big bowl of dumplings in the center. She laid out a spread of dishes, cold pork belly slices, wild rabbit stewed with potatoes, stir-fried cabbage with pork leg, a plate of shredded dragon meat, and 3 bowls of dragon broth. Pouring me a drink, she smiled. Let's eat. I set my holster aside and picked up a dumpling with my chopsticks. I had to admit, Kai Wanqing was a skilled cook, better than anyone I'd known back in the day. The cook's skills are unmatched, Even the head chef at the Yinyang Grand Restaurant in Baidu might not compare to hers. As I was eating, Yao Mei suddenly fixed her gaze on the revolver atop the heated brick cabinet. She put down her bowl and reached for it. Yao Mei, what are you doing? Always getting into trouble. Kai Wanqing shot her an angry look. Mama, this is a gun. It's way cooler than a big machete. Cool or not, it's not for you to play with. If you so much as touch your uncle's gun, I'll leave your thigh black and blue from pinching. Pure and simple familial discipline. Seeing her still reluctant to let it go, I chuckled and said, when you're a bit older, Uncle will teach you how to shoot. But you're too young right now. I'll buy you an air rifle to play with instead. Thank you, Uncle. She beamed, then gave me a sweet kiss. Kai Wanqing laughed. You're spoiling her. Kids should be a little tough. She could tell I genuinely liked Yao Mei. These days, most people preferred having sons. Lower productivity in tough times made sons a form of security. The more able-bodied men in a family, the more resilient they were to hardships, and the less likely others would dare to mess with them. A man like me, who doted on a girl, wasn't something she saw often. As we chatted, a voice boomed from outside. Sister Wine Mistress, you there? Kai Wanqing's brow furrowed. Why, you keep eating. I'll go see who it is. Outside stood 4 young men in their early 20s. The one in front had a pencil mustache and shifty triangular eyes. Those eyes roved greedily over Kai Wanqing, making her feel queasy, though she kept a polite smile. Brother Nyoer, what brings you here? Have you eaten yet? Already ate. Wine Mistress, I'm not here for you today. I'm looking for your relative. Got something to discuss with him. If it's something to talk about, you can tell me. He doesn't know you. Wine Mistress, your relative isn't very considerate, is he? Everyone knows you greet the gods when you enter a temple, and you greet the family when you enter their home. Why was there no share for our brothers when meat from the hunt was divided up earlier? Is my family not good enough for him? Doesn't think to pay respects to Nyo family's house after visiting Mang village? Or maybe he doesn't think much of the Biao family either. His words came with a taunting grin. It was clear he was here to stir trouble. In the countryside, widows without men at home were the easiest targets for bullies. Nyo Air and his gang were known as troublemakers in the village, and the Nyo family was a prominent surname. Mang village consisted of 7 major surnames, plus the wealthy Biao family, as well as the Nyo and Ma families. Nyo Air's father and Biao family's patriarch were in-laws, making them close allies. Nyo Air was already an arrogant nuisance, always drinking on credit at the taverns, but Kai Wanqing had not expected him to show up at her doorstep. Before she could respond, a pair of strong hands landed reassuringly on her shoulders. Big sis. I stepped in front of her and smiled at Nyo Air and his gang. What can I do for you? Seeing my calm demeanor, Nyo Air puffed up. So, you're that chow whatever? Didn't think much of me, huh? You bagged some big game and didn't think to send any my way? What? Don't want to stay in Mang village anymore. I smiled. There's always someone like this wherever you go, openly pushing you around without even bothering to find out why. Didn't realize Mang village had that kind of rule. My apologies if I've offended you. Stop doing foolish and embarrassing stuff. I'm laying down the law for you today. From now on, if you head into the mountains for a big hunt, I get a share. And around holidays. Before the man could finish his sentence, I took half a step forward. Nyo Air, startled, suddenly felt a gust of wind brush past his ear. Huh, where'd this breeze come from on such a sunny day? Bang! My high roundhouse kick landed square on his head. Without so much as a grunt, Nyo Air dropped to the ground like a log. I had held back. Otherwise, that kick could have killed him. Even so, he wouldn't be getting out of bed for the next month. At minimum, he'd be nursing a concussion. Nobody saw it coming. Not even Kai Wanqing expected me to move so decisively. A portly thug who had come along with Nyo Air grabbed a knife and lunged at me. I'll gut you. Bam! Before he even got close, my sidekick sent him flying into a stable. The mule inside, mid-chew on some corn, got spooked and lashed out with its legs, kicking the guy out the other side of the stable. If not for the ropes holding the mule in place, it might have taken a bite out of him too. The last 2 stooges stood frozen in shock. Nyo Air, nearly 180 pounds and supposedly a skilled fighter, had been floored in seconds. And their 200-pound fat friend? I had booted him like he weighed no more than a child. They realized they had kicked a steel plate. I smiled. Go ahead, both of you come at me. I've got lunch waiting. Neither dared move. Their strongest guys were down, Stepping up would just add to the body count. They were fumbling for an excuse to back down when suddenly, a shrill, young voice rang out from inside the house. "You scumbags! Bully my uncle, and I'll kill you all." My heart nearly stopped. Standing there was Yao Mei, clutching my Colt revolver. The hammer was already cocked, ready to fire. Yao Mei put the gun down. I shouted. Too late. Bang! The shot rang out. Here's what had happened. As soon as Kai Wanqing and I had stepped outside, Yao Mei had climbed up by the window, watching the confrontation. When she saw we were outnumbered, she grabbed a kitchen knife, ready to charge out and help. But just as she reached the door, she remembered my revolver was sitting on the bedside cabinet. She dropped the knife, grabbed the gun, and ran out with it. Smart kid. She must have seen someone in the Biao family use the Colt before and knew cocking the hammer meant the gun would fire. Worried we were about to lose, she stormed out to even the playing field. Her courage impressed me, but it also terrified me. Not because she might have killed someone. Let's be real, these lowlifes had it coming. I was terrified that the recoil from such a powerful gun would go wild in her hands, accidentally hurting herself or Kai Wanqing. I shouted for her to stop, but she had already locked both hands around the pistol, her tiny finger pulling the trigger. Without thinking, I grabbed Kai Wanqing, pulling us both sideways to dodge. She let out a soft gasp as we tumbled to the ground together. The gun went off. I didn't even have time to notice how Kai Wanqing's figure fell against me. I scrambled back to my feet to grab the gun from Yao Mei. "Yao Mei, are your wrists okay?" I asked breathlessly. That .45 Colt packed a hell of a recoil. I wouldn't have been surprised if it had sprained her wrist or worse. Yet there she stood, jaw clenched, tiny tiger teeth bared. "Uncle, give it back to me." "Gun, I'll shoot them dead." I tapped her on the forehead and jokingly scolded. "You little rascal, go back inside." "Uncle, listen to me." Putting the gun away, I helped up Kai Wanqing. "You're not hurt, are you?" She was a sensible woman. Fighting with fists was one thing, but guns were a different story entirely. Fist fights might leave bruises, but bullets? Even if you don't die, you're in for serious injuries. Thankfully, those two thugs were untouched, not even a scratch. It wasn't clear where that shot from Yao Mei's gun even went. "I'm fine," Kai said. And even if those two had died, it wouldn't matter. The two scoundrels immediately fell to their knees, slapping their own faces and begging for mercy. I pointed to Neo Air and the fat guy lying on the ground. "Drag them away and scram." Like receiving a pardon, they quickly grabbed their unconscious buddies and ran off. Even still, Kai Wanqing was shaken. Then she remembered how I had thrown myself at her earlier to shield her, a move that ended with my hand pressing against her chest as I fell. Her face flushed bright red as an awkward heat swept over her. To cover her embarrassment, she turned around, ready to scold Yao Mei. I grabbed her hand. "Big sis, Yao Mei meant well. She's a good kid. Here, let me check if her hand is injured." At my touch, her body softened, and she let out a faint, nasal mhm. Kids raised in the countryside are built tough. Even with the strong recoil from the gun, Yao Mei didn't seem hurt at all. Her sturdy bones were remarkable. I've lost count of how many bandit leaders I've taken down over the years. A couple of village thugs like these? They didn't faze me. I didn't think much of it, and was just sitting down for a meal when chaos erupted again in the distance. Scanning the scene, it looked like nearly 100 people were rushing toward us. Kai Wanqing hurried out to see what was happening and returned quickly. "Huai, you need to escape through the back window. The Niu family's people are coming. Head to Uncle Lin's house. They wouldn't dare cause trouble there." I smiled. "If I go, what about you?" "Don't worry about me. They're all from the village. They won't really harm me. It's fine. I'll deal with them." I went to the west room to grab the gun, loaded a round, and walked back to her with a calm expression. "Big sis, I've taken down countless bandit camps in my time and killed more men than I can count. I've seen it all, but I've never taken an innocent life. If they want to stand against me today, then they've made themselves my enemy. And if they don't fear death, well, I won't hesitate to wipe out the whole village. But if something does happen, you won't be safe here anymore. Would you be willing to come with me? From now on, I'll take care of you and Yao Mei." "Why don't but yes, I'd be willing." Few women could resist such commanding confidence. Kai Wanqing knew better than to argue further, and for the first time, she began to imagine a future under his protection. Haha, then there's nothing to worry about. With me here, there's nothing to fear. Yao Mei piped up. Uncle, let me have the small gun. We'll fight together. How about you heat me a cup of wine? I'll be back before it's even warm. I walked to the door. Kai Wanqing sent Yao Mei out through the back window to Grandma Lu's house to deliver a message. Then she reached for a machete, tucking it into her clothing, before stepping outside to follow me. The calm before the storm loomed over the mountains. Village brawls like this weren't uncommon. She'd seen too many, and they rarely ended without a few lives lost. But facing this alone, just one man, Chao Huai, left her genuinely terrified. I lit a cigarette, striking a match against the sole of my shoe, and exhaled slowly. By then, the courtyard gate was already crowded with people. At the front stood a rotund woman, easily pushing 400 pounds. In these lean times, it wasn't easy to find someone overweight, let alone a fat woman. You little bastard, so you're the one who hit my son? Today, you're not walking away alive, roared Niu Zhangshi, cursing ferociously. Around her, the villagers waved their weapons and shouted threats. I raised my gun and fired a shot on purpose, knocking a strong man's flat cap clean off his head. Everyone froze. I ejected the spent cartridge and chambered another round, shouting, "Come on! Whoever takes another step, I'll blow their damn head off." Niu Zhangshi was formidable, unfazed even with a firearm aimed at her. There are over 100 of us. How many bullets do you have? Go ahead, kill us all, she barked defiantly. Her words were tough, but her actions betrayed her nerves. While yelling, she hauled her youngest son closer and whispered, "Run to your brother-in-law's house. Tell him to grab his gun and come quick." The standoff dragged on for a few moments before Niu Zhangshi called out, "Listen, kid, don't put on airs here. You better give me a damn explanation, or else." "Explain my ass." Before I could finish, a thunderous yell erupted from the distance, not mine. I looked up sharply. 2 rising clouds of dust approached, fanning out left and right, both heading straight for the Kai family compound. "Slow down, Grandma. Don't hurt yourself." In the crowd, Sha Yulan sprinted forward, gripping a spear tightly, with Sha Gang and Sha Yong flanking her like bodyguards, both watching her footing anxiously. Hearing that familiar yell, Niu Zhangshi paled, her headache growing worse. Then came another shout, this one roaring like a lion. "Zhang Tsuhua, acting up again, are you? I let you off too easy last time." The advancing forces split into 2 groups. One was led by Sha Yulan, while the other was headed by a towering woman standing at nearly 6 feet 5 inches. Though she was nearing her 50s, her massive frame and sheer physical strength rivaled, or even surpassed, most men. If Sha Yulan's arrival was a headache for Niu Zhangshi, then seeing this muscular woman turned that headache into a full-on nightmare. Truth be told, Niu Zhangshi had no clue about Chao Huai's connections with the 7 Surnames Alliance. She only knew me as a distant relative of the Kai family, with whispers circulating that I might even be involved with Kai Wanqing romantically. A grieving mother was undeterred by the idea of confronting a widow. After her son was beaten, she felt justified in rallying an armed mob, partly for vengeance and partly for compensation. Word had it I recently acquired a horse and mule. Bullying a lone man seemed like easy pickings. She hadn't counted on me being armed and certainly hadn't anticipated Sha Yulan showing up in record time. Sixth sister, Big Red. Sha Yulan exchanged acknowledgments with the brawny woman and casually strode toward Niu Zhangshi. Standing at just under 5 feet 3 inches, Sha Yulan was dwarfed by Niu Zhangshi's formidable 5 feet 9 inches. Yet somehow, in that moment, Niu Zhangshi completely lost any semblance of authority. "See, sixth sister," stammered Niu Zhangshi nervously. "Sixth sister, your ass? Have you lost your damn mind? What? Did some poisonous mushrooms scramble your brains? That's my nephew you're trying to mess with. You want to pick a fight with the old Pai family, huh? Let's see how that works out for you." Sha Gang, Sha Yong, get your guns and slap him right against her face. Without hesitation, the 2 men both drew their firearms and pressed them firmly against Niu Zhangshi's head. 1 single barrel, 1 double-barrel shotgun. At close range, a single shot would make a head burst like a watermelon. Madame Niu panicked. "Sixth sister-in-law, don't go too far. This person beat up my second son. Shouldn't I ask for an explanation?" Sha Yulan jumped up and slapped her hard, cutting her off mid-sentence. Your son deserved to be beaten. Deserved worse. Bullying my nephew? It's already merciful that my nephew didn't beat him to death. She originally wanted to say that Xiao Huai's reputation alone had held back the northern underworld from misbehaving within the Great Wall, but she swallowed her words at the last second. At this moment, the Niu family dared not utter a single peep. The crew Sha Yulan and Da Hong had brought consisted mostly of women, children, and teenagers around 13 or 14. But they were certainly well armed. The women had waist knives and spears, while the kids carried bows and crossbows, with several holding matchlock guns. The most intimidating, however, were the three adult men accompanying them, Yang Taigang, Zhang Dabiao, and Yang Tiegon's apprentice Lei Tong. Two of them carried breech-loading flintlock rifles, and Lei Tong had a powerful crossbow in hand. But the real trouble lay in the Sha brothers, Sha Gang and Sha Yong. These two were from the neighboring Sha family village, where their word carried enormous weight. Zhang Cuihua, speak up, cursed Da Hong. What's your plan for today? Madame Niu's face turned red with shame. Sixth sister-in-law, seventh sister-in-law, there's no need to make such a fuss. Killing someone takes only one strike at the neck. The Niu family is a well-established household in Mang village, and there are plenty of us from my maiden family in Qingshan too. Do we have to let this escalate like this? Sha Yulan smirked. Trying to outnumber us? Do you think just because the men from our 7 families are out, we're easy to bully? Fine. Sha Gang, head back to Sha family village and call our people. Today, I'll make sure we wipe out the Niu family. The Niu family was scared stiff. The Sha family village could easily rally over 100 able-bodied men. If they came, the Niu family wouldn't stand a chance. Even worse, they couldn't afford to take drastic action. Losing a fight would mean their home getting ransacked. And even if they won, what would happen when the men from the 7 families came back? Their numbers might be small, but every single one was highly skilled. The standoff reached a boiling point. Madame Niu was terrified but didn't want to lose face. Meanwhile, Sha Yulan refused to relent. At that moment, a voice came from the crowd. Big sister-in-law, Madame Niu, Grandma Lin, you're here. Lin Chujun supported an elegant elderly woman in her 60s as they approached. The older woman had a head of white hair and carried herself with grace. Her facial features showed she had clearly been a beauty in her youth. Sha Yulan and Da Hong went forward immediately, treating her with respect. Big sister-in-law, you've arrived. Yulan, tell Sha Gang and Sha Yong to lower their weapons. We're all neighbors. Sha Yulan gave a slight wave of her hand, and the guns were lowered. From my spot in the distance, I marveled silently. This small Mang village truly hid some extraordinary figures. Sixth Aunt here knew how to set up a surround maneuver, and even the teenagers she brought along were well trained. The most formidable person in the group? A towering woman standing over 6'3", Shinta Muhong, the wife of Tai Quan, the youngest of the 7 surnames. In terms of martial prowess, perhaps only Zhang Dabiao among the crowd could match her. As for the elderly woman who just arrived, I'd met her before. She was Lin Chujun's mother, Li Chuanxiang. Back when I escorted Chujun home, she'd seemed warm and kind. But now, she carried an utterly commanding presence. Originally, I was supposed to be the main player in this story, yet here I am, standing on the sidelines. Niu Zhangshi muttered softly. Big sis, just look at what a mess this has turned into. Cuihua, she started. We folks from Mang village need to handle things reasonably, don't you think? Exactly. That's why I'm here, to straighten things out fairly. Good. Then let's talk reason, Li Chuanxiang replied, her voice not loud but commanding, a tone strong enough that even the formidable Sha Yulan and Shinta Muhong followed her lead. Now let's break this down. Your boy, Zio Easy, picking on my nephew? That's not an issue. We live in times when the weak are preyed upon by the strong. If my nephew got bullied, well, that's on him for not being capable enough. But the same goes for your kid getting hit, his inability, am I right? Now, you can dish it out, but when someone gives it back, it's a problem? Does that even make sense? Kids fighting isn't a big deal. In the future, they might just end up as best friends. Your eldest brother and fourth brother? They used to fight day and night back when they were young, constantly at odds. Look at them now. Inseparable, like brothers from the battlefield. By rank, my nephew should be calling you Annie. But here's the thing. When it's kids fighting, it's one thing. But for an adult to step in? That's crossing the line, wouldn't you agree? When it came to arguing with words, Tin Niu Zhangshers couldn't hold a candle to someone like Li Chuanxiang. Unable to win a verbal debate or a physical one, Niu Zhangshi dropped her head and conceded. Big sis, I'll do as you say. Listen, Li Chuanxiang continued. You're a senior in this family, so asking you to apologize to the younger generation isn't appropriate. Instead, let's settle it like this. Send over 500 pounds of grain later. Your household won't feel the pinch. Niu Zhangshi felt her heart ache at the thought, and just as she opened her mouth to retort, Li Chuanxiang gently reminded her, your man's not home. Women like us, well, shouldn't we try not to stir up trouble for our men, don't you think? Those words carried significant weight. After all, this was merely a spat between two kids right now. But if Niu Zhangshi refused to play by the rules, the matter wouldn't just be about her family anymore. It would end up as a dispute between the Niu family and the powerful 7 houses of the village. And crossing the 7 houses? That's no trivial matter. Left with no choice, Niu Zhangshi gritted her teeth and surrendered. Big sis, I'll do as you say. Li Chuanxiang then turned to me, her expression softening into one of warmth. Nephew, your aunt here needs a little word with you. Auntie, whatever you say. I quickly moved closer to show my respect. Let's leave it at that for today. You and Zio Easy need to get along from now on. No seeking payback, all right? I'll do as you say. I responded. I hadn't come out of this worse for wear, so I didn't really mind at all. Casting a glance at the Niu family members lingering nearby, Li Chuanxiang raised her voice again. What are you all still standing around for? Waiting for my nephew to invite you to dinner or something? The Niu family quickly scattered, vanishing in an instant. Initially, I had thought about hosting a meal for everyone. After all, over 100 members of the 7 houses had turned up, and with my pockets full these days, I could afford to show my appreciation. But Li Chuanxiang waved off the thought completely. We're all part of the same 7 houses family, and you're one of us. If you host a big to-do over something this small, aren't you setting yourself up to be eaten out of house and home? Let's go. I've got leftovers waiting for me at home. Unable to persuade them otherwise, I could only thank each of them earnestly before they departed, making a mental note to repay the favor someday. Watching my relatives walk away, I stood there quietly for a moment. Once again, I found myself convinced. Mang Village hides many secrets. Not only the enigmatic widows, but the 7 houses themselves carry stories untold. Then I laughed to myself. These days, who doesn't have a secret or two hidden away? Just a little further down the road, Shinta Muhong couldn't help but ask, Big sis, why let Zhang Zuoa off so easy? That woman's the absolute worst. My son, Tai Lu, could take on a whole group of them all by himself. Li Chuanxiang gave a wry smile. Let's not stir up trouble for now. Luckily, we got here quickly today. If we'd been late, Wang Village would have been a bloodbath. Shinta Muhong remained silent. She knew exactly what kind of person Chao Huai was. Traveling thousands of miles on raids, there was no telling how many lives this father and son had taken along the way. If you really provoked him and he got a thirst for blood, it wouldn't just be him running. It'd be the entire Qi family running too. Let's all head back. Tomorrow, the 5th uncle will head up the mountain to scout the land. The harvest is almost here, after which we'll get through the winter. It's been a good year. When the men get back, everyone can enjoy a fat and happy new year. Li Chuanxiang's words carried a subtle hint, but both Sha Yulan and Shinta Muhong's expressions turned hopeful. The next morning, after breakfast, I was in the yard carving a wooden gun with my hunting knife. Little niece shot off 1 round yesterday and got hooked on it. Kept eyeing my revolver ever since. It took quite some convincing from Kai Wanqing to finally hold her back. Knowing her love for guns, I figured I'd make her a fake one. After all, she played a key role in yesterday's events. If it weren't for her, I might have really ended up losing my temper and killing someone. Though I fired a warning shot, the people of Wang Village are tough. They wouldn't have been intimidated if I hadn't made some sort of move. Just as the wooden gun was taking shape, I heard someone call out from the doorway. Hey, have you eaten yet? Yang Taigang was standing at the entrance. I rose to greet him with a quick bow of my fists. 5th uncle, thanks a lot for yesterday. No need for thanks over such a small thing. Are you busy today? I'm planning to head up the mountain to scout the land. My legs are getting old, and my apprentice is still young and inexperienced. I was hoping you'd tag along. Fifth uncle, who do you want dead? You take a rest. I'll handle it. Yang Taigang was momentarily stunned. He'd forgotten that I wasn't just a hunter, but also someone from the Jianghu. With a grin, he explained, every autumn, the villagers of Wang set off into the mountain along the trails to gather the mountain's bounty. The mountain's a treasure trove. Game is valuable, but so are mountain goods like pine nuts, hazelnuts, wild mushrooms, and lion's mane fungus. The villagers might not care much for them, but city folks love to get their hands on this stuff. Scouting the land is basically marking out sections of the mountain for gathering and letting the neighboring villages know that the area has been claimed by Wang Village. There's a rule. The people marking the area get 0.5% of the total haul, and another 1.5% goes to those who guard the foraging teams. Altogether, that makes for a 2% share. This year, if you help me scout the land and guard the group, we'll split it down the middle, 50-50. No need for all that, fifth uncle. I'll go with you. Good. I'll head back to grab my gear. Let's aim to be back by nightfall. No need to bring food. Your aunt's already packed plenty. I went to the west room to tighten my leg bindings, strapped on an ammo belt, shouldered my gun and bag, and headed out. Hey, little niece, your uncle's heading out to take care of business. If you're going to go play, stay in the village. There are wolves out there. Got it, uncle. I'll be waiting for you to come back. Last night, deep into the night, I heard the howl of wolves coming from the direction of Shah family village. Though it's a fair distance from Wang village, you never know, they might wander over here. Since I was traveling with Yang Taigang, I didn't ride my horse. After checking in with Kai Wanqing, I headed straight to the blacksmith shop, the Yang family's youngest. In the courtyard, Yang Taigang and Lei Tong were fully prepared, armed to the teeth. Lei Tong, all muscle, carried a heavy crossbow, an arrow quiver strapped on his left side, a waist knife on his right, and a hide-covered iron shield slung across his back. Yang Taigang kept it simpler, wielding a flintlock rifle and a waist knife. You didn't bring your hornbow with you? I asked. It's not as convenient as the gun, he replied. Yang Taigang sighed. The age of martial artists is long gone. I couldn't help but smile. He wasn't wrong. Training a seasoned martial arts master takes decades and countless resources, but a gunman trained for merely 3 months can easily take down a martial artist with 30 years of experience. Yang Taigang, with his exceptional skills, surely felt this more deeply than anyone else. Hey buddy, check around if there's anything you fancy and pick it. From now on, if you need something, come by Uncle Wu. No need to pay. That wild boar meat you brought me. Your Uncle Wu enjoyed every bite. I wasn't planning on taking anything, but as my gaze swept the room, I caught sight of something exceptional, a 2-meter-long infantry lance shaft. It had an inner core of wood, reinforced with tightly wrapped rattan and coated in mulberry bark. The craftsmanship was on par with that of professional horse lances, the pinnacle of cold weapons. This particular shaft, weighing under 5 kilograms, would have taken at least 3 years to make. Uncle Wu, how much for this lance shaft? I'll buy it. Take it, it's yours. Uncle Wu. Yang Taigang pointed to the spearhead I was carrying at my side. That beasting spearhead of yours is a perfect match for this shaft. Big Brother Chow already paid for it. My senior brother specialized in crafting spearheads, while I excel at making shafts. It's a shame Big Brother Chow isn't here to see it. This was meant to be yours from the start. Stop talking about money. I understood. Once again, this was another keepsake left to me by my late godfather. I didn't bring up money again, and, carrying the lance shaft, joined the 2 men as we ascended the mountain. We had barely crossed the stone bridge when something caught my eye. Almost instinctively, I scanned the surroundings. In the distance, about 800 meters away at the bend of Qingang River, a dark shadow darted past in a flash. I only caught a glimpse of its silhouette. It looked an awful lot like a black bear. Seeing me pause, Yang Taigang asked, "What's up, kid?" "Nothing, Uncle Wu. I just spotted a black bear. Too bad it's over 700 meters away, can't catch up to it. Otherwise, we might have had bear paw for dinner." Yang Taigang glanced at the lance shaft in my hand and chuckled to himself. This youngster wasn't just thinking about eating bear paws. He clearly wanted to christen his new beasting spearhead with a black bear's blood. After all, a weapon isn't truly a weapon until it's blooded. But he didn't doubt me. Given my skills, he figured I could probably take down a bear with my bare hands if I said I could. Nothing unfortunate about it. A man can't outrun a black bear in the mountains. You either need hunting dogs or a lucky shot. If you really want bear paw, no problem. I know at least 30 bear dens in these mountains. I'll draw you a map later. Come winter, you can dig one out. I just smiled without saying a word. Tracking down a tiger or a lynx might be a challenge, but chasing a black bear? That was child's play. I'd done it even without radar in the past. Bears might be powerful and have explosive bursts of speed, but their stamina was their downfall. Humans, however, remained the undisputed champions of endurance. Not to mention someone like me, a peak specimen of carbon-based life. But it was that bear den that caught my attention. A bear den is where a bear hibernates, either a tree hollow, sky den, or a ground burrow, earth den. Once fall hits, bears focus on two things: bulking up for the winter and preparing their den. They're loyal to their dens too. If nothing happens to it, they'll return to the same one year after year. Owning 30 bear dens would be a treasure trove. After all, every part of a bear is valuable. Thanks in advance, Uncle Wu. If we score big from the den, you'll get your share. Laughing and chatting, our group headed deeper into the mountain via the narrow trail. Something popped into my head, so I passed Yang Taigang a Tianchi cigarette, sparked it for him, and offered another to Leitong. The kid, barely 16 or 17, stared longingly at the filtered cigarette. But before he could take it, Yang Taigang interjected, "He's not like you. Invincible to smoke and liquor after mastering your craft. Don't give him one." Leitong's face fell in disappointment. Smiling, I lit one for myself and joked, "Uncle Wu, you know this mountain well." "Of course I do. Every bit of this trail was carved by me and my old buddies. Don't let my limp fool you. Even with these legs, I've trekked every inch of this mountain." "Uncle Wu, ever heard of any old temples around these parts?" I couldn't shake thoughts about that treasure map. Yang Taigang paused and thought. "Never seen one. At least, not in Highland Ridge. Times are tough. People barely have enough to eat, let alone the luxury to worship gods. But you might want to ask your seventh uncle about it. He knows this mountain like the back of his hand. He was an old school kind of guy, followed the rules, and didn't pry into why I was asking about temples. Still, the mention of my seventh uncle's house piqued my curiosity. His wife, Shun Tu Mu Hong, was a master of hidden strength and gene. Everyone knows martial arts requires resources, and for a woman to cultivate internal strength like hers, she must have had access to rare and expensive herbs from a young age. Could it be that my seventh uncle had ties to monks or Taoist priests? After trekking for 5 or 6 miles, Yang Tiegan's limp didn't slow him down one bit. He moved quickly and with ease. He stopped beside a large willow tree. "Almost there. This spot should do for this year." He veered off the path toward an old pine tree. Pointing at it, he said one word, "Hit." Leitong, eager to oblige, rammed the tree with his shoulder. A cascade of 4 or 5 pine cones tumbled down. Yang Taigang picked one up, cracked it open, and crushed the pine nut inside with his fingers. After tasting the kernel, he nodded in satisfaction. "Plenty of oil. This year's a good harvest." He swept his gaze around, carefully inspecting the area. Only after double-checking that there were no wild animals nearby did he take out a wooden sign with the character Mang, reckless, carved into it. He hung it prominently on a branch, a notice for all the neighboring villages that this area now belonged to Mang Village for the year. There are strict rules when it comes to foraging in the mountains. Never overharvest the same spot year after year. If you come across a good foraging site, you leave your village's sign there to claim it. Anyone who doesn't respect the rules risks sparking an armed conflict. These rules had been laid down over a decade ago by Lin Tianzhong, and they prevented what used to be an annual bloodbath over mountain resources. By midday, Yang Taigang had claimed a large area rich with pine nuts, walnuts, hazelnuts, mushrooms, and other mountain treasures. "All right, Tongzi, set up the pot and start cooking. Once we eat, we'll head back." Quickly, we got the fire going and brought out the dry rations. In this case, thanks to my presence, Yang Taigang had prepared steamed white buns and dried meat. Roasting them over the fire gave them a unique flavor, though the wild boar jerky was unseasoned and rather plain. I thought about the beef I'd bought back in town. Maybe I could turn some of it into jerky too once we returned. After eating our fill and resting a while, We extinguished the fire and got ready to move out. The main mountain trail was still 3 or 4 li away. We hadn't taken more than a few steps when a piercing eagle's cry split the air. Yang Tiegong's face instantly changed. I could sense something was off, too, but whereas he was responding to the sound, I was reacting to the anomaly on my radar. I'd been keeping the radar on intermittently as we moved, and up until now, there hadn't been anything significant nearby due to all the noise we made. But at that very moment, small to medium-sized blips began appearing on the radar's edges. First 1 or 2, then 7 or 8, and then more and more. Yang Taigang immediately raised his flintlock rifle. "Boys, keep your guns at the ready. Something's not right." I shifted my spear onto my back and raised my rifle to shoulder height. Suddenly, Lei Tong shouted, "Master, big brother, what is that?" Far off, atop a mountain peak about 3 or 4 li away, a faint silhouette was standing there at some point. It must have moved quietly into place. From this distance, my sharp eyes could only make out a hazy black dot. Yang Taigang pulled out a monocular to take a closer look. After just one glance, his teeth clenched. "Damn it, it's the Wolf King." He handed the monocular to me, and through it, I saw a large gray wolf standing solitary and proud on a steep outcrop. It had to weigh over 120 jin. From here, I couldn't make out finer details, but I could feel its gaze locked onto us. In the northeast wilderness, wolves weighing over 100 jin are already considered massive, and this one, clearly a pack leader, was well-fed and well-built. The medium-sized blips on my radar? It's pack. I remained calm. Having hands honed for combat and a firearm gives confidence. Yang Taigang, too, didn't seem overly shaken, just aware that the situation might get tricky. After all, the man was in his 50s and must have seen his fair share of danger. Lei Tong, however, was terrified. The kid was just 16 or 17, with most of his life spent either forging tools or practicing martial arts. He'd never experienced a real confrontation and had grown up hearing frightening wolf tales. In the forest, better to cross paths with a tiger than with a wolf pack, goes the saying. Tigers are fierce but cautious, rarely attacking humans unless provoked. Wolves, on the other hand, are unpredictable. No one ever knows quite what they have in mind. A couple shots should scare them off. "Let's hurry to the trail and get down this mountain," Yang Taigang suggested. Bam! He fired a warning shot into the air before swiftly reloading powder and pellet. I followed up with a shot of my own, ejecting the shell and reloading in return. Though we'd never worked together before, our rhythm was seamless. One would fire while the other reloaded and watched for movement. Within moments, we had fired 6 shots. Yang Taigang said, "I'll take point, you cover the rear." "Master, your legs aren't what they used to be. I'll carry you if I have to." "Carry my. Stay in the middle. Keep your crossbow steady, and don't drag your brother down." Seeing Lei Tong's tense face, Yang Taigang softened a bit. It was easy to forget he was still just a kid. "Don't worry. Wolves hate loud noises." Those shots were enough to spook him good. Yang Taigang was optimistic. Wolves, for all their cunning, rarely attack humans unprovoked. But I wasn't as hopeful. I could see the radar clear as day. At least 30 wolves had closed in from one side, moving at a slow but steady pace, keeping their ground firm. "Uncle Wu, this isn't going to be simple. We gotta move." Yang Tiegong's heart skipped a beat. He was skilled in hunting, but he couldn't compare to Chao Baosan's expertise. I inherited what Chao Baosan had passed down. This wasn't something I'd say lightly. We were within sight of the mountain path when, about 60 or 70 meters from my side, I heard a sudden rustle, a wolf stepping on dry leaves and charging through. I didn't even think twice before firing. No visual on the target, just fired blind based on sound and position. A wolf, perfectly hunted elite prey. Experience +30, profession points +3. Flawlessly killed elite non-humanoid enemy. Gunslinger experience +30, profession points +3. I didn't see it, but I knew from the sound. I'd landed a perfect kill with that shot. Nice shooting. That beast isn't making the right sounds anymore. It's done for, Yang Taigang remarked, though he hadn't seen it fall. He could tell just by the wail. I ejected the used cartridge, pulled 4 more rounds from my ammo belt, reloaded one, and said gravely, "Uncle Wu, we're in for a tough fight today." Yang Taigang froze for a moment. He didn't have my radar vision, just his own instincts. but I could see it clearly. Of these 30-plus wolves, quite a few had already flanked around us, waiting in ambush on the other side of the mountain path. We were surrounded on all sides. To retreat onto the mountain path was to invite the wolves' onslaught, but staying here wasn't an option either. The dense forest, though it wasn't spring or summer, was still the wolves' domain. Too many blind spots, too easy to get ambushed. It would be better to fall back to the mountain path and engage them in open terrain. All three of us were seasoned fighters armed with guns. Facing them head-on wouldn't be impossible. We retreated onto the mountain trail. It was about 3 meters wide, carved neatly along the mountain ridge, offering a clear and open field of vision, except for the forest on either side where visibility beyond 100 meters was murky. The three of us stood back to back. Lei Tong's hand holding the crossbow was visibly trembling. I slung my Springfield rifle onto my back, lifted my leg to draw out the Fong Stinger's spearhead from a sheath near my calf, attached it to the spear shaft, and stabbed it into the ground. Uncle Wu, Copper, Lei Tong, grip your blade and shield tight. With these guns and that crossbow, we won't have many chances to fire. If I had even one bolt-action rifle, I wouldn't be this on edge. But all we had, my rifle, Yang Tiegong's gun, and Lei Tong's crossbow, were all single-shot weapons. With the speed and scale of this wolf pack, there was no telling how many shots we'd realistically get off. I had barely finished speaking when a wolf howl echoed out from deep within the woods, triggering a chain reaction of howls in response. Yang Taigang muttered in disbelief, realizing I'd called it. This was the command from the Wolf King to attack. When the howls subsided, faint footsteps trickled in from the forest. I spotted a hazy figure 100 meters ahead and fired on instinct. Woo-woo, perfectly hunted elite prey. As I reloaded, the wolves advanced even closer. Bang! Yang Taigang fired a shot, hitting a wolf but failing to wound it fatally. The wolf roared in anger. Bang! Whoosh! Bang! The three of us could now clearly see the wolves emerging from the forest. The scale of this pack was unlike anything Yang Taigang had seen in his entire life. With 3 shots, he hit 2 wolves, taking one down. Lei Tong fired 2 bolts. An arrow stuck in one of the bolts of the crossbow. I fired the most shots, my trigger finger lightning fast, 6 bullets, 6 kills. But that was the limit of the weapon's advantage. The vanguard of the wolf pack was now within 20 meters, leaving room for me to maybe fire off one more shot. I prepared to eject the casing and load the final round when, click, the moment I opened the chamber, the casing jammed. Damn it, I cursed. The age-old flaw of brass ammunition struck again. The casing, expanding from the heat, was stuck fast in the chamber. My rifle quit firing. The surrounding wolves surged forward in overwhelming unison. Their approach was tactical and precise. They didn't lunge at me alone. Among the three of us, their primary targets were Lei Tong and Yang Taigang. They aimed to take 2 out of the triangle formation, leaving one doomed. The pack split into 3 groups, pretending to attack my side the hardest, but Yang Tiegong's front bore the true brunt of their assault. Within a second of realization, I witnessed 10 or so wolves pouncing toward Yang Taigang and Lei Tong. Tossing my now useless rifle aside, I acted in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. Spinning sharply, I pulled out my revolver. I didn't even bother raising it for proper aim. Ignoring the 7 or 8 wolves rushing from behind, I fired from the hip, my other hand furiously fanning the hammer to achieve semi-automatic-like speed. Smoke from the black powder mixed with the wolves' blood mist in the frigid air. At just under 15 meters away, each of the 6 bullets struck a skull dead-on. Even so, 5 or 6 wolves still barreled fearlessly toward Yang Taigang and Lei Tong. One sprang up and clamped down on Yang Tiegong's wrist. Given the strength of a wolf's jaw, it could have easily broken the bone clean through. But the old man seemed unfazed. He pulled a dagger with his free hand and plunged it into the wolf's neck. With a wet squelch, blood sprayed forth, and the wolf dropped to the ground, howling in agony. Yanking his flintlock up with both hands, he bludgeoned a wolf heading for Lei Tong with the butt of the rifle. Even with a bum leg, he managed to kick another one flying. His skill was downright astonishing. Throwing aside the flintlock, he unsheathed his blade, shouting, "Finish them off!" With my cover fire, Yang Tiegong's situation was cleared up in mere moments, leaving him an opening to aid Lei Tong. But as he turned to glance at me, his face froze, horrified. The wolves charging at me were now less than 10 meters away. Without even looking behind me, I turned sharply, hurling my Colt pistol with all my strength. Thwack! One leaping wolf caught the gun squarely on the nose, crashing to the ground, thrashing and whimpering. Doesn't matter what kind of beast, a hit to the nose is its weakness. Wasting no time celebrating, I crouched and snatched up a soldier's polearm. With a swift thrust, I drove it straight through the throat of an airborne wolf. Another wolf saw its opening, lunging for my calf. Crunch! One vicious kick fractured its skull entirely. In mere seconds, the wolves attempting to fake an attack on my side had been more than halved in number. But by now, I had entered a killing frenzy. Dragging my spear forward, I skewered another wolf, flinging it aside as I charged toward the next target. Thrust after thrust rained down, blood splattering all over my body. Within an instant, most of the wolves in the vanguard were either dead or incapacitated. From a distance, Yang Taigang was speechless, utterly dumbfounded. Watching me stab wolves was like watching someone skewer frogs. Plunging into the heart of the wolf pack, it was as if no one could stand in my way. The wolves were fast, but my spear was faster. As he stood there momentarily distracted, a wolf tried to ambush him. Almost instinctively, he whipped his curved waist blade upward. There was a flash of cold steel, and a massive wolf head hit the ground, rolling. Lei Tong, too, shook off the shock and panic that had initially gripped him. Among the three of us, he was the weakest link. Physical abilities, skills, experience, and courage were at their weakest, yet with a knife in one hand and a shield in the other, I stood firm without leaving any openings. The wolf pack hesitated, their eyes filled with unease as they stared at me. In just 10 to 20 seconds, half of a pack of over 30 wolves was brought down. Deep in the forest, a wolf the size of a small calf squinted as it observed the chaos. After a moment of contemplation, it crept forward stealthily, looking for an opening. Behind it, two strong wolves hesitated, a flicker of doubt in their eyes. As they stared at my menacing stance, a realization hit them like a lightning strike. They recognized me. It was me who had carried a wild boar on my shoulders back then. It was me who had terrified them so much their fur had bristled. Fear cascaded over their bodies like a tidal wave. These wolves, who were supposed to act on the Wolf King's command, faltered unexpectedly. Howl! The Wolf King turned and growled low. The two wolves hesitated no longer, splitting off to flank me from both sides. Yet, as soon as they left the line of sight of the Wolf King, they turned tail and fled at full speed without looking back. I chased them for a bit before hurrying back to my two companions. "You guys all right?" I asked. Yang Taigang chuckled. "Brilliant. I'm fine, not even scratched." "Master," Lei Tong spoke up hesitantly, "my pants ripped." "Your eggs intact?" I asked, referring to the more sensitive area. Lei Tong was the last heir of the Lei family line and hadn't yet taken a wife. Any injuries there could be serious business. "Intact, just my pants got torn." "Then why are you yelling? You just made me these pants." This kid, his priorities are peculiar. In the distance, the remaining wolves still prowled through the forest, likely preparing for their next wave of attacks. I stabbed my blood-drenched spear into the ground, picking up my rifle. "Fifth uncle, cover me," I called out as I started clearing a jam in the chamber. This relatively crude gun required brute force if it got stuck. Perhaps intimidated by the earlier slaughter, the wolves didn't dare attack while I unjammed the weapon. With a powerful shove, the jammed round finally came free. I quickly reloaded and shouted, "Tong, grab my handgun." Undercover, Lei Tong dashed to retrieve my revolver. As he handed it back, I said, "Fifth uncle, I've got ammo in my pouch. Use this gun." Though the situation remained tense, Yang Taigang loaded the revolver with practiced ease. With the firearm in his hand, roles shifted, and so did our strategy. Autumn's bare trees left the forest far more open than in spring or summer, where lush greenery would limit visibility to just 10 meters. Now, I could spot threats over 100 meters away. Bang, bang, bang. Shot after shot rang out, and with each, a wolf went down. Though trees occasionally obstructed my line of fire, ensuring I couldn't land clean kill shots every time, I didn't miss once. Meanwhile, Yang Tiegong's revolver suppressed would-be attackers, and for any wolf that managed to get close, Lei Tong and his shield stood ready. Despite his youthful inexperience, the boy showed no fear as he held his ground. As more of its pack continued to fall, the Wolf King grew anxious. It had just celebrated a triumphant victory earlier, confidence swelling in its chest. But now, it understood the tide had turned. They couldn't breach our defenses without banking on the slim chance of another weapon jam. And luck wasn't on the wolf's side this time. Not a single jam disrupted my shots. Recognizing defeat, the Wolf King began retreating, slinking back into the shadow of a withered tree. Behind a tree, it prepared to let out a long howl to signal retreat. Clever as it was, it knew that those glowing human fire tubes couldn't penetrate the tree, so it stayed hidden. But it overlooked one crucial detail: its size. Weighing 120 kilograms and stretching over 2 meters long, it was way too big. At the very moment it raised its head to howl, half its skull was exposed. And I had been waiting for this moment all along. I hadn't used the marksman's talent headlock yet, saving it specifically for the Wolf King. The wolf pack had strict discipline. Unless the king was dead, they would fight to the bitter end. The two deserters earlier? That was a 1 in a million fluke. Don't let our earlier killing spree fool you. It was sheer luck the guns didn't jam. If they had seized the chance to injure Yang Tai Tai or Lei Tong, no matter how skilled I was, I wouldn't have escaped unscathed. Sure, we could win, but I aimed for perfection. Killing the Wolf King was non-negotiable. If it escaped, we'd have no peace in the days to come. While we defended ourselves, I was constantly scanning for its location, but the beast was crafty, dodging my sights multiple times. To activate headlock, you need a clear view. When it started to howl, that was my chance. 140 meters away, countless dead branches and leaves obscured my vision. All I could make out was what seemed to be part of its head. As I triggered headlock, the world suddenly shifted to shades of gray and white. Every branch and leaf between us vanished from view. The wolf's head began to grow larger and larger until it became a single glowing red point. I aimed directly at it and pulled the trigger. To me, everything felt the same, yet time seemed to freeze. The bullet's trajectory spanned across my vision in perfect clarity. Bang! Thud! With a crash, the massive form of the Wolf King tumbled to the ground. The bullet had entered through its eye and exited through its neck. Perfect hunt of a leader-class target. Hunter XP plus 100, career points plus 10. Perfect elimination of a leader-class non-human enemy. Marksman XP plus 100, career points plus 10. Marksman profession level up. In the heat of battle, I didn't bother to glance at those notifications. With the Wolf King down, the rest of the wolf pack seemed to share a telepathic moment. Piercing wails echoed through the air, followed by the frantic rustling of leaves underfoot. The 7 or 8 that remained had retreated. They had no choice. The king was dead, its mate was dead, and their 2 strongest males had vanished into thin air. They were scared witless. Yang Tai Tai, with his extensive forest experience, didn't need to look to figure out I'd shot the Wolf King. Instead, he could only marvel at the sheer absurdity of it. Over 140 meters, with a forest full of trees in the way, I'd landed a perfect kill. What kind of freak of nature was I? A melee powerhouse unparalleled in close combat, and now sharpshooting beyond compare. He thought Chow Baosan had raised a monster. Hey man, the wolves are running. Should we pursue? Wolves are known to hold grudges. I loaded another round. No need. This pack's been dismantled and thoroughly scared. They won't come back for years. Right, Yang Tai Tai agreed. You've scared them out of their wits. Uncle Wu, without you, I wouldn't have made it out unscathed, I said, handing him a piece of candy after we had vanquished the enemy together. Uncle Wu, whose full name is Yang Tai Gang, is a seasoned master of hidden strength, but no matter how skilled, age takes its toll. At over 50 years old, the fact that he could split a wild wolf's skull was already a testament to his vitality and experience. I pulled out another piece of candy and offered it to him with a smile. Here, have this. It'll help you recover your strength. He didn't refuse it. After fighting shoulder to shoulder, our bond had reached the level of a life-saving friendship. I handed Lei Tong another piece as well. After an intense battle, sugar could help replenish energy quickly. As for me, well, stamina was never an issue. You could call it my cheat code. Slipping my gun across my back and drawing my hunting knife, I grinned and said, Uncle Wu, we're hitting it big this time. Sure are. Copper, start gutting those wolf carcasses. Don't mess up the hides. And if you find any playing dead, make sure to finish them off, Yang Taigang instructed. The fur trade in Deqian was booming. While wolf pelts weren't as prized as bear hides, they were still incredibly valuable. Wolf fur was a favorite among the middle class and a key procurement item for the military. Wolf oil and heart were sought after for medicinal uses. Wolf teeth were crafted into decorative items, and even wolf meat had a market. From this pack alone, over 30 wolves, none under 60 pounds, this haul was practically a gold mine. The three of us unsheathed our hunting knives and set to work, bleeding them out and gutting their bodies. Strings of wolf intestines were hung on the trees as offerings to the mountain gods, who surely deserved the tribute today. Without their blessing, there's no way we would have taken down all these wolves and escaped unscathed. One by one, the wolves were hauled onto the mountain path. Finally, we turned our attention to the alpha. Its fur almost entirely gray, its build imposing, but its body bore countless scars, wounds left behind by knives, gunshot pellets, and even a fresh dog bite. I should have guessed why this beast was acting like it had gone mad. It's been attacked by humans before. It came here for revenge, Yang Taigang remarked. I nodded knowingly. I'd heard of wolf kings like this. Wolves that had suffered at the hands of humans and narrowly escaped death. Once they ascended to the role of alpha, such wolves harbored deep resentment and launched vengeful attacks on humans. These attacks were ruthless, not just killing livestock, but targeting human children. In modern terms, you could call this thing a psychological deviant. Lei Tong jumped at the chance to show off his strength, slinging the 100-pound wolf king over his shoulders and trudging up the trail. When we finally tallied up the haul, the count came to a full 31 wolves, the lightest weighing over 60 pounds, plus the wolf king tipping the scales at 100. With each wolf averaging at least $20, that made for over $600, an absolute fortune for the time. Enough to elevate an entire family of 5 into a whole new class. Having faced life and death with Yang Taigang, I trusted him to a degree, but shared wealth can be more divisive than shared hardship, and a sum this large could easily spark discord. I turned to him. Uncle Wu, you're the elder here. You decide how we split it. He laughed and cursed at me. Split what? Without you, my apprentice and I would still be lying out there in the mountains. All of this is yours. You've just come to Mang Village and probably need the money. If you insist, just make me a pair of leggings from one of the pelts. My knees kill me every autumn and winter. He really meant it. Genuine and straightforward. He wasn't one to fake generosity. Deal. Then let me handle how we divide things. It's all yours, he said with a dismissive wave, as if this wasn't a windfall of $600 but a pile of worthless firewood. Fifth uncle, even though today's encounter was by chance, we ended up working together to take down this pack. There are rules for doing that. Since you've asked me to handle the distribution, let's follow the rules of the Chow family hunting group. Do you agree? Old-timers value rules above all else, and Yang Taigang was momentarily stunned. Fifth uncle, Copper, and whatever we've got here from the hunt, it's not for one person to hoard. In our Chow family hunting group, the rules might seem unfair to outsiders. The leader gets 60%, the second in command, that's you fifth uncle, gets 10%, and the third, Copper, gets 5%. The remaining 25% is usually set aside for feeding the team and year-end bonuses. But we won't wait until the end of the year. We'll divide everything right now. We brought down 31 wolves. I'll take 60%, and you two split the remaining 40% between you. People might say I'm being a little unfair to myself by doing this. Hunting, or forming a hunting group, is something many think came from royal hunting traditions. While some rare few hunters work alone, most form teams. And when you've got a team, there has to be a distribution of rewards. It's not just about fairness, it's about leadership. Who calls the shots in the mountains? Who's in charge when danger strikes? A hunting leader, referred to as the head of the group, makes all the critical decisions. The success of the hunt rests on their skill, so it's only logical they take the largest portion. As the leader, I'm claiming 60%. It might sound like I'm taking a lot, but Yang Taigang knows this as me being more than fair. Many leaders in other hunting groups take 70 or even 80%, some even 90. The reasoning is simple. Without the leader, the rest of the team wouldn't be able to catch anything to begin with. Having a larger share of nothing is still nothing. You're something else, kid. Not even giving your fifth uncle a chance to refuse? Huh? Fifth uncle, didn't you agree to make me the leader? Unless, of course, you want to take the lead. I'll listen to you. And if you choose to give me everything, I certainly won't complain. In a hunting group, the strong lead, and those with skill earn respect. I played a crucial role in today's battle. Yang Taiging knows I've left him no room to argue. Disagreeing now would be like questioning my abilities. Ha. All right, fifth uncle will follow your lead and count himself lucky. He cast a glance at the bewildered copper, Lei Tong, and shot him a disapproving glare, followed by a swift kick. Well, what are you waiting for? Thank your big bro. He's basically setting you up with money for your future wife. Huh? Thanks, big bro. Copper, not entirely sure what was happening, quickly showed his gratitude. He knew if he didn't, he'd get a whack. Yang Taigang might have a mean streak like a fighting dog, but there's no denying Kappa's respect for him. Master, is your arm okay? I saw you get bitten by a wolf. I also looked over at Yang Tiegong's arm. His sleeve was torn, but there wasn't a drop of blood. He rolled up his sleeve and revealed a leather bracer underneath. Pretty solid defense. With the distribution settled, I said, Fifth uncle, let's head down the mountain and gather some help. We can't carry all these wolves ourselves. No need. Taking so many good pelts straight home might cause problems. I'll go call for help. I was stunned. The phones in this era were the kind you cranked to dial, and even then, they were only available in towns. Besides, Yang Taiging definitely didn't have a mobile phone. How was he planning to call for help? Then, I saw him cut a strip of meat from one of the wolf carcasses and let out a long whistle. Wheel, wheel. The sharp cry of an eagle echoed. A sleek feathered goshawk swooped down and landed steadily on his outstretched arm. That's when it hit me. The wrist guard was for the hawk to perch on. The warning call we'd heard earlier when we encountered the wolves? That came from this very hawk. As it landed, it affectionately nuzzled Yang Tiegong's head. After the hawk ate some wolf meat, Yang Taigang wrote a note, tied it to the bird's leg, and pointed in the direction of Mang village. Go, he said. Screech. The hawk flew off into the sky. Uncle Five is still a master at training hawks, I remarked. Yang Taigang sighed. Your godfather taught me everything. I fell silent. Chow Bao-san, from the Solon tribe, was a master trainer of dogs, hawks, and horses. He never hesitated to pass along his skills. If he clicked with someone, he'd teach them everything he knew, with all his heart. In the northern circles of wanderers and hunters, if Chow Bao-san's name came up, everyone would inevitably acknowledge his righteousness. For a moment, I found myself missing that old man. The air on our mountain trail grew heavy and somber. I wasn't sure how much time had passed before we heard the sound of carts coming up the mountain. Uncle Five, Huai, Tongzi, Zhang Dabiao appeared with 4 mule-drawn carts and a few half-grown teenage boys, no more than 13 or 14 years old. As soon as they saw the ground littered with wolf carcasses, even Zhang Dabiao was stunned. Holy crap, Uncle Five, did you take out an entire wolf den? Still as fierce as ever, huh? He'd grown up under Yang Tiegong's watchful eye, well aware of the old man's prowess. But this was on another level. I'm not that young anymore, Yang Taiging chuckled. Huai here did most of the work. Without him, I'd have been in trouble today when we ran into that vengeful wolf king. Zhang Dabiao gave me a big thumbs up. Brother, you're incredible. You've worked hard, Dabiao, Yang Taiging said. Take a wolf back with you. Its meat is great for health. Haha, I won't refuse then. Loaded up, Zhang Dabiao's easygoing nature shone through. He believed in sharing life's bounty. He knew that if roles were reversed and someone helped him haul his kill, he'd do the same. The younger boys looked at me with starstruck expressions. At that moment, I was a war god in their eyes. One lad tugged on a wolf's jaw and asked Yang Taigang, Grandpa Five, can I have a wolf tooth? Yang Taigang teased him. It's not up to me. Ask your Uncle Chow. He's the leader. It was said without much thought, but Zhang Dabiao caught the nuance. He knew what kind of tough and capable man his Uncle Five was. For years, unless fourth Uncle Li came up the mountain, Yang Taigang was the one leading all the hunts in Mang village. For him to call me the leader now meant genuine respect and recognition. Seeing the boy's hopeful eyes, I grinned. Sure, there's enough to go around. Stop by my place later to pick one up. Thank you, Uncle Chow, he exclaimed. 4 carts, 3 loaded with wolves, and 1 for people. When we got back to the village, Mang village erupted into commotion. Folks had seen wolves hunted before, but never so many all at once. While villagers started skinning and butchering the wolves, the carts and people had all come from families with the village's 7 surnames. As was customary, I made sure to give each family a wolf as thanks for their help. It was part of a leader's responsibilities. How much you gave showed your character, but you had to give some. When all was done, I found myself a bit stumped. With so much wolf meat and hides, beyond the fat for rendering into oil, I needed to figure out how to sell the rest in town. Let me translate your text into English while keeping the original tone and adapting it to American expression standards. On the outside, it doesn't matter. On the inside, it does. Autumn can hold it, but not for long. I was still fretting about it when the young boy who'd come to ask for wolf fangs earlier ran up. Uncle Chow? The owner of Drunken Immortal Tavern is staying at Annie Jianyang's place, and he said he's willing to buy wolf meat. The messenger was Lin Jinyin, the second grandson of the village chief, Lin Tianzhong. His name means cautious words, a wish from his elders for him to be prudent and discreet. But clearly, this kid had steered far off that path. At just 14, with strikingly handsome looks, he had a mouth that was, well, hard to put into words. Ordinary village women couldn't outtalk him, and if there was any gossip floating around, he'd not only be the first to know, but the first to spread it all over the village and slice it up finer than a chef with a knife. They might have given him the wrong name, but they sure nailed his nickname. Still, he had one redeeming quality. He only spread gossip about outsiders. When it came to bad news involving his own family or close friends, he wouldn't say a word. Whether his lips were sealed tight or loose as a sieve depended entirely on your perspective. The news about the Drunken Immortal Tavern buying wolf meat made my spirits lift. This batch of goods would have been a real headache to deal with otherwise. I got the loading work underway, and then I joined Lin Jinyan en route to the tavern. Yang Taigang seemed worried I'd get taken advantage of and brought along Lei Tong and Zhang Dabiao. Our little group set out with me to sell the meat. When we arrived at the tavern, I couldn't help but inwardly exclaim, "Whoa now!" More than 10 horse-drawn carts filled the yard, stacked with wild boar, roe deer, moose, and on one cart, 2 black bears sprawled with their paws casually leaning off the sides. It was clear the tavern owner had just returned from a big hunting trip. Adding to the spectacle were top-tier warhorses and over a dozen hunting dogs in the corner, eating their meals. At the sight of me, the dogs buried their faces deeper into their bowls. Some of the smarter ones even wagged their tails in goodwill. This was certainly a crew of seasoned gun dogs, and all elite ones at that. I carried the distinct air of someone who'd seen battle. Most dogs I encountered would at least cower, if not outright lose control of their bladders. But these guys? Not a flinch, no shaking, no accidents. These dogs were the real deal. Lin Jinyin may have been a chatterbox, but he sure seemed well-informed. On the way over, I learned that the owner of Drunken Immortal Tavern went by the name Kong Fanren. Locals in Tongshan County had taken to calling him half a city Kong. The Kong family owned over 100,000 mu, approximately 16,000 acres, of fertile land in Tongshan, and they dabbled in all kinds of businesses. That's a big deal when you realize the entire county only has about 330,000 mu, roughly 54,000 acres, of farmland total, with the Kong family controlling a third of it. Strange as it sounds, the Drunken Immortal Tavern was actually one of their less noteworthy ventures, but it still stood as the largest tavern in the area. Kong Fanren led hunting trips himself, not for profit or ingredients, but purely for the thrill of it. Honestly, Lin Jinyin didn't even need to say so much for me to realize one thing. Judging by the lavish setup outside the tavern alone, this guy had wealth to rival my senior brother Lu Qian. We stepped inside. The tavern wasn't large, just a wooden house under 1,000 square feet, but packed with 6 tables and 30 or 40 people. Some were hunters. One table seated 8 burly men with assorted firearms placed within arm's reach. The moment I walked in, the hunters kept eating and drinking as if nothing had changed, but the 8 guards immediately put down their bowls and chopsticks and fixed their eyes on me. I smiled, nodded, and said nothing. Kai Wanqing was busy greeting a table of guests. the leader being a 50-something man in a long robe. His slicked-back hair glinted with pomade, and in his hand was a folding fan. He had the polished, cultured air of an intellectual type. "Mr. Kong, this here's my brother." Kong. Fanrin stood up, cupped his hands in salute, and said, "Oh, so you must be the wolf-slaying hero, Brother Chow-san. Pardon my lack of manners. I am Kong Fanrin." His etiquette was impeccable, standing up, offering a formal salute, and greeting warmly. For someone of his stature as the richest man in Tongshan to treat a mere hunter with such courtesy, you could say he was showing real respect to talent. But for some reason, I felt uneasy about him from the first meeting, not because of malice, but because his refined demeanor felt like a facade, like something wasn't quite genuine. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, I gestured toward the door. "Master Kong, let's take a look at the wolf meat." "Of course," he replied. Then, turning to a steward, he called, "Old Joe, let's go." As he headed out, the 8 guards in his entourage started to rise, but he waved them down. "Stay seated, eat up. It's been a long day, enjoy yourselves." Outside, he gave the wolf carcasses a quick inspection and raised his thumb in praise. "Brother Chow, you've got some impressive skills. You flatter me. So what price are you offering for this wolf meat, Master Kong?" I asked straightforwardly. He considered for a moment. Wolf meat isn't a common delicacy, mostly something rich families buy for novelty. But at my Drunken Immortal Tavern, we have a signature dish called Snow Pear Wolf Stew that uses wolf meat. For meat with the bones, I'll offer 20 cents per pound. 20 cents per pound left everyone present stunned. Even someone as experienced as Yang Taigang, who'd seen his fair share of business, was surprised by Kong Fanrin's generosity. It seemed money was nothing more than numbers to Master Kong. He gave my sleeve a gentle tug and nodded subtly. This was a very good price. Even if we hauled it to the county town, it wouldn't fetch more. I didn't want to haggle further anyway, keen to finish the deal quickly. "All right, let's weigh it up." "Straightforward, I like that. Get the scales," Kong Fanrin instructed. Rich men like him don't get their hands dirty, not when a word from him summons laborers to unload and weigh. While the workers got busy, he stood nearby and chatted casually with me, trying to probe into my background. I answered his questions without revealing too much. From my few encounters with Tongshan's wealthy merchants, I'd noticed an interesting trend. These county-level moguls all dabbled in the ways of the underworld. Thinking about it, that made sense. How else could someone build such fortune in times like these without brushing elbows with the local toughs? After about 40 minutes, the steward returned with a report. "Master, it's all weighed. Total is 1,155 pounds at 20 cents per pound. Comes to $231. Pay Brother Chow $235, Kong Fanrin ordered. Those wolves were indeed meaty ones, just 23 of them, excluding the ones promised to other families or kept for ourselves, weighed in over 1,000 pounds of meat with bone. Clearly, even wolves thrive when they've got a strong leader. As for the extra cash, Kong Fanrin added, I didn't refuse it. There's no need for superficial modesty with men like him. His good manners weren't for charity. They were because he valued my skills. If I were a nobody, Master Kong wouldn't even spare me a glance. Once the transaction was done, he cupped his hands in farewell. Brother Chow, I've rested long enough. I'll take my leave now. In the future, if you happen to come across any fine game, feel free to bring it to Drunken Immortal Tavern. I'll pay top dollar. Much appreciated, Master Kong. Farewell. No need to see me out, he said with a wave as his entourage strode off. Watching Kong Fanrin's ostentatious convoy disappear into the distance, young Lei Tong couldn't help but marvel. Master Kong is truly impressive. Such generosity and righteousness. Now that's what a real man should be like. I smiled faintly as he continued. It would be great to have this kind of status in the future. Both Yang Taigang, Zhang Dabiao, and I couldn't help but laugh, while Kai Wanqing shook her head with a wry smile. After all, young and inexperienced, tricks like Kong Fanrin's are always especially appealing to those who haven't seen much of the world. Yang Taigang sneered and gave his apprentice some words of wisdom. You really think taking money from gentry is that simple? We're just mountain folks, so why would the richest man in the region humble himself to you? He gives you a benefit this time, and next time when you have something good, won't he expect to be the first one you think of? Over time, you'll be tied to him. When he asks you to do something shady someday, will you do it or not? a small benefit, and he'll have your life in his pocket before you know it. Wisdom truly comes with age. There are honorable merchants out there, but the saying, business is never done without some cunning, didn't come from nowhere. Investment always comes with an expectation of return. A master is more than just a teacher of skills. He offers life lessons and guidance on character too. Clearly, Yang Taiging must have fallen for this kind of trick when he was younger and didn't want his apprentice to repeat history. Lei Tong was dumbfounded. So, what do we do with the extra money he gave us? I chuckled. Why worry about it? If he wants us to work for him, he needs to offer something of equal value. If he thinks he can get us to risk our lives for a pittance, he's dreaming. And if he's got bad intentions, well, our blades aren't exactly dull. Either way, let it be. Fifth uncle, time to split the money. Although I'm young in this life, I've dealt with my share of wealthy merchants. Businessmen profit through cordial relations. If they really want to play games with outlaws, they better think twice. Kong Fanren may not be a saint, but he's probably not as bad as Yang Taigang makes him out to be either. If he does have evil intentions, well, one slash and problem solved. Back at the tavern, I divided the money into 2 portions. Per our arrangement, I took 60%. Since I bagged the Wolf King, one family got 18 heads and the other 12. Including gifts and some kept for ourselves, I covered 8 of the total. Yang Taigang, ever stubborn and true to his nature, insisted on splitting the cost equally to the point we nearly had an argument about it. No choice but to relent. Each of us paid for 4 heads, including personal shares. Well, at least this way, the accounts were clean. I laid out 100 yuan. Fifth uncle, we sold it for 235 yuan. 40%, which is for you and Lei Tong, comes to 94 yuan. I'll round it up with 6 more yuan as my token of respect. The remaining 135 is mine. You rascal, if I don't take it, it'd make things awkward. So I won't bother pretending. Tong, thank your brother. Thank you, brother. Now that fifth uncle's acknowledged us, saying thank you again is just out of place. Returning the sentiment with a grin, Yang Taigang burst into hearty laughter, appreciation shining in his eyes. Haha, you're right. Tong, take the money, it's settled. Boy, come over to my place tonight. Your fifth aunt will cook goose for you. No need, fifth uncle. Without snow, geese aren't fat enough yet. I still need to deal with these wolf pelts. We've got plenty of time for meals in the future. Just from how he treated money, I could tell this old man had seen the world. $100 was no small sum in these times, equivalent to half a year's hard-earned wages for a farmer without land. It might take 10 years, yet he didn't even glance at it. Meanwhile, Dai Xiaoli, who had come to help Kai Wanqing, was absolutely stunned. Just in the time we've been talking, you've earned a few $100. Even during the peak years of my husband's hunting, it was never like this, she said. Big sis, your good days are just beginning. Dai Xiaoli's tone was tinged with envy. Kai Wanqing responded with a modest smile. Ever since that day at the Niu family's visit, it seemed that all that remained between her and me was a thin sheet of window paper to be pierced. When I got home, I hung up the wolfskin and began scraping off the fat. Freshly skinned hides, if not thoroughly cleaned, rot very easily. This delicate work was something I had to handle myself. My original plan was to sell these as raw hides, saving up the money to build a house next year. But as I sighed over how tanned hides were much more valuable than raw ones, a notification suddenly popped up in my mind. System settlement complete. Information updated. Profession points, 115. Profession 1, Hunter, Level 2. Skills, Tracking, Eagle Eye, Trail Master. Profession 2, Gunslinger, Level 1. Skills, Headshot, Night Vision. In this one battle, I had taken down a total of 20 wolves, including the pack leader. However, due to the urgent circumstances, I couldn't make every kill perfect. Even so, I gained 500 XP and 112 profession points. From the past few hunts, I'd figured out the key. Perfect hunts require a one-shot kill, targeting either the brain, heart, lungs, or spinal cord. Failure to do so results in significantly reduced XP and profession points. Thankfully, the system was generous. XP and profession points for my hunter and gunslinger professions were calculated separately, ensuring no reduction in my combat power. Trail Master, Level 1 makes it significantly easier to detect animal tracks. Spend 1 profession point to activate extreme tracking. The system displayed a demonstration. A glowing animal footprint appeared on the forest floor, stretching a clear path for 10 kilometers. I instantly understood the value. Outside of winter snowfields, most animal tracks are faint or non-existent. With this skill paired with radar, no prey could possibly escape. It even distinguishes the species. Such a useful and affordable skill point investment. Then I looked at the gunslinger profession's new skill, and a smile crept onto my face. So, it's preparing me for round-the-clock operations, huh? Night vision, level 1 when activated, allows you to see clearly in the dark within a 100-meter range. In the demonstration, what had been complete darkness suddenly revealed numerous animals, and in my vision, a 100-meter area became illuminated as if bathed in bright light. You see, there's a reason why I can roam the mountains and forests like I'm strolling through a vegetable garden. I'm tough, my rifle is top-notch, my martial arts are at a masterful level, and the system provides impeccable support. For me, hunting dangerous animals is like reaching into a bag and grabbing what I want. But it's a different story for ordinary hunters. For them, the roles of hunter and hunted often blur. They are prey just as much as predator. Dim lighting is especially hazardous. It's prime hunting conditions for wild animals. The dense forests of the Northeast aren't just dangerous at night. Even certain areas during daylight have such poor visibility that even an excellent shot might struggle. Before I had night vision, I wouldn't have risked hunting in dense woods or after dark, since darkness is a beast's ultimate camouflage. Now, with night vision, that 100-meter illuminated field is squarely within my optimal shooting range. Pairing it with radar renders the risk of hunting at night almost non-existent. Even better, my night combat capabilities just took a whole new leap forward. At night, they can't see me, but I can clearly see them. I was just about to level up my tracking skills when the system chimed. Ding, it seemed like something even better was waiting for me. A cumulative kill count of 20 for large/elite/boss level prey. Hunting shop unlocked. In the shop, there was only one item. Fur workshop. Quickly tan 10 pelts at once with top-tier results. Cost, 100 profession points. Redeem to receive 10 tanning uses, with 1 profession point per 10 uses. It was expensive, but worth every bit. A hunter's main income comes from meat and pelts. Meat prices are almost fixed, but pelts? That's a different story. A simple wolf pelt tanned properly sells for at least 50% more than a raw one. With excellent craftsmanship, you could even double the price. However, tanning skills are a closely guarded secret passed down through families. The process could take days or even months for a single pelt. That's a massive time investment. With this workshop, I could even buy raw pelts, tan them, and resell them for a huge profit, and save myself a lot of work in the process. I have enough combat power already. Making money is the next big priority. Redeem Fur Workshop. Redemption successful. Remaining tanning uses, October 10th. The 100 points vanished instantly, replaced with a simple workshop in my system, a basic setup with some drying racks and not much else. I wanted to test the quality, but a wolf pelt would be too conspicuous. Tanning such a large pelt and not having a proper place to hide it would raise questions. Instead, I pulled out a rabbit pelt I had saved from when I hunted wild rabbits by the river, intended to make a hat for my little sister, and silently commanded, "Tan." The rabbit pelt disappeared in an instant, and when I checked the drying rack, a perfectly tanned rabbit fur was hanging there. Tanning successful. 1 use consumed. Remaining uses, 9 out of 10. I picked it up to inspect the results and was stunned. The pelt was soft, shiny, and flawless. Even the best master tanners couldn't have done better. I knew how to tan hides myself, but my skills were only above average, not anywhere near a master. This rabbit pelt? It could easily sell for double its original value. Excellent, truly excellent. I murmured, my eyes practically gleaming with the image of silver in my hands. Money is essential in these times, even more so for someone living on the road. With this workshop, I could easily aim to become the largest fur supplier in all of Dakian. Thanks to it, the Kai family dined well that evening. While I was cleaning up the wolf pelts, Kai Wanqing had already soaked a large chunk of wolf meat in cold water. Soaking it removes the gamey taste. When cooked, it tastes similar to dog meat. She even bartered some beans at the mill for 2 blocks of tofu, making a pot of wolf meat stew with tofu. By the time dinner was ready, my younger sister was staring wide-eyed once again. Wolf meat stew, stir-fried beef, sautéed cabbage with wood ear mushrooms, and to top it off, white rice. The aroma that filled the room had her grinning from ear to ear, eyes narrowing in delight. After dinner, Kai Wanqing heated up a large tub of water for me and even insisted on washing the bloodied clothes I wore during the Wolfpack fight. Later, while I soaked in the wooden tub in the West Room, I couldn't help but plan. Originally, I wanted to head to the town in the morning to sell the wolf pelts and return quickly to continue harvesting in the mountains. But now, with the workshop, there was no rush. I could tan the raw pelts on the way, sell them directly at the county, and pocket a fortune with ease. As my mind wandered, I heard a sudden knock at the door. The old wooden floor creaked under soft footsteps, a sound familiar enough to identify the person right away, Kai Wanqing. She walked in carrying a basin of steaming hot water. Her gaze instinctively flicked toward the revolver resting on the chair, then shifted to my broad, mountain-like back. Her cheeks blossomed with a deep red. The water sloshed softly as she poured it into the wooden bucket, and then she crouched down beside me, dampened a towel, and began wiping my back. Her delicate touch sent a shiver through me, and a soft grunt escaped my lips. She didn't seem to mind. If anything, she appeared prepared for the situation. As for me, I wasn't fazed. Years of driving a rickshaw for the gentry had accustomed me to these little indulgences. The room fell silent except for the splash of water. Neither of us spoke. As she gently wiped my back, she suddenly asked, "Why? Tomorrow, are you going to join the mountain harvest?" You're not coming along, big sis." I replied. She shook her head lightly. "I need to stay behind at the tavern. But, could you do me a favor and keep an eye on Xiaoli for me?" Her words carried a deliberate weight, suggesting something deeper. She rarely asked anything of me. Harvesting from the mountain was a major annual event for Mang Village, a tradition not to be taken lightly. But it wasn't every year we had a big take. Small harvests happened every 3 years, while full-scale harvests, like the one coming tomorrow, only took place once every 5 years. During this time, over 200 villagers, along with mules, wagons, and hunting dogs, would head to the mountain. With such a large crowd, real danger was rare, and people didn't typically need to be looked after. She must have sensed my doubt, as she dampened my hair with the warm water and started massaging gently. Xiao Li's husband, ever since he got hooked on opium, he's completely fallen apart. The village ruffians have been harassing her. They wouldn't have dared before, but now Zhao Zhanchuan's eager to sell her off to make money. It's only a matter of time before he acts. Tomorrow there'll be so many people on the mountain, and it's so remote out there. I'm worried. I understood now. With her delicate charm, Dai Xiaoli's beauty was enough to make any man stop in his tracks. Even I was shocked the first time I met her. Frankly, in the provincial capital, she could have easily been a top courtesan. And with a crowd so large and the forest so vast, it wouldn't take much for someone's lower instincts to get the better of them. "All right," I said. "I'll watch over her tomorrow." Her shoulders relaxed, and she let out a visible breath of relief. Kai Wanqing and Dai Xiaoli were as close as sisters. Years ago, when Xiaoli was only 3, she had fallen into a well, and it was Wanqing who'd risked herself to save her. Without that bond, Kai Wanqing might have hesitated to even ask me. With the matter settled, the room slipped back into a curious blend of tension and unspoken intimacy. To my surprise, Wanqing seemed to wrestle with something internally before shyly murmuring in a nasal tone, "Why? Why? Let me help you wipe down a little better." The innuendo couldn't have been clearer, unspoken yet unmistakable. In the charged atmosphere of a lone man and woman in this empty house, certain things seemed almost inevitable. After all, this evening's stew, wolf meat simmered with tofu, had stirred an undeniable heat within me. And now, with the lovely widow leaning in, I saw no reason to reject her offer. Begrudgingly, I decided to let things take their natural course. Just as I began shifting forward, ready to respond to Wanqing's implicit suggestion, a piercing voice rang out from the east room. "Mommy, I need to pee." Startled, Kai Wanqing froze. "I'll go check on Yao Mei," she said hastily, her face crimson. "Don't worry, I'll come back to help you with the water once I've put her to bed." She darted out of the room, cheeks flushed. Her help with the water was yet another subtle hint. I dried myself off, slipped into my knee-length underpants, and laid down under the heavy blankets. Before long, I heard the creak of the kitchen door. She'd gone out to empty the chamber pot. As I lay there, I couldn't help but imagine how the rest of the evening might unfold. The door creaked open with a loud squeak. My little niece, big-eyed and clutching her blanket, said, "Uncle, what's up?" I asked. "I'm sleeping with you tonight," she declared, leaving me stunned. This kid wastes no time, huh? She didn't even wait for my approval and was already snuggling next to me with her little blanket. "Why are you sneaking into my room?" I asked. Mom just gave me the look, and I feel like she's about to spank me. Ugh, women, they're just so unreasonable. I sighed. This girl was just begging for trouble. Kai Wanqing, a widow, had finally mustered up some courage today, yet now, after this little commotion, she's probably feeling extra embarrassed. As expected, the kitchen door creaked, and I heard Kai Wanqing's footsteps approaching. She opened the door to see my little niece all cozied up next to me and let out a helpless laugh. "Mom, I'm sleeping with Uncle tonight. I want to hear the story of the wolf fighter," my niece shouted. Kai Wanqing sat down at the edge of the Kong bed, her face kind and warm. "Now, sweetheart, don't bother your uncle. He's very tired tonight. I don't care. I want to hear the story. Be good. I'll give you 2 pieces of candy tomorrow," she coaxed. "Nope, I just want to hear Uncle's story." My little niece burrowed deeper into my arms. Kai Wanqing's face changed, and her tone sharpened. "Kai Jiwei, are you testing me? I'll count to 3. Get back to your room." Her voice suddenly grew louder, causing my niece to shiver a bit. Smiling sheepishly, she grabbed her blanket. "Uncle, on second thought, I don't really need a bedtime story tonight. I'll head back now." She bolted back to the east room in the blink of an eye, leaving Kai Wanqing to sigh wistfully before following her. With the two of them gone, I muttered to the ceiling, "Kai Jue, that's her name? It's nice. Has her mother's surname too. Definitely sounds like she's from a proper family with pedigree." That night, my niece must have been running on pure energy. She stayed up so late chattering that she nearly wore out her mom. If Kai Wanqing hadn't displayed a little maternal authority, the kid probably would have been up till dawn. The next morning, bright and early, Kai Wanqing had breakfast and provisions ready. By 6 a.m., Yang Taigang arrived, and I was already packed and set to go. Once we stepped outside, I was taken aback. The entire village path was bustling with folks heading into the mountains, traveling in small groups like they were off on some hiking trip. After crossing the river and entering the dark forest ridge, I instinctively turned on my mental radar, hoping to locate that black bear from yesterday. Landing that would mean a haul of bear gall and paw, which would be quite the profit. Unfortunately, with all these people in the area, it seemed like more than just the bear had gotten spooked. Even medium-sized game was nowhere to be found. Among the crowd, I spotted Dai Xiaoli, carrying a basket on her back. Unlike the others, she walked alone. It dawned on me that, aside from Kai Wanqing, she didn't seem to have any real friends in the village. Reaching the designated gathering spot for wild picking, Yang Taigang performed the mountain god ritual, officially kicking off the annual harvest. Our job was straightforward enough: stay armed and patrol the mountain trails. The harvesters never stray too far from the path, carrying copper whistles to blow in case of danger. Just as boredom started to set in, the distant sound of gunshots and barking dogs snapped me to attention. The hunting dogs from the village howled as they followed us into the mountains, but unfortunately, they were all tied to trees, unable to run free. "Uncle Wu, should we go take a look?" "No need. Someone's hunting out there with dogs, but they're far away." I turned on the radar, and it showed nothing. By the afternoon, the foragers started feeling hungry. Small groups of people gathered together, eating their dry rations and chatting. Out of instinct, I glanced at Dai Xiaoli. The young woman simply drank water from her bottle, not taking a single bite of food. From one look, I could tell she hadn't brought any food with her, not because she forgot, but because her household had been driven into poverty by man-made disasters. Her husband, Zhao Zhanchuan, was hooked on opium. That stuff? Even wealthy landlords and merchants couldn't afford it if they got addicted, let alone a hunter. Spending money on himself meant saving it from her share. Fate can be absurd sometimes. This woman was once the daughter of a wealthy family, sold off because her father was destroyed by opium, only to marry a man who walked the exact same path, dragging her further into despair. With a father and husband like this, her life had been tied down for good. And yet, she wasn't the rebellious type to fight against this fate. She didn't dare resist. All she could do was endure. I didn't rush to offer her any of my dry rations. We weren't close, and offering might have led to misunderstandings. But some of the kind-hearted villagers from the 7 surname families offered to share their food with her. She politely declined with a smile each time, saying she wasn't hungry. Honestly, that showed she had a bit of character. The meal break wasn't long, and the group soon got back to work. Basket after basket of mountain goods was loaded onto the mule carts. Everyone was in high spirits. It was a great harvest this year, ensuring a bountiful new year for all. I wandered idly, occasionally glancing at Dai Xiaoli. I wouldn't interfere with her life recklessly, but I had promised Kai Wanqing to look out for her, and I never go back on my word. Some idle troublemakers from the mountain were there too, doing nothing productive. They used slingshots to shoot at squirrels, locally called gray dogs, prized for their premium fur, hoping to make a small profit with minimal effort. An hour before we were due to head back to the village, I noticed Dai Xiaoli put down her basket and walk into the dense woods. I caught this scene. I didn't follow. Her posture and movement made it clear she was going to answer nature's call. Following her at that moment, that'd be a recipe for gossip and trouble. I stayed put. But one of those idle thugs? He waited until no one was paying attention, then bolted straight in her direction. Only I noticed. My eyes narrowed slightly. Guess Big Sister Kai really does have a sixth sense. Dai Xiaoli walked for about 300 or 400 meters before stopping. She hadn't rested since ascending the mountain and had gathered over 200 pounds of pine cones in just half a day. It was a good harvest this year. Pine cones the size of palms, pine nuts as big as fingernails. They'd fetch a great price in town. She was already starting to feel a little hopeful about finally earning enough money. Maybe if she brought back a decent amount, Zhao Zhanchuan wouldn't hit her this time. She looked for a secluded spot and stepped over a broken tree stump, likely snapped by a wild boar. The splintered edge was sharp, like a knife. Before she could make a move, a shadow lunged at her from behind. MMMM. MMMM. She tried to scream, but a hand roughly clamped over her mouth. All she saw were the eyes of the person towering over her, burning with malice. With a sense of panic, the infamous local bully Xue Wu, on par with the notorious Niuer in the village, loomed over. The Xue family wasn't large in numbers, but they were far from ordinary. Xue Wu's uncle was the steward of the wealthy and devious Diao Laokai, and the Xue family was considered one of the more influential households in the village. She struggled desperately, as any woman in her position would. If it came to this, wouldn't Zhao Zhanchuan beat her to death afterward? Seeing her fight so fiercely, Xue Wu figured he'd just knock her unconscious. They were far enough from the gathering spot of the foragers, and though he had come secretly and avoided the crowd, he was still wary of being seen. Just as Xue Wu prepared to act, a teasing voice broke the eerie silence of the autumn forest. "What's keeping you busy, brother?" The forest was quiet, with even birds frightened away by the presence of humans. The sudden voice startled Xue Wu. He turned to see me leaning leisurely against a tree, arms crossed, a faint smile playing on my lips. Dai Xiaoli, pinned down and unable to see, recognized my voice and made a desperate attempt to call for help, but her mouth was tightly covered. "Chao-san, not much happening, brother." Xue Wu replied in mild surprise, but with no hint of panic. He greeted me warmly. He'd seen me before, knew I was a relative of the renowned Kai family. I stepped closer. "This year, I've come to the mountains with my fifth uncle as a guard. Give me a little face, just let it go. The woman's been through enough. No need to make it worse for her. Though my hands have seen blood more than once, I typically try to talk reason first." Xue Wu and I had no personal enmity, and Dai Xiaoli's plight wasn't severe enough for me to take drastic measures on her behalf. My words were sincere in trying to persuade him to leave. But Xue Wu wasn't having it. "Chao-san, you're off the mark here. I haven't come for nothing. Zhao Zhanchuan and I already worked out a price." That single line completely stopped me in my tracks. I'd known Zhao Zhanchuan was despicable, but I hadn't thought he'd sink this low, selling his own wife like property. Dai Xiaoli was stunned. In that moment, all hope drained from her. The dignity she had tried desperately to preserve suddenly felt meaningless. She stopped struggling, succumbing to silent tears as the fear in her eyes slowly dulled into lifeless apathy. Perhaps this is my fate, she thought, finally closing her eyes in despair. Seeing me stay silent and her remain motionless, Shui Wu grew smug. Brother, don't say I'm not fair. You're skilled, I respect that. Here's the deal, His words were cut short by a scream of pain. Thud. I moved in one swift motion, delivering a kick that sent Shui Wu flying. Dai Xiaoli, now released, looked at me with wide eyes full of shock. Never had she expected me to intervene on her behalf. Not only would this risk offending the influential Shui family, but considering Zhao Zhanchuan had accepted money, the nature of the situation had shifted. If Xiao hadn't taken payment, I'd have every right to claim justice, as forcible abduction of a woman was a serious crime. But once money exchanged hands, the legal waters became murky under Deqian's laws. Shui Wu struggled to his feet, clutching his chest and coughing violently. Despite my restraint, the kick had still left him breathless and shaken. Hey, why'd you kick me? He gasped, barely catching his breath. Ignoring his protests, I helped Dai Xiaoli up, glancing at Shui Wu. You talk too much. Now get lost. Or, do you want to see how you measure up against me? Measure up? Shui Wu was accustomed to being overbearing, but he wasn't stupid. He'd heard rumors about my skills, and he knew I had a gun. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Fine, you win. I can't afford to mess with you. I'll leave. But the farther he walked, the angrier he got. He had lost face and wasted money. He turned back. Chao-san, you're not giving the Shui family any respect, are you? What respect? Go back and ask Diao Wu. If it hadn't been for the kids that day, would he still be alive? Now get lost. Shui Wu had heard about what happened to Diao Wu. It was no secret that Niu Air had been instigated by him. Still, he couldn't just swallow this. Even if he couldn't win in a fight, he couldn't just walk away. Because sometimes, people can't help pushing things too far. He didn't believe I had the guts to kill someone. But today, his luck had run out. All right, I'll back down, Shui Wu said with a sinister tone. But you can't be by her side every second. She'll eventually be alone. I'll give you this for now, but I'll come for her another day. My eyes narrowed slightly. This scoundrel dared to threaten me. Seeing that I didn't respond, he grew bolder, thinking he'd hit a nerve. He started spewing filth about Kai Wanqing and younger sister, becoming more and more vile. He even sneered about children liking to play by the river, saying, "You know how many kids don't make it out when they fall in? Don't look at me like that. What can you do? Hit me? Kill me? If you kill me, let's see how long you'd last here in Mang Village." Laughing loudly, he turned and began walking away. There are some people who, unable to win a fight, settle for running their mouths. Dai Xiaoli's legs were already trembling at this point. She noticed my expression had changed. There was a chilling aura surrounding me. She had seen an enraged bear on the mountainside before while gathering firewood. But now, I looked more dangerous than that bear. Shui Wu had only taken a few steps when Dai Xiaoli suddenly blinked, realizing something. She hadn't even noticed when I moved. Shui Wu, still walking ahead, felt a rush of wind from behind. Before he could react, I had clamped his neck, and his vision went dark as he passed out. Dai Xiaoli was stunned. He must know some witchcraft. She hadn't caught my movements. All she saw was me extending a hand and Shui Wu collapsing. In reality, I had simply pinched the artery at the side of his neck. With the strength in my hands, it didn't take much more than a squeeze to make someone faint while leaving no visible injuries. I grabbed him by the collar and dragged him back. Dai Xiaoli hadn't yet guessed what I was planning. Then, her pupils suddenly dilated. She watched as I pressed Shui Wu's head down against the jagged edge of a tree stump. Squelch! The sharp wood pierced right through his throat. Dai Xiaoli clapped her trembling hands over her mouth. She hadn't expected this man, who usually smiled so softly, to act with such ruthless efficiency. In this instant, she was terrified. The Shui family's influence in Mang Village wasn't small. After killing Shui Wu, would I silence her too? I ignored her. It was a clean kill. Shui Wu was beyond saving. I picked up some fallen leaves and sprinkled them over the corpse. Dai Xiaoli, trembling, hesitantly moved closer. Catch the falling leaves. Don't move. Getting blood on you is hard to explain. Ah. She shuddered, and the leaf dropped to the ground. I chuckled. Relax. I'm not going to kill you. My sister told me to look after you. As for that foul-mouthed bastard, he deserved it. Thank you, Brother Huai, she stammered, still tense. Then, almost hesitantly, she added, what Shui Wu said earlier. He was lying. Sister Junyang isn't that kind of person. I know. That's why he had to die. Killing someone didn't burden me much. If Dai Shali weren't here, I wouldn't have even gone to the trouble of doing it discreetly. She looked at me, her face holding a mix of fear and realization. She understood something. This man was too accustomed to murder. She bit her lip. Why, if this gets found out, just say I did it. My life's already like this anyway. I'll take the blame. I smiled. What are you even taking the blame for? Just keep your mouth shut, and this'll blow over. Won't even take a night for scavengers to clean up the body. Worst case, if it's discovered earlier, we'll say he lost his footing and fell to his death. Pretty common in the mountains. The main thing, keep it to yourself, and nothing will happen. Killing someone deep in the woods? Easier than slaughtering a chicken. Honestly, if I didn't have to worry about other foragers around, I wouldn't even bother being this careful. Besides, I already scoped out the area earlier. There wasn't a soul nearby. My thoroughness eased her nerves, and she looked at me with gratitude. But the moment she remembered Zhao Zhanchuan's deeds, a wave of disheartenment swept over her again. Let's go. Okay. She took a step forward, but her legs froze. What's wrong? Legs giving out on you. Her face turned crimson instantly. And no, I glanced at her squirming expression and immediately understood. Honestly, the fact she hadn't peed her pants by now spoke to her incredible self-control. I turned my back to her. Go ahead. She scurried behind a tree. The forest was so quiet that every little sound carried. I may not bully honest folks, but if I were the kind to tease, Dai Shali would be having one hell of a rough time right now. Not long after, she returned, her cheeks flushed. She cast a quick glance at the body on the ground, but quickly averted her gaze. It's not like she'd never seen a dead person before. After all, in Mang village, failed hunts or brawls often ended in someone dying. But it was her first time witnessing someone turn from alive to dead before her very eyes. My mercilessness had shaken her deeply. What surprised me, though, was that once her initial fear faded, all that remained was her shyness, as though she was almost convinced I wouldn't harm her. I handed her a piece of oiled paper. Some food. Eat up. You've been through a shock, and your blood's out of balance. We can't have you fainting. That'd be a hassle. Eat. Inside the paper was a flatbread, cold and hard. But to her, in that moment, it tasted like the most precious meal. Watching her take tiny bites, I shook my head. She was only about 22, 23. In my previous life, she'd be at an age where people would cherish her like a treasure. But here and now, she was being beaten down day by day, shrinking smaller like a little mushroom. Once she'd eaten, I led her out of the dense woods. As we neared the mountain path, separate. Without needing me to remind her, she said she'd take everything to the grave, and I believe her. If anything leaked, the Shui family might not be able to do much to me, but her outcome certainly wouldn't be good. Back on the mountain path, everything was as usual. The sky was beginning to darken. Yang Taigang finished reading the roster to confirm no one was missing, and the group descended the mountain together. Even the hooligans tagging along behaved and followed the main group. Without the crowd to protect them in the dark, they were probably afraid of becoming a snack for wild animals. When I got home, Kai Wanqing had already prepared a warm meal and hot water. Huai, I brought lunch to Xiaoyi today. That child is really hardworking. He's cleared over 6 acres of pasture and even used a rake to remove small stones and level the ground for you. He said he'll bundle it all up once the grass is dried. I was stunned. That fast. I had expected he wouldn't slack off, but it'd still take 2 to 3 days. Who knew he'd finish it all in one day and even out the ground? This guy's the real deal. Yeah, he started before dawn and didn't come back until it was pitch dark. His stepmother complained at first, but once she heard he was earning 20 cents for the day, she had nothing else to say. All right, bring him something nice with his lunch tomorrow. The next day, we went back up the mountain. Oddly enough, the Shui family hadn't come looking for Shui Wu. Maybe it's because he's rarely home anyway. This time, the mountain harvest went smoothly, though Dai Xiaoli kept finding excuses to stick close to me, her glances occasionally drifting my way. The harvest from the mountain was completed in just 2 days. On the third morning, Yang Taigang tallied the collection at the temple. This was unquestionably a bumper year. Just the pine cones alone amounted to 20,000 pounds, which would yield around 4,000 pounds of pine nuts. There were also walnuts, hazelnuts, wild mushrooms, hawthorn berries, and wild grapes. A rough estimate put the total haul at over 50,000 pounds. Back at the Kai family courtyard, I sorted through the mountain goods. As agreed, I would take 10% as my share, more than 5,000 pounds. The courtyard was full of sacks of walnuts and hazelnuts being hauled into the house. These didn't require too much processing and could be stored for a long time. Frying or drying them would make them ready to eat. The drying racks were already laden with shiitake mushrooms and wild mushrooms. Even my little sister wasn't idle. She was using a small basket to shell pine nuts. Off in the distance, Kai Wanqing approached with a large bamboo basket filled with freshly roasted pine nuts, walnuts, and hazelnuts. She'd even gotten her hands on some sunflower seeds. "Why, try these, see if the roasting time is just right." Shally's pretty good at roasting dry goods. I cracked open a pine nut and popped the kernel into my little sister's mouth before tasting one myself. Not bad. The pine nut, about the size of a thumbnail, was full of flavor, roasted to perfection. "What are you going to do with all this stuff? Should you go to town with Uncle Wu and sell it?" I laughed. "It's money, sure, but making a trip like that isn't worth the hassle. We'll just keep it for ourselves." Kai Wanqing was baffled. Over 5,000 pounds. How could we possibly eat all that? Especially since wild grapes and hawthorn berries wouldn't last long. "It's simple," I said with a grin. "We'll dry half the wild grapes into raisins and ferment the other half into wine. The hawthorn berries? There aren't that many. We'll let my little sister use them to make friends with her buddies. If we can't finish them, drying jujubes in the sun." Kai Wanqing chuckled helplessly. This daughter of hers had a surprising streak of brashness, and goodness knows where she picked it up. As they were discussing, a commotion suddenly erupted at the village entrance. Little sister, who had been shelling pine nuts, scrambled up onto the roof and called out crisply, "Uncle, Sixth Granny is leading a whole crowd out of the village. Are they going to a fight? Can I come too?" Watching little sister scamper onto the roof like a monkey, Kai Wanqing could only smile wryly. "This kid can't sit still for a second. Don't fall and hurt yourself. She's got spunk, and that's a good thing," I said with a laugh. "Little sister has outstanding natural talent, perfect for martial arts. Once I get things settled here, I'll ask my senior brother to send over some materials for cultivation. I'll train her myself. At least it'll keep her from running around causing mayhem all the time." Kai Wanqing's expression softened with warmth. It was clear I truly treated little sister like my own child. Even in this age of firearms, martial arts still held their value. Soldiers with training were in a completely different league compared to those without. Martial schools teaching the national art of Yue-style Sanzhou were scattered across Deqian, but they only taught the 6 hands. The Yue-style 6 hands is essentially a mix of kickboxing and a few throws. Beyond the 6 hands, there were also the 18 hands, 32 hands, 64 hands, and 72 hands, a system created by the founding emperor Yukidi, which blended techniques from various schools. The more techniques one mastered, the more formidable they became. Mastering 32 hands made one a notable expert, 64 hands elevated one to a regional powerhouse, and 72 hands placed one among the grandmasters. To my knowledge, outside the royal family and noble bodyguards, there were only 5 individuals in the whole martial world who had mastered all 72 hands, and 2 of them were mortal enemies of my godfather, Qiao Baosan. Kai Wanqing didn't know the full extent of my abilities, but she suspected I had at least mastered the 64 hands. These skills were traditionally passed down within families and rarely taught to women, so with me as little sister's teacher, she was guaranteed a dependable livelihood. When I saw Kai Wanqing about to express her gratitude, I waved it off. "Don't. No need for that between us. I'm going to check out what's happening with Sixth Aunt. All right, I'll fix lunch. Hand-pulled noodles with a seasoned broth and beef stew with radishes. How does that sound? Perfect. The Kai family originally only ate 2 meals a day, but since I moved in, we've had 3. No matter how busy the tavern gets, she always comes home to cook lunch for me." As I headed out, I ran into Sha Yulan. She had brought quite the entourage. Her nephew Sha Gang with a bandaged head, and a gaggle of boys around 15 or 16 from the 7 families of the village. Most able-bodied men weren't home, and since Yang Taigang had taken another group of 17 or 18-year-olds to town to sell goods, all that was left were these younger lads. Sixth aunt, what's going on? Sha Gang lit up at the sight of me and was about to speak when Sha Yulan pinched his arm. It's nothing. Your brother Gang got into a scuffle with his wife, and she scratched him up pretty bad, split his scalp open. She's threatening to go back to her parents' house, so we're going to try to talk some sense into her. I couldn't help but laugh. With this lineup, it was looking less like a mediation effort and more like preparation for a brawl. But knowing Sha Yulan, she wasn't the unreasonable type. Still, bringing so many people, picking a fight with your daughter-in-law's family, what about your reputation? I glanced at Sha Gang. His head was wrapped in gauze from a knock, but his body had blood streaks. His face bore scratches from tree branches, and there were claw marks on his clothes. These injuries clearly came from the mountains. More importantly, his younger brother Shayong wasn't around. The two brothers were well-known hunters in the area, always together like the inseparable higher brothers. Now one was here and the other wasn't. Add to that the worry in Sha Yulan's eyes, and anyone could tell something had happened to Sha Yong. Young man, I gotta go. Your sister-in-law is crying and fussing again. I'll leave first, Sha Yulan said. Auntie, should I come with you? I offered. No need. Your brother-in-law has his pride. You just rest, she dismissed me. Since she said no, I stayed put. The group hadn't gone far when Sha Gang couldn't hold back and asked, Auntie, Brother Huai is a mountain expert. Why not ask for his help? Sha Yulan snapped back. Did a tiger smack you so hard your brain's gone soft? If you were lucky to survive an encounter with one, how could we drag Huai into this mess? We're all bonded by the same family ties and mutual sacrifice, but why should he take that kind of risk? Everyone in these 7 families owes Brother Chow a favor. Moving forward, we owe him. There's no debating it. But there's no way we'd ever expect him to owe us. After being scolded fiercely by his aunt, Sha Gang hung his head. He had no retort, especially not to Sha Yulan. That said, the worry for his brother's safety was clearly weighing on him. From the village path, I watched them walk further and further away before turning back toward my house. Sha Yulan had treated me well over the years, and her nephews, the Sha brothers, were stand-up men when it came to loyalty. Regardless of what trouble Sha Yong had gotten into, I knew I needed to help. Once I got inside, I started to gear up. Tying my leg bindings, I called out, Xiao Mei, grab some candy, canned goods, and chocolates for your uncle. Kai Wanqing came in. What's going on? I was already pulling the hunting rifle off the wall when I replied. Something's probably happened to Sha family's second boy. I'm heading out to check. Uncle, I packed the food in your satchel, she said quickly. She also wrapped a few steamed buns from the food basket hanging in the kitchen rafters and handed them to me. Be careful, eat these on the way. Don't worry, there are plenty of people going. With that, I grabbed the black horse, saddled up, and set off after Sha Yulan and her group. The big prairie horse and I had grown attached over the past few days, though I still thought it was too tall and stocky. Riding it felt more like riding a mule. Sha Yulan and the others were quick on their feet, already 3 miles ahead by the time I caught up. When they heard the horse's call, they turned back. Seeing it was me, Sha Yulan looked startled. Whoa! I reined in the horse and stopped beside her. Young man, why are you here? So can't keep anything from you. She sighed in resignation, realizing immediately I had figured it all out just by seeing me arrive alone. Auntie, your family's troubles are my troubles. Someone fill me in. My horse is fast. I'll ride ahead to check things out. She sighed helplessly. Just then, a slim figure darted out like lightning. Uncle Chow, I know what's going on. I'll tell you. Holy moly, Shajia village just got hit hard this time. Out popped Lin Jingyan, the infamous loudmouth of Meng village. Don't underestimate him. He's only 14 but sharp and quick, already carrying the weight of an adult. He was here this time as the Lin family's representative to help out the Shijias. With how fast and detailed his storytelling is, it didn't take long before I understood what happened to the Sha brothers. And boy, Sha Gang was really lucky to make it out alive. To explain what went down, we have to go back to the night before I headed into the mountains to scout. It was tied to that wolf pack I had dealt with. That very night, the howling of wolves echoed through Shajia village. Turns out, wolves really had come down, throwing the whole place into chaos. Not only livestock was lost, but human lives as well. That night, Shah Gang had just climbed into bed when the village dogs, especially his 5 hounds, erupted into a frenzy. He jolted up and threw back the blanket. Damn it, something's in the village. His wife, Zhua Xiaomei, anxiously asked, "You think it's the big claw? People said they saw one up in the mountains recently." Can't be. If it was the big claw, the dogs wouldn't even have the guts to bark. I'll go check it out. Shah Gang grabbed the double-barreled shotgun hanging on the wall, stuffed some shells into his pocket, and headed for the door while shouting, "Old Shah, wake up." Shah Gang and his younger brother Shah Yong lived in 2 separate courtyards. The former now married with his own home, while Shah Yong, still single, stayed with their father, Shah Fugaway. Shah Yong had already stepped out, gun in hand. "What's going on, bro?" "Big animal. Bring the dogs, let's check it out." "Dad." Their father, Old Shah, came out of the house as well, holding a single-barreled shotgun. Shah Gang instructed, "Me and Yong will handle this. Xiaomei should take the kids to your house. Watch the place and don't step outside." "Relax," said Old Shah. "Back in the day, I was the best sharpshooter in Shajia village. With me here, nothing's getting through." The brothers took off towards the eastern end of the village, where the commotion was loudest, accompanied by their 5 hunting dogs. Back in those days, owning 5 quality dogs was no small thing. The lead dog was a Khitan breed, big, strong, with a keen nose and unmatched ferocity. Before even reaching their destination, the dogs erupted into furious barking. In the moonlight, Shah Yong caught sight of 2 wolves. Bang! One shot, and a wolf dropped to the ground. "It's wolves. Bro, unleash the dogs." The leashes came off, and the 5 dogs charged ahead. Hunting dogs aren't afraid of canines. A 60-pound wild wolf was instantly overwhelmed, and within a minute, it was nearly dead. Shah Yong finished it off with a knife. "Something's not adding up," he muttered. 2 wolves wouldn't stir up this much trouble. Damn it, it's a pack. Single wolves or small groups rarely dared to enter villages. There were just too many dangers for them. And although a lone wolf isn't that much of a threat, not even to an unarmed adult, a pack is a whole different story. That's when a gunshot rang out from the Shah family courtyard, followed by Old Shah's voice hollering curses. "You damn beasts." The brothers called their dogs back and rushed home. By now, the entire village was awake and in a frenzy. When they got back, Old Shah, so confident earlier, was shaking with rage, his face practically green. He fumbled to reload his gun, hands trembling. "What happened, Dad? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine. But kill those bastards. They killed all our livestock." Once the 5 guard dogs left, 3 wolves sneaked in and killed all of the Shah family's livestock. 3 pigs, 6 sheep, and a dozen chickens. In the countryside, such a loss is practically half ruin. No wonder the old man was trembling with anger. "Don't worry, Dad. I'll leave the dogs home, and my brother and I will hunt those wolves." The 2 brothers ran off in the distance, but could still hear the old man shouting after them. The wolves wreaked havoc until dawn before retreating. It was too dark to tell how many came in, but 5 or 6 were left behind, dead. When the villagers assessed the losses, everyone looked grim. No household with livestock was spared. Like the Shah family, many suffered complete devastation. These wolves were especially vicious. They didn't even take the animals they killed, as if they were slaughtering just for sport. Thankfully, no people were harmed. Just then, a boy of about 15 or 16 came running over. "Uncle Gang, it's bad news. Old man Yang's gone. The wolves got him." Shah Yong's eyes widened. "No, Uncle Yang passed away." In the village, "passed away" was the euphemism for death. Shah Gang's heart sank. How could there be a human death in this? When they arrived at Old Man Yang's place, they were first met with the grief-stricken wails of his widow. In the courtyard, Shah Gang froze at the sight. For wolf carcasses lay sprawled across the yard, their throats decisively torn out. In the corner was a large black dog, panting heavily, drenched in blood, with a fresh gash across its face. Was Uncle Yang bitten by the wolves? "No, it wasn't the wolves," the boy replied. "Last night, when the wolf pack came for the livestock, the big black dog fought them off. At one point, an alpha wolf came charging out. The black dog jumped on its back and bit it so hard it couldn't fight, but then 6 or 7 other wolves ganged up on the dog. The black dog managed to kill these 4, but during the commotion, the alpha gray wolf slaughtered all of Uncle Yang's sheep. Uncle Yang was so distraught that he fainted on the spot, and by morning he still hadn't woken up. Auntie Yang went to check on him early, but he was already gone. Sha Gang grasped the situation. Old man Yang had died of heartbreak. Unlike the Sha family, whose losses were substantial but survivable, the Yang family had relied entirely on those dozen sheep. The couple, childless and growing old, had been scraping by on the sheep's wool and saving a little each year with hopes of adopting a child someday. But now, it had all gone up in smoke. The only silver lining was the big black dog. Without it, the older couple might have been slaughtered by the wolves as well. Sha Gang couldn't stop thinking about one thing. Just how big was this wolf pack? The village had killed 5 or 6 last night. The black dog had taken down 4, and with the ones that had escaped, there must have been nearly 20. Black Forest Ridge hadn't seen a wolf pack this size in decades. Sha Yong leaned closer and said, "Brother, we need to head into the mountains and take out the alpha wolf. If it's alive, we'll never know peace. They've set their sights on our village. If we don't kill it, they'll destroy us over time. Losing livestock sucks, sure, but if they mess up our trade and business, we'll all end up starving." At first, this all sounded reasonable, but as the elder sibling, Sha Gang shot his younger brother a doubtful glare. Something about Sha Yong's tone wasn't sitting right. "Hey, little brother, when did you suddenly become so concerned about? Gotten so invested in the family business these days?" He knew his younger brother too well, as intimately as a farmer knows manure. Sha Yong had 3 major passions in life: hunting, fighting, and drinking. When it came to the family and village business, he was clueless, completely out of his depth. Usually, he just listened to whatever his big brother decided. This sudden enthusiasm had to be something fishy. Big bro, isn't that the Wolf King? How many hunters scaling the mountains have actually taken down a Wolf King? If we manage to wipe out this pack, we'll be famous. Sha Yong wasn't bluffing. Wild boars, black bears, grizzlies, they were fierce, but predictable in their weaknesses. Tigers, wolf kings, and leopards, though, they played mind games. Hunting one of them wasn't just lucrative, it earned you a name. Even Sha Gang was tempted. The brothers called themselves hunters as a front. They both had side hustles to make money. But hunting was addicting, a serious vice. Still, Sha Gang was cautious. No way. Half the crew's off making deliveries. The rest of this mess needs tidying up. Nobody's free. And we can't bring the dogs. They're needed to guard the house. If the wolves circle back, what then? Sha Yong's eyes gleamed with an idea. "Bro, just the 2 of us. Let Huan Yo track their scent, lock down their position, and we'll come back with reinforcements." The plan wasn't bad, but Sha Gang still felt uneasy. What if we get surrounded? That was the opening Sha Yong was waiting for. If his brother was interested, he could handle the rest. Sha Yong pulled open his jacket. "Bro, you see this? My secret weapon." Sha Gang froze, then let out a laugh, swearing under his breath. "Man, you've got to be kidding me." Around Sha Yong's waist was a belt of explosives, rigged like overextended firecrackers. Each stick was about a foot long and tipped with a visible wick ready to burn. If we get surrounded, we detonate. I'll hit the Wolf King with one clean shot. Fine, let's do it. Even Sha Gang wanted the glory. Nowadays, reputation meant money. Plus, he was still young and ambitious, itching to make his mark. The brothers grabbed Huan Yo, their top scent tracking dog, and headed up the mountain. Huan Yo was a chitin hunting dog. Her nose was exceptional, practically unmatched. After tracking for less than 2 hours, she caught the scent. "Bro, they're heading up toward Wong Village, the direction of Eagle's Beak Cliff and Boulder Field. Let's move." Eagle's Beak Cliff resembled the shape of an eagle's beak, a steep rocky outcrop. Below it lay Boulder Field, a treacherous stretch of jagged, irregular rocks that made traversal nearly impossible in some spots, requiring leaps over gaps. When they arrived at the edge of Boulder Field, the brothers figured the pack was no more than 20 wolves, a manageable number after such heavy losses. But as they reached the rocks, Sha Gang's stomach turned with unease. "Little brother, I've got a bad feeling. This kind of terrain, it's prime territory for something big." Sha Gang was the careful one. Sha Yong was pure bravado. "Big bro, where would a giant predator come from? Tigers don't mess with wolves. If there's already a pack here, nothing else would dare stick around." That old saying might have been true, but Sha Gang still felt something wasn't right. At that moment, Sharp-eyed Yong exclaimed, "Bro, it's the Wolf King, and it's just a couple of stragglers with him." Sure enough, on the hillside 200 meters away, the massive Wolf King only had 2 or 3 wolves flanking him. As soon as the Wolf King spotted the pair of brothers, he turned and bolted. Woof! Woof! Huanyo barked loudly, but Sha Gang didn't loosen her leash. She was there to track, not to lead a brawl. Huanyo's barking was frantic and tinged with urgency, but the brothers couldn't understand dog speak. They simply figured she was excited to see the Wolf King. Haha, bro, Uncle Yang's big black dog could take on wolves. Our Huanyo's no worse. Let's get them. The brothers climbed up the rocky outcrop, heading in the direction where the Wolf King had disappeared. They'd barely moved 20 meters when Sha Gang felt a chill run down his spine. A woo, a woo, a woo. A symphony of howls exploded across the mountains and forests. Even Sha Yong now sensed something was off. Shit, a massive wolf pack. Sha Gang instantly realized they'd been duped. The Wolf King had lured them into a trap. Judging from the howling, he estimated at least 40 wolves in the pack, bringing the total to nearly 50 if you included the ones they'd killed the previous night. In all his life, he'd never encountered such a massive pack in the wild. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Over the past couple of years, it hadn't just been the farmland that had seen bumper harvests. The mountains had been thriving as well. When the mountains thrive, so do the beasts. In that moment, he understood. They'd been careless, far too careless. Sha Gang was now on edge, but Sha Yong looked thrilled instead. Haha, looks like it's finally our time to make a name for ourselves. Nobody's ever taken down a wolf pack of over 30 before, right? Sha Gang stared at his younger brother like he was an idiot. There was no way they shared the same mother. Still, this wasn't the time to argue. He crouched down and patted Huanyo's neck. Stay close. Don't go running off. He loosened her leash. Woof! Woof! Huanyo crouched low, her posture ready for attack. No matter how many wolves were in the pack, a hunting dog never feared wolves. The two brothers stood back to back, each with 3 double-barreled hunting rifles loaded with single-shot slugs. Bro, Sha Gang said, the moment they're in range, it's 1 shot, 1 kill. Take care of yourself, cause I might not be able to watch your back. Get the explosives ready. Use them if you have to. Leave it to me. By the end of the year, I'm getting Dad a Wolf King pelt for a cloak. As his words faded, shadows began to emerge among the trees. Wolves, moving in 3s and 2s, numbering no less than 30. There were more hidden, out of sight. Perched atop the hill, the Wolf King's expression seemed to carry a mocking sneer as he prepared to order the attack, when suddenly, it froze, sensing something amiss. Woof! Woof! Huanyo's barking changed. It was no longer fierce or frantic. It now carried a trace of fear. Her hind legs trembled slightly. Sha Gang frowned in confusion, but before he could process it, a thunderous roar erupted from the distance. Roar! The entire forest seemed to quake. Birds and beasts scattered in every direction. Shit! A tiger! Damn it, bro, stop jinxing us. On their way down the rocky ridge, Sha Gang had remarked that the terrain looked like prime tiger territory. Sha Yong had waved it off, saying tigers and wolves wouldn't share the same ground. Who could have guessed they'd stumble into a showdown between the 2 apex predators? The 2 brothers walked right into trouble. Tigers and wolves are both apex predators of the forest, yet their hunting styles couldn't be more different. One relies on solo strength, the other on teamwork. If a grown man finds himself face-to-face with a lone wolf, even unarmed, he stands a decent chance of holding his own if he doesn't panic. But a tiger? That's a different story. Odds are 3 to 7 against him. 7 seconds is all it takes for a tiger to get 30% full. At this moment, even with all of Sha Yong's courage, anxiety crept in. That tiger's roar, bone-chilling. It made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. Even the Wolf King seemed caught off guard by the sudden appearance of this mountain deity. With a deep howl, the entire pack retreated in precise, synchronized order. Sha Gang let out a sigh of relief. Without the wolves around, the 2 of them armed with guns, even if it was just shotguns, might have a fighting chance against the tiger. After waiting 20 minutes, the dog, Huanyo, which had been barking earlier, finally quieted down. That was a good sign. It likely meant both the tiger and the wolves had left the area. Let's back out. There's no way we can take on that wolf pack. Yong didn't argue. Fooling around in these mountains was a surefire way to end up as a statistic. But as visions of that massive paw flashed in his mind, a new idea started forming. Bro, he said, what if we head back, Lupin Brother Hawaii, and track down Gua Top Cannon? Let's kill that big cat. A tiger like that? It's worth a fortune. A single kill could set us up for 2 or 3 years. Sha Gang's interest was piqued. When it comes to wild game, tigers are the holy grail, the absolute pinnacle of value. They're priceless. Whatever price you name, people will pay. Taking down one of those beasts could more than make up for whatever losses the pack of wolves had caused. Maybe even leave them money to spare. I mean, Gua Top Cannon definitely has the skills. They say he's killed, what, 20 tigers? More? 30 now. Last month, he downed another one in Hejiang. It should have been 31, but one of the tigers got away. It was injured, though lost an eye. Gua Tianxiong, aka Gua Top Cannon. Around here, sharpshooters are called gunners, leaders are cannon heads, and the best among them earn the title Top Cannon. There weren't many like Gua Tianxiong across all 6 provinces of the Northeast. He was a hunter who worked alone and specialized in bringing down big game. Sha Gang believed in his ability, but pairing him with Chao Huai, a bowman? Could Chao even keep up with a tiger's speed? I think he could, Sha Yong said with confidence. That guy once brought down a massive wild boar all by himself, 1 arrow to the heart. And his shooting's no joke either. Remember that time with the Nyojia family skirmish? He knocked a guy's hat off with 1 shot. All right, we'll figure it out when we get back, Sha Gang replied. For now, fire a couple of shots to spook the tiger. Make it think twice before coming closer. Bang! Sha Yong fired a shot into the air. If the 2 brothers had just quietly retraced their steps down the mountain, chances are there to have been no incident. The wolf pack had already retreated, and even the tiger had decided to lie low after all the commotion. But that gunshot, it stirred the pot. 2 kilometers away, a one-eyed tiger lay under a tree, licking its paw. It had been a good morning. It enjoyed a hearty meal earlier, and while roaming its territory had stumbled into the wolf pack. Not wanting to risk a fight for dominance, the tiger had issued a warning roar, ready to retreat to avoid trouble if the wolves didn't budge. But the wolves wisely backed off, and the tiger was content, planning to return to its den for a nap once the coast was clear. All was calm. That is, until the gunfire shattered the silence. The tiger's head snapped up. That one eye burned with renewed intensity. A flicker of doubt crossed its mind. This voice, it sounded familiar. This was a full-grown tiger. A month ago, it had claimed territory by the Crane River. That year, the crops in the fields started growing earlier than usual due to the weather, and as luck would have it, a stunning female tiger wandered into its domain. Just as the 2 were about to continue their lineage, a gunshot rang out. The female tiger fell, and the male tiger nearly lost its pride and joy in the chaos. Before it even had time to process, a second shot came, grazing its left eye. It survived, but at the cost of 1 blinded eye. Escaping for its life, it finally shook off the pursuers. And it was furious. After all the effort of finding a mate, she was gone before they could even finish what they started. And to top it all off, it almost lost more than just an eye. Hearing the sound of a gun again now reignited that smoldering rage. Whoever was responsible for the shots, these 2-legged creatures were going to pay with their lives. Quietly, it began creeping toward the gunfire. Killing loudly isn't its way. No, it would hunt humans silently. Here, in the forest, the tiger was the apex predator. The Shaw brothers fired a shot every 40 or 50 meters as they walked. Bullets were plentiful, and they weren't worried about using them up. But the sound, unintentionally, was guiding the one-eyed tiger straight to them. A mile or 2 into their trek, Sha Yong reloaded his rifle. Big bro, think we're good now? Should be. A tiger'd hate the noise, probably scared it off already. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept down the mountain path. Roar! Out of nowhere, a massive Siberian tiger, its striking coat shimmering like a living sunset, lunged straight for them. The colorful force of nature left Sha Yong's hunting dog, Huanyo, paralyzed in place. Dogs are biologically programmed to fear the sheer dominance of a tiger. Shit. Fire. The brothers had read about tigers before, but facing one in real life, panic clouded their judgment. They forgot that the range of their hunting rifles was an effective 50 meters at best. Bam! Bam, 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 for shots, and not one came close to hitting the tiger. At 100 meters, the gap between them and the predator could close in the blink of an eye. Run, little bro. Sha Gang shoved Sha Yong aside and kicked Huan Yo hard out of the way. He'd heard tales from the village elders that when a tiger attacks head-on, its first move is always to pounce. As quick as lightning, the one-eyed tiger lunged with a gust of wind carrying the metallic smell of its breath. Sha Gang ducked low, narrowly avoiding the charge. But as he straightened up, something barreled into his back. A massive whip-like tail lashed out with the force of an iron bar, sending him flying. The tiger didn't even bother to turn around. It struck him down with a casual flick of its tail before landing softly on the earth. Thud! Sha Gang's head slammed into a rock as he landed. Blood streamed down his face. Run, little bro. Run, Huan Yo. Sha Gang's voice thundered through the mountain woods. He was physically strong and had some combat skill. The blow wouldn't kill him. But in his gut, he knew the odds of making it out alive today were almost zero. In the distance, Sha Yong fumbled desperately for more bullets, but his ammo pouch had fallen off. He watched helplessly as the one-eyed tiger slowly and deliberately padded toward his older brother. His vision clouded with tears of rage. Woof! Growling. Woof! At the critical moment, Huan Yo planted herself in front of Sha Gang, her entire body trembling but still barking furiously. Huan Yo, go! Get out of here! Run home, little brother! Sha Gang's shout broke through the chaos. He'd raised Hong Yo from the time she was a pup, and their bond ran deep. The dog turned her head to glance at her master, and then pushed off hard with both legs, leaping toward the tiger. This courageous chitin hunting dog, unflinchingly staring down a tiger, had just etched her name into the legends of the mountain. It was clear this was a self-sacrificial charge, to fight for a sliver of hope for his master. Sha Gang closed his eyes in painful despair, his beloved dog, his younger brother, and himself, all destined to perish up on this mountain today. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the distance, shocking them as if lightning had struck the earth. Die together. Sha Gang turned and saw Sha Yong. The sight left him dumbfounded. He always knew his younger brother was a fearless fool, but he had never imagined he'd take things this far. Brother, stop being stupid. Run. Years later, while sitting surrounded by his grandchildren, Sha Gang would recall that day with a mix of humor and disbelief. In my life, I've encountered many fierce beasts, even fought plenty of them. But your second uncle? He was crazier than any beast I've ever met. I mean, who the hell in their right mind chases down a tiger, shouting like that? Honestly, if there's such a thing as being the top tiger-spirited man, your uncle's either the first or the second in the world. At that moment, Sha Yong's eyes were bloodshot as he charged forward, gripping a lit stick of dynamite in his hands, all aimed at the one-eyed tiger. That deafening shout caught the tiger's attention. It turned to look at Sha Yong, its lone eye clouded in hesitation. There was something muttered in its gaze, fear. That two-legged creature's smoky, fiery weapon, the tiger had seen, or rather, smelled, that before. Somewhere along its journey to the mysterious Black Forest Ridge, there had been a mining area. A deafening explosion, followed by massive rocks shattering into dust, had made it flee until its legs ached. It didn't know what caused that horror, but this scent, it was unmistakable. It was that smell from back then, the same smell currently billowing from Sha Yong's hand. Roar! A whoop! The one-eyed tiger turned tail and bolted. As the beast fled, Sha Yong's adrenaline took over completely. His eyes were now wild as he bellowed and chased after it. Come back. Let's go down together. If you're afraid, you're nothing but a cowardly grandson. Sha Gang watched this madness in stunned disbelief. Was this even real life? Could anyone be that reckless? Brother, throw it. Throw it, damn it. He shouted as loud as his wounds allowed. The fuse on Sha Yong's dynamite stick could burn for about 20 more seconds. Yet now, barely any seconds remained. Surely a tiger's speed would always outpace a human's. But at that moment, with adrenaline coursing through him like wildfire, Sha Yong was untamed. Though he couldn't quite catch up to the beast, he was astonishingly not falling far behind. Whiz. Boom. Two bundles of dynamite erupted in quick succession, eerily close to the tiger's escape path. AWO. The one-eyed tiger shrieked miserably, clearly terrified. The explosions confirmed it. Not only the scent, but now the sound, too. It all matched its earlier trauma. Without looking back, the tiger bolted straight into the densest part of the forest. By now, conventional wisdom would suggest that seeing the tiger flee meant Sha Yong should let the matter rest. But today wasn't a day for logic. The sight of that monstrous tiger nearly devouring his older brother had pushed Sha Yong far past rationality. His resolve was crazed beyond measure. Die together, he roared with abandon, plunging into the dense forest after it, lighting dynamites as he went. Boom, boom, die together. The sound of explosions intertwined with his relentless yelling faded deeper into the woods. Sha Gang, dragging his injured body along and accompanied by the loyal dog, Huan Yo, tried desperately to follow. But Sha Yong had long disappeared into the shadows, his trail marked only by the echoes of his dynamite. Sha Gang pressed on, but the forest was vast, his wounds slowed him further, and eventually, both the explosions and Sha Yong's voice vanished entirely. Alone amidst the dense woods, Sha Gang found himself utterly lost. Damn it, he muttered, utterly frustrated yet unable to wholly blame his brother. This was beyond imagination. Trapped amidst the overwhelming forest, he did the only thing he could: put his faith in Huan Yo, their brave and loyal dog. Yet instead of leading him to Sha Yong, Huan Yo guided Sha Gang downhill, navigating the thick underbrush until they reached the little settlement of Sha family village below. Back home, disregarding his injuries, Sha Gang immediately rallied everyone in the village to begin a massive search deep into the mountain. The search lasted 3 strenuous days. Neither alive nor dead, no sign of him anywhere. He refused to give up, so he came to Mang village to seek help. Even if it meant taking a group of teenagers along, it was manpower nonetheless. And beyond that, the teens in Mang village are skilled in archery, horseback riding, and martial arts. The wolves have been scared away, the one-eyed tiger blown off. Eagle's Ridge isn't as dangerous right now. With more people, the chances of finding him increase. As I rushed forward, I listened to Lin Jinyan recount the events. This kid has some serious talent for storytelling, full of passion, animated gestures, the whole package. As for Sha Yong, I truly don't know what to say. Over the years, there have been people who managed to take down a tiger, sure. Let's not even mention tiger slayer Guo Tianxiong. Some seasoned hunters have occasionally hunted them too, but that usually involves traps or large hunting parties. Chasing and bombing a tiger with explosives? Well, that's definitely a first for me, even in 2 lifetimes. But it's not my place to judge the guy. After all, he's out here trying to save someone. Brother Gang, Eryong's fearless, truly bold beyond compare. When you can't critique, praising is the next best option. Who knew Sha Yulan would cut in? Unimpressed, fearless, more like reckless. Nephew, I've never seen anyone as recklessly daring as that lunatic of a cousin. Her words apparently came from frustration. Had Sha Yong stopped after blowing up the tiger and scaring it off while rescuing Sha Gang, they might have spun it into a heroic tale of brotherly salvation. But chasing after the tiger in a frenzy? That's a head-scratcher. Honestly, who does that? Forget a tiger's counterattack. Those explosives are just as likely to hurt the user. I thought her remark was just gossip, but when Sha Yulan added, I've never seen anyone as reckless as Sha Yong, everyone suddenly turned to glance at the copper staff-wielding Shun Tu Muhong on the wagon. Feeling all the eyes on her, Aunt Seven's face turned crimson with awkwardness. She feigned interest in the sky, trying to play it off. I couldn't help giving her a suspicious side-eye. This aunt is undeniably tough, but doesn't she realize some things go beyond common sense? Turning to Sha Gang, I asked, Brother Gang, can you still ride? His eyes were bloodshot, his face exhausted, but he said, I'm fine. It's not too bad. Okay, Aunt Six, I'll head into the mountains with Brother Gang first. Eryong's been out there for several days without food. Be careful, nephew. And whether or not you find him, you have my heartfelt thanks. We don't need to talk about thanks, Aunt Six. Brother Gang, let's go. I galloped off, barely hearing Sha Yulan sigh from behind. That boy, so kind-hearted. The stretch from Mang village to Sha family hamlet was about 10 miles of easy-to-navigate road. We got there in no time. As soon as we entered the village, the air was thick with the scent of meat. Pork stew, beef stew, lamb stew. One might think there was a grand feast happening. But the worried expressions on the faces of the elderly and children left behind said otherwise. It all boiled down to this: that meat represented money, livestock that hadn't been sold yet had been killed by wolves. Once we dismounted, Sha Gang said to me, "Brother, eat something before we head up. Just pack some rations so we can go straight away. Take me to the part of the forest where you got lost. I might have a way to find Yong." As a tracker skilled in reading signs, tracing footprints, and even subtle clues, I could spot beast tracks, and human ones were no exception. If push came to shove, I'd tap into the professional perk of ultra tracking. It'd cost me some energy, but saving a life was worth it. "Enough, I don't care anymore," Sha Gang sighed, frustration evident on his face. Same age, but how does Sha Yong end up being so different from me? "Hey, fatty," Sha Gang called out twice. A stocky young man with a compact, muscular build jogged over, wiping his hands. "Gang bro, grab some rations. We're heading up the mountain." The mountain path in Shajia village wasn't man-made. No chance for horses, so we had to walk it on foot. As soon as we started, Fatty was already looking like he couldn't handle it. I took the lead, leaving the other two behind by at least 20 meters. Fatty glanced anxiously at Sha Gang, who was already panting hard. "Gang bro, you haven't slept for days. You sure you can go on?" "Can't sleep," Sha Gang muttered, clearly stressed. My old man's this close to grabbing his gun and storming the mountain to save people himself. If I hadn't locked him in the cellar, no telling what would have happened. The guy had his hands full, one reckless younger brother and a stubborn old dad. "Your little bro's got some skills, huh? Walking through the forest like it's nothing." Fatty was both amazed and defeated. The rugged mountain path, covered in slippery leaves, was exhausting, but I was moving as if it were flat ground. Honestly, if I wasn't stopping to wait for them, I'd have broken into a jog. Sha Gang sighed deeply. "Martial arts mastery, peak level." "What the?" Fatty froze, absolutely stunned. "Peak level martial artists? The kind you only hear about from storytellers in the market square." The only living person possibly close to that was Old Man Lee from Mang Village, and even that was just hearsay. "Save your breath and hurry up. Don't let my brother think less of you," Sha Gang said, somehow summoning a sudden burst of energy despite his exhaustion. His pace quickened, and he didn't seem tired anymore, almost as if he was floating. After 2 long hours, we finally reached the spot where Sha Yong had had his tiger encounter. "Bro," Yong ran into that patch of forest and disappeared. We searched and searched, but couldn't find him. I nodded. "Into the woods." With my machete in hand, I started clearing a path. But before I got very far, I heard Fatty shout behind me, "Gang bro." I turned to see Sha Gang collapse straight to the ground. Fatty panicked. "Third bro. Gang bro's dead. That's it for the Sha family. Our lineage is done for." My heart skipped a beat, but checking closer, the injuries weren't bad. I opened his eyelids, checked his pulse. "He's fine, just passed out from exhaustion." Glancing toward the sky, Fatty immediately grew uneasy. "Third bro, it's getting dark. Let's head back down the mountain first." I looked up at the dimming light. "Fatty, take Gang bro back down. Leave me some rations and explosives. I'm going to find him. When Gang bro wakes up, tell him one thing. Whether Sha Yong's alive or dead, I'm bringing him back." "Third bro, don't. It's too dangerous after dark." "That's my decision." I snagged a bag of food and a few sticks of dynamite, heading deeper into the woods, grabbing Fatty's single-lens scope on my way out. Fatty watched my retreating figure disappear into the thick grove, silently giving me a thumbs up in his heart. Putting his life on the line for the Sha family brothers, it was no small thing. All he knew about me was that I was a distant relative of Sha Yulan, with no blood ties to the brothers themselves. The less reason I had to help, the more he admired me. Not long after entering the woods, I saw it. A piece of cloth snagged on a tree branch. It had clearly ripped off Sha Yong's clothes. There was finally a sign. "Activate extreme tracking immediately." I ventured out 3 or 4 kilometers, surrounded by nothing but trees blown apart by explosions. Damn, Sha Yong really has gone crazy. This time of year, he doesn't even care about the risk of starting a wildfire. When I reached the last of the blasted trees, I had a pretty good idea. This was where his explosives ran out. But just like Sha Gang, looks like he got lost. Even hunters can get lost in dense forests. The thickly wooded areas in the northeast are lush with leaves, even in autumn. Hunters prefer to stick to familiar grounds or follow well-established routes. It's not uncommon these days for hunters to lose their way. Some even end up dying out there. I carved a mark on a tree, then jumped down into a gully. This gully seemed to be the last place Sha Yong was spotted. Activate extreme tracking. Extreme tracking activated. 1 profession point consumed. 14 points remaining. The moment extreme tracking kicked in, the world turned black and white, and glowing tracks appeared everywhere on the ground. After Sha Yong's explosion, every animal within a 10-kilometer radius must have freaked out and bolted in all directions. In this weather, without snow on the ground, Sha Gang and his lot wouldn't have a chance of tracking him. Even dogs would struggle, with so many mixed scents. But extreme tracking? It doesn't lie. Human footprints and animal tracks are distinct. Before long, I spotted his size, 45 shoe prints and followed them. I wasn't just running on blindly. Every so often, I'd leave a mark behind. First, to avoid getting lost myself, and second, to make it easier for the people from Sha Jiatsuan to catch up and provide backup. As dusk fell, I stood on a cliff and couldn't help but grumble. Man, this guy's got stamina. What is this, a marathon? After some frustrated ranting, though, I had a chuckle. I couldn't help but feel somewhat impressed by Sha Yong. Extreme tracking was marking it at 10 kilometers, meaning I'd just covered 20 li of mountainous terrain. With no more explosives, this guy still managed to get 20 li ahead on pure grit. I wouldn't be surprised if some tiger chewed him up by now. Extreme tracking ran out after 10 kilometers. I stood on the ridge and activated my radar, scanning to see if Sha Yong was in the area. Nothing. No human signals lit up. But there was one other blip that caught my eye, something unfamiliar. It didn't match known patterns. It was somewhere between a small and medium target, but what was odd was that it seemed to be floating in midair along the mountainside. Could it be a hanging goat? If I weren't in a rush to find someone, I'd go investigate whatever weird thing that was. But this wasn't the time for hunting side missions. I prepared to activate extreme tracking again. But just then, a flicker of light caught my eye in the distance. Firelight. I raised my binoculars. A campfire. There's probably someone there. It's likely him. With my experience, I figured if Sha Yong had made it this far, he'd be reaching his physical limits. That little cabin in the woods was probably where he stopped to rest. Judging by the situation, he might even be injured, or else he would have made a run for home by now. I descended the ridge, heading toward the campfire. Not long after I left, a faint voice echoed from below the cliff where I had just stood. Help! Help me, stop licking me. You reek.